The first thing I heard in my new life was a beautiful woman calling me the most despicable creature she had ever met, and the worst part was that I agreed with her. I was sitting on a leather couch in an office 40 floors above a city I had never been to, wearing a suit that fit me perfectly and belonged to somebody else. My hands were somebody else's hands. My name was somebody else's name. And standing over me, shaking a folder hard enough to snow paper across the coffee table, was a woman in a gray business dress who was informing me, at volume, that she had found the third listening device this month. Li Kai, don't go too far. She threw the folder down. You put people around me. You put a bug in my own office. You had my department head transferred because he brought me coffee. Just how despicable are you? Behind her, the floor-to-ceiling window showed a skyline full of cranes. Behind me, apparently, was a life. Here is the situation I woke up into, and I want you to appreciate the craftsmanship of it. I had read this story. Not a story like it. This one. Every chapter, on my phone, on the bus, for months until my thumb hurt. It was one of those modern novels where a young man comes back from a war nobody reported on and turns out to be a king of mercenaries, and every closed door in the country opens for him one after another. I remembered the plot beats. I remembered the fights. I remembered how it ended. And I remembered this office because this office was where the villain got introduced. The villain was the rich fiancé, the one with the family name so heavy that nobody in the city said it out loud. The one who was so pathetically, humiliatingly in love with the female lead that he bugged her office instead of talking to her, who broke the men around her instead of being better than them, who finally went after the hero personally and got taken apart in a single chapter as a warm-up act. That villain had a name. It was the name printed on the desk plaque across the room, and it was now, as of about 90 seconds ago, mine. So when I say the previous tenant of this body left me something, I don't mean debt. Debt you can pay. Liu left me a death sentence, already signed, already dated, and he had gone to the trouble of tying a bow on it. The bugs in this office had his fingerprints on them. The transferred department head had his signature on the order. The man who was going to come back from Africa and end me had a personal file on his desk with my face in it. Everything that was going to kill me had already been done, on purpose, with enthusiasm, by me. I hadn't been in the body 10 minutes and I was already the defendant. Say something, Chenhua said. I looked up at her. She was, and I need to be fair here because it explains a lot of the previous guy's behavior, ridiculous. The kind of face that makes people walk into glass doors. She ran Murin International, she was 26, and she had been engaged to me since before either of us could vote, on account of a favor between two families that neither of us had been present for. I don't like you at all, she said, quieter, which was worse. I can even say that I hate you. And then a window opened in my head. Ding. Host identity confirmed. Binding to the Destiny villain system. I want to be clear that I did not panic. A voice in my skull announcing itself with a chime is, in this genre, the single best sound in the world. That is the sound of somebody handing you a loaded weapon in a room where everyone else is holding a knife. The panel unrolled behind my eyes like a shop window. Destiny villain system. Currency. Destiny villain points. Points are awarded for intercepting the opportunities of the Son of Destiny. Opportunity. Capital O. The lucky break, the fateful rescue, the moment the hero arrives at exactly the right second and a woman looks up at him and something changes forever. Every one of those moments in the book had a shape and a date and a person attached to it, and every single one of them was still ahead of me. The hero of this story was going to get about 40 of them. I was going to be standing on everyone. Are you listening to me? Chenhua said. I want to break off the engagement. Today. Now, the original owner of this body would have begged. I know he would have because I read the chapter. Liu begged, and then he threatened, and then he did something small and vicious to her assistant, and that is the exact moment the audience decided he deserved everything that happened to him later. I stood up, buttoned the jacket, and said, okay. There is a particular silence that happens when a person has loaded a full magazine of arguments and the target lies down voluntarily. What? Okay, I said. Break it off. You're right. I'd hate me too. She stared at me the way you stare at a vending machine that has given you two of something. You can't just say, okay. I just did. Twice. I picked her folder up off the floor and squared the pages and handed it back to her, because a man who tidies is a man who has already left. One condition, and it's for your benefit, not mine. Your family announces it, not me. Why? Because if my family announces it, the story becomes that the Li family threw the Zhao family away. Every supplier you have will read that as blood in the water, and your quarter is finished before it starts. I shrugged. If your family announces it, the story is that Chenhua turned down the Li family. That's not a scandal. That's a legend. People will buy stock in you out of pure admiration. She didn't answer, which in my experience is what winning sounds like. There's a second option, I said, on my way to the door. There isn't. There is, and you're going to like it less and use it anyway. We stay engaged on paper. Nothing real, nothing private, no calls at midnight. You get the shield of my family name while your board decides whether a woman under 30 can run a company. I get left alone. I opened the door. And if I ever feel like it, I'll dump you publicly and you can play the victim for 2 weeks. It's a good deal. I'd take it. I heard the folder hit the desk behind me. Fine, Chenhua said, in the tone of a woman signing something at gunpoint. Contract. On paper. Nothing else. Ding. The plot has changed. Villain luck value plus 1,000. So it did pay. Good to know. I turned around, took her hand off the desk, and put my arm around her waist, because her assistant was standing in the doorway with a tablet and a face like a man watching a car accident in slow motion. Ding. Plus 300. Ding. Plus 600. What are you doing? Chenhua said through her teeth, not moving. Selling it, I said. You want the shield or not? By the time I got to the lobby, I had 6,800 points and a woman upstairs who was going to spend her entire afternoon trying to work out what had just happened to her. I have had worse first days. I sat in the back of the car and opened the panel properly. Physique, 6. I read it again. 6. There was a note under it. Kidney deficiency. Excuse me, I said out loud. Host physique is currently rated 6. Contributing factors include, but are not limited to, congenital underdevelopment, chronic overwork, irregular sleep. That's enough. Stop talking. Charm, 85, which was the only kind number on the whole board and was clearly just the face doing the work. Skills, none. Not one. 25 years old, born into one of the 4 or 5 families in the country whose phone calls end other people's careers, and the man had accumulated exactly 0 abilities and 1 medical footnote. The beginner's package was 3 items. Affinity level 1, which nudged how a room felt about me by 10% and doubled with every level. 10 physique pills. And 13 points of charm, which I took mostly out of spite. I put 3,100 into affinity and took it to level 6. I ate the pills in the back of the Maybach like a man eating peanuts and felt my spine quietly reassemble itself. Physique 16, charm 98. Then I put everything left into the lottery, because that is what the lottery is for. Physique plus 1, elementary piano, intermediate piano, advanced tea ceremony, a photo album of somebody's Aunt Zhao, 3 packs of tissues. 3 packs of tissues, I said. The system did not respond. The system never responded to that. Physique 26, charm 98, 0 points in the bank, a body that had gone from cardboard to plywood, and the ability to make an excellent cup of tea. The man in the driver's seat was watching me in the mirror and pretending he wasn't. Wu Jing, ex-Special Forces, built like a refrigerator with a haircut, and the only person in the previous owner's life who had never once lied to him, mostly because it had never occurred to him that lying was an available option. Wu Jing, young master, I want eyes on some people. I gave him a list, not a long one. 6 names, and none of them meant anything yet, and in 4 months every one of them was going to matter more than the stock market. Movements, contacts, where they eat. Nothing illegal, nothing that leaves marks. I want to know who's in a room before I walk into it. Understood. Liu hesitated. And the listening equipment in Miss Chen's office? Pull it. All of it. Today. All of it? All of it. And when it's out, I want a photograph of the empty holes. Because here was the thing I understood on day 1, sitting in that car with 26 physique and no money and a hero on a plane somewhere over the Sahara. Everything the original owner had built was a case file. Every clever little scheme was evidence. Liu had spent 3 years constructing, with enormous effort, the exact prosecution that was going to bury him. My first job wasn't to get stronger. My first job was to walk backwards through my own life and unstick every knife he had glued to my back. My second job was funnier. The hero was coming home. And between now and the day he landed, there were about 40 moments in this city where a woman was going to be in trouble, and a door was going to open, and a man was going to be standing in it. I intended to be standing in every single one of those doors first. Even if he takes a bullet through the heart and goes off a cliff, in a story like this one, some passing woman fishes him out of the river and nurses him back to health out of sheer narrative obligation. You don't beat a man like that by killing him, you beat him by getting there early. The house was a 3-story villa with 700 square meters of floor and a garden somebody was paid to be sad about, and Wu Jing did not follow me in. There's a small matter. The cleaner broke a vase. I stopped. I knew the vase because it was in the book, and it was one of those chapters where you put the phone down and go for a walk. The villain uses a broken vase to put a girl into a debt she can never pay, then leans on her orphanage for the land under it, and the hero comes home to find his childhood friend crying in a stairwell, and that is where the story stops being about money. I had read it as a reader and thought, what a piece of work. Now I was the piece of work, and the vase was already broken, and she was already inside. Which one? The blue and white. Wu Jing looked genuinely ill. The UN one. Of course it was. She was standing in the middle of my living room in a cleaner's uniform 2 sizes too big, holding the pieces in her cupped hands as though she were carrying water, and she was so thin that the uniform moved before she did. Zhou Mingxia, 19. Orphanage kid. In the book, she is the childhood friend, the one who waited, whose loyalty is the hero's whole reason for coming back. She saw me and her face did something awful. It didn't crumple. It went calm, the way a face goes when it has already accepted the sentence and is waiting to hear the number. I'll pay for it. Do you know what it cost? 8 million. At auction. I took a shard out of her hands. Cold, thin as a fingernail. You clean houses. 5,000 a month. So that's 130 years. You'd work off the last 80 as a ghost. Her hands started shaking and she pressed them together to stop it, and the pieces clicked. I can do anything that isn't illegal. I can work nights. I can work another house in the day and give you all of it. I'll sign something. There it was. That was the door. That is where the villain in the book says, fine, then convince your orphanage director to sell me the land at 1/3 of value, and where she says no, and where he starts squeezing, and where the whole disaster begins. I could feel the chapter waiting for me to say my line. Okay, I said. Here's the arrangement. You quit the cleaning company. Her chin went up. It cost her something. Please. If you fire me, I still owe you. Let me work. I'm not firing you. I'm hiring you. Live-in housekeeper. 10,000 a month. Zhou Mingxia looked at me the way people look at a translation error. That's more, she said. That's twice more. I'm aware of how numbers work. No, you don't understand. That's too much. She was actually getting upset about it, which I would like on the record. That is far too much for this. It isn't right. Ding. The plot has changed. Plus 1,000. I'd like to say I felt something noble at that moment. What I actually felt was the specific pleasure of watching a scene I had read a dozen times get up off the rails and walk into the trees. It isn't charity, I said. This house is 700 square meters and there are 11 rooms nobody has opened in a year. You'll earn it. She looked at the 11 rooms. Then she looked at me, and I saw her make a decision that I would spend the next several months quietly regretting having caused, because Zhou Mingxia does not make small decisions. She only makes total ones. Then I'll earn it, she said. I went to bed at midnight. When I came downstairs at 7, the entire house was clean, not tidy, clean. 3 floors, skirting boards, the underside of the kitchen island. Windows I had assumed were tinted turned out to be windows. She was asleep in a straight-backed chair by the door in her uniform, with a cloth still in her hand, sitting upright like she'd been told to wait. Breakfast was steamed buns, soy milk, fried dough sticks, and millet porridge, and she stood by the table with her hands behind her back while I ate it, watching my face like a student watching an examiner. This is good, I said. Tomorrow make less. Breakfast should be light. You didn't like it. I ate 4 of them. Please engage with the evidence. Wu Jing came in during this and stared at the table. Young master, forgive me, but this breakfast is a bit simple, isn't it? Liu said it in the tone of a man defending someone else's honor. There's a chef on retainer. There's a whole… Wu Jing. Yes. Give her the housekeeper's room. The one on the 2nd floor with the window, not the box by the laundry. Liu blinked, said, yes, and went to do it. And Zhou Mingxia stood there holding a soy milk carton with both hands and didn't say anything at all. In the car afterwards, I got the first surveillance report of my new life, and it became a permanent feature. Wu Jing does not tell you things. Wu Jing sends things. Specifically, he sent 1 Word document containing photographs, addresses, license plates, 3 scanned newspaper clippings, a map, and, for reasons I never established, a chart. 40 megabytes. My phone went white, then gray, then produced a spinning circle with the quiet dignity of a device considering retirement. It's loading, Wu Jing said from the front. It's been loading since… The bridge. The word is big, young master. Be patient with it. I did wait, and the document was genuinely excellent, and at no point in the following year did that man ever say a sentence out loud when a 40-megabyte file was available. 2 names in it mattered. Lin Mengyao and Lin Xiaotong, daughters of a self-made man worth tens of billions who had built everything himself and, according to a note in the file, had recently begun quietly moving cash out of his own company. And a woman named Zhao Yun, who was connected to something called the Black Dragon Society, which was the kind of organization that owns the club you get drunk in and the hospital you wake up in. Raise everyone 5,000, I said. You, 10. Wu Jing nearly drove into a bus. Young master, you're going to work harder in the next 6 months than you have in your life, and I'd rather you did it for money than for love. Also, I'm giving you hiring. Bring me people you'd stand next to. Young master. Liu gripped the wheel. His ears had gone red. If you tell me to chase chickens, I will never chase dogs. That's a beautiful sentence and I have no idea what it means. The last thing I did that week was go shopping because the previous owner had dressed like a man being paid by the logo. Every jacket in that wardrobe had a designer's name written across it in letters you could read from a moving car. Liu hadn't been wearing clothes. Liu'd been wearing a subtitle. I took Zhou Mingxia because she owned 2 shirts. She stood at the entrance of the mall in her cleaner's uniform with her chin down and her shoulders in, doing the thing people do when they have decided in advance that they don't belong somewhere. I gave her a floor and a card and told her to pick 2 outfits, and when I came back, she was on a bench near the escalator crying so quietly that people were walking past without noticing. The cheapest dress is 8,000. She wiped her face with the heel of her hand, fast, like she was hiding it. I have 5,000. You have a card. That's your card. I sat down. You've saved 50,000. Where's the rest of it? She went very small. The children needed beds. The old ones had metal frames and the little ones kept knocking their heads. 45,000 buys 20 beds if you go direct to a factory. I was still deciding what to do with that when a woman in her 40s in a fur that had died for nothing stopped next to us, looked her up and down, and pinched her own nose. Dragons beget dragons, she announced to the general public. Phoenixes beget phoenixes, and you, a commoner from the bottom of society, should stay down in your rubbish heap where you can't be smelled. Zhou Mingxia stood up. I'm clean, she said. Not angry. That was the thing that got me. She said it like a request. I wash. There's no smell at all. Why are you speaking to me like this? Which is when I stopped enjoying my day. I took a silk scarf off the display stand behind me and handed it to her. Here, dry your face. This is yours. It isn't mine. I nodded at the empty hook. It's theirs. Limited edition, 42,000, and it's got your tears on it now, so I'd say we're committed. Then I took it back, folded it into a square, and wiped her nose with it the way you would for a 5-year-old, which produced an outraged squeak I intend to remember on my deathbed. There. Now she's clean. And I held it out to the woman in the fur. For you. Dirty things go well together with dirty things. She went white, then red, then reached for the oldest sentence in the language. Do you know who my husband is? I don't. Why don't you call him over so I can find out? She did. That's the part to hold on to. She actually did. Meanwhile, I bought Zhou Mingxia 3 outfits, and when she came out of the fitting room in the black one, the sales floor went quiet for a second, and she stood there tugging the hem down with the specific terror of a person discovering that they photograph well. It costs more than a bed. It costs more than 20 beds, and we are going to have a long conversation about your relationship with arithmetic, but not today. The total was a little over 400,000, and then the husband arrived. Liu came across the marble in a jacket the color of a traffic cone with 4 men behind him, a builder's build going soft at the edges, gold at both wrists. Zhao Min, contractor, the kind of rich that has to be announced. Kid. Liu stopped a meter away and looked me over. Which family in Tianhai City are you from? The Li family, I said. Something moved behind his eyes. Liu was doing arithmetic and getting the wrong answer, and I could see the exact moment he landed on it. Li Changlin's boy? Liu laughed. Actually laughed, with relief in it. There is a small property developer in this city named Li Changlin, and Zhao Min had just decided I was his son. Right. So here's how this goes. My wife's upset. You're going to let her slap you, and then you're going to apologize, and then maybe I forget your face. And if I don't? Then I'll remember it. The woman in the fur had already wound up. She came in with her whole shoulder, and she had that look people get when they've been given permission. And Zhou Mingxia stepped in front of me. I did not tell her to. I did not have time to stop her. She was between us before I understood she had moved, and she took it across the face hard enough that her hair swung, and she stayed standing, and she said, in a voice with no air behind it, "This has nothing to do with young Master Li. If you want to hit someone, hit me instead. There are about 4 moments in my life I would go back and live again. That isn't one of them. That one I'd go back and change." The woman raised her hand for the second one, and I caught her wrist. 26 physique against whatever a woman who has never opened a jar herself has. I turned the wrist over, and she went up onto her toes and made a noise like a kettle. Zhao Min came in from the side. I want to be honest about this, because later on I did things that were much worse and enjoyed them much more, and it matters that this one was clean. I stepped inside his arm, took the elbow, turned, and brought it down across my knee. The sound it made stopped conversations on the floor above. Liu went down onto the marble and started screaming about my family, all of my family, several generations of my family, and I wasn't listening because I had turned around and put my hand against Zhou Mingxia's cheek where the print was coming up red. Why? I said. Why would you do that? Lots of people hit me when I was little. She said it the way you'd give a weather report. This is nothing. I put my hand on top of her head. Listen to me. From today, you are a member of my Li family. Nobody bullies you. Nobody touches you. Nobody raises their voice at you in a shop. If the King of Heaven himself comes down here and puts a hand on you, he goes home with a broken arm, same as this one. I meant it, which surprised me. As long as I'm alive, you're under the Lee family's roof. Ding. Plus 300. Ding. Plus 500. Ding. Plus 1,000. Zhou Mingxia looked at the floor and went scarlet from the collar up. Don't flatter yourself, she muttered. I have thought about that a lot since. She had just been slapped in a shopping mall for a man she'd known 9 days. And her defense mechanism, her whole armor, the thing she reached for when someone was kind to her, was don't flatter yourself. Zhao Min called in 13 men. Liu was very open about the pricing. 100,000 for my arm, 200 for a leg. Liu announced it from the floor while a doctor's assistant strapped his elbow, and the shoppers on the mezzanine leaned over the rail to watch, and a girl near the escalator said out loud, "But he's so good-looking," which I felt was the correct priority. Wu Jing arrived at a walk. "Young master." 3 minutes, I said. "Wrap it up in 3 minutes, and tonight you and the brothers go to the Fingertip Lotus and I pay." Wu Jing looked at the 13 men. Then he looked at me with something close to hurt. 3 minutes, he said. "Young master, you're underestimating me." It took 50 seconds. I'm not going to walk you through it because it wasn't a fight. It was inventory management. Liu moved through them in a straight line and put each one down in the position that made the next one easiest, and the whole thing had the rhythm of a man unloading a van. Somebody in the crowd said, "This isn't a fight, this is a public execution," and they weren't wrong, and nobody left. Zhao Min crawled backwards and pointed at the ceiling. "Cameras," he said wetly. "There are cameras. That's assault, all of it. I'll have you both inside for 2 years," which is when the mall's general manager arrived at a run, sweating through a good shirt, and said the most beautiful sentence I had heard in my new life. "I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Zhao. The security system on this floor has been malfunctioning since this morning. There's no recording." "What? There's no recording," the manager repeated, and then, to his own security team, "And search those men, would you? I believe several of them are carrying knives. Several of them were carrying knives. It's extraordinary how often that happens." The manager crouched by Zhao Min, patted his shoulder in a friendly way, and said something quietly. I only caught the end of it. "Liu isn't from Tianhai City," he murmured. "Liu's from Yanjing." And then he kicked him, not hard, more of a formality, and said to his men, "This one's carrying a weapon too." I watched Zhao Min's face do the entire journey. I watched him remember that a company worth tens of billions had bent double in the lobby of this building last month for a young man from the capital. I watched him understand that he had just offered 100,000 for that young man's arm, in public, on a Tuesday. Liu lay very still on the marble, and I have it on good authority that what he was thinking was that he should have broken all 4 of his own limbs at the start and saved everyone the trouble. Outside, a Rolls-Royce was already at the curb, and a heavy man in a suit was coming across the pavement towards me, rubbing his hands together like he was cold. Young Master Li, are you hurt? I heard. I came straight over. Zhao Cheng, 28, chairman of the Zhao Shi Group, which owns roughly a third of the skyline behind him. 3 years ago, he had been thrown out of Yanjing by his own family, and 3 years ago, according to the photographs, he had been a handsome man. "Today, I owe Brother Cheng a favor," I said. "No." Liu said it fast, with feeling. No. There's no favor. Between us, never." Then, in exactly the same breath, "The Dingfeng gathering is next week. Everyone in the city. Young Master Li should come." In the car afterwards, Wu Jing said, "Liu's very warm." "Liu's not warm," I said. "Liu used to be our equal. A man who used to be your equal and now grins at you like that hasn't accepted anything. Liu wants to go home." Wu Jing thought about it for 4 traffic lights. "So he's dangerous?" "Liu's useful." Which is the same thing wearing a nicer coat. 2 days later, I was invited to lunch by my fake fiancé's mother, which is the sort of sentence that should come with a warning label. Shu Lan cooked. She was somewhere past 40 and had the kind of face her daughter was going to have in 20 years, and she moved around that kitchen for 3 hours for a young man she had met 4 times. Chen Hua found this unbearable. "Mom, when I went back to Yanjing for a month, you didn't cook once. You're my daughter. You can eat cereal." I arrived while my future in-law was in the hall being told, in a lowered voice, exactly what I was. An arrogant, domineering second-generation waste of oxygen. A major villain. I came around the door on the last word. "If you've got the guts," I said, "say that sentence again." She said it again. Straight to my face, chin up, and I have to give her credit. She didn't blink. "That's the one," I said, delighted. "It sounds really good in your voice. If you can speak that well, say a few more." Her mother came out of the kitchen, and I have never seen a room temperature drop that fast. 10 years ago, when Chen Hua's father died, his relatives arrived with an illegitimate son and a plan to squeeze the widow and the girl out of the company inside a year. The family that stopped them was mine. My father, specifically, alone, with money and a phone. That was the debt the engagement had been built on, and Shulan had never once forgotten a single yuan of it. Chen Hua got a dressing down of a kind she clearly hadn't received since primary school, and her eyes went red, and she stood in the middle of her own living room being told off like a child in front of the exact person she least wanted to be a child in front of. Auntie Liu. I put my hand on Shulan's arm. Don't be silly. Look at her. You've frightened her. Hua and I are already a couple. This is just how we talk. Chen Hua turned her head and stared at me with an expression I would describe as tactical bewilderment. Lunch was a war. Shulan put every good thing on my plate. Her daughter fought her for the last cola-braised chicken wing with chopsticks in the air in front of me and lost. Who's your biological child? Chen Hua said. Me or him? I moved the wing onto her plate. She looked at it. Then she looked at me. Then she ate it very fast, like a woman removing evidence. And near the end of the meal, when everyone had relaxed, I put my bowl down and said, Auntie Liu, after lunch, let's go to the hospital and get you checked. The temperature went the other way. My mother, Chen Hua said, is perfectly healthy. Why are you making her go to a hospital? I didn't argue. Arguing with her at that point would have cost me the whole hand. I just didn't move, and I didn't take it back, and eventually, Shulan patted her daughter's wrist and said she supposed a checkup never hurt anybody. We were there 5 hours. I watched Chen Hua get angrier for the first 3 and quieter for the last 2, and when the doctor finally came out with the file, he didn't do any of the softening. Liu looked at Shulan and said, Your coronary heart disease has already progressed to stage 3. If you had come in a few months later, you could have died suddenly, at home, without warning. Nobody said anything. Chen Hua sat down on the plastic bench with her handbag still on her shoulder and her hands open in her lap. How? She said to me, not to the doctor. How did you know? She keeps touching her neck. I hadn't planned the sentence, and it came out flatter than I wanted. Left side, under the jaw, every 10 minutes or so. She did it 4 times at lunch. She's been doing it more each time I've seen her. The doctor's eyebrows went up. Referred pain. That's a textbook presentation, and I'd say 90% of families miss it entirely. Well spotted. If Auntie Liu had died one day, Shulan said to nobody, I wouldn't even have known what had happened to me. Why didn't you say something before? Chen Hua's voice cracked on before. Because I wasn't sure, I said. And because if I'd said it and been wrong, you'd have decided I was inventing a disease for your mother to score points, which, in fairness, is a thing I might do. I shrugged. As long as Auntie Liu's healthy, it doesn't matter if I take a bit of unfairness. Chen Hua closed her hands into fists on her knees and said very quietly, and it clearly hurt her the whole way out, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you, I apologize. Ding. Plus 800, ding, plus 1,000, and then warm and clear and beautiful, right through the middle of a hospital corridor, ding, Son of Destiny, Shu Guang, luck value decreased by 500, plus 5,000 destiny villain points. There it was, that was the machine. In the book, Shulan collapses. It's chapter 60-something. She goes down in her own kitchen and the daughter can't reach a specialist, and the hero, who happens to know a man, makes 3 phone calls and saves her life, and that is the single moment that turns Chen Hua from a woman who tolerates him into a woman who would burn her company for him. That opportunity had a value, and I had just eaten it in a corridor with a plastic bench and a vending machine. Intercepting a fated moment paid 10 times what ordinary work paid, and it took luck off the hero at the same time. It wasn't a job, it was a trade route. I got Shulan into the Xiangshan Sanatorium, which is not a hospital so much as a walled garden where the country keeps the people it cannot afford to lose, and when she asked whether somebody like her could even be admitted, I said my grandfather would say a word, and she went quiet in the way people do when they suddenly understand what family they have been feeding chicken wings to. Then I visited 3 days running, tea ceremony on the first, which the lottery had given me for free, along with 3 packs of tissues. On the second, she mentioned she hadn't been sleeping, so I sat down at the sanatorium piano and played until she did. On the third, I looked up and found Chen Hua hanging over the banister watching me, with an expression she would have paid money to unhave. Afterwards, she poked me in the stomach. You have abs. Since when do you have abs? Since Tuesday. Her hand stayed there a second too long. I moved mine, mildly, upward. She smacked it away, and then she reassembled herself, ice, chin, the whole apparatus. I'll consider this a favor I owe you, nothing more. At the door she leaned out where Wu Jing could hear her and said sweetly, drive safely. Message me when you get home. I got into the car and said, what a damn good actor. That week the shop unlocked because the balance crossed 30,000. I want to say something about the prices. Physique cost 500 a point up to 60, then 1,000 a point after that. Charm cost 50,000 a point, 1 point. Advanced Aesthetics, 3,000. Elementary Healing, 100,000. You are a swindler, I told the ceiling. I put 17,000 into physique and took it to 69,600 into affinity to reach level 8 and threw the rest at the lottery, which returned an advanced medical device, advanced aesthetics, 1 point of physique, and a photo album of a Miss Lin, which the system now appeared to be collecting. Physique 68. I stood in my bedroom afterwards and flexed my hand and felt like a man who could put his fist through a mammoth. That number, 68, was already better than most professional fighters. Wu Jing was somewhere around 85. At this rate, I'd pass him inside a month and break 100 before the hero's plane landed, which was the point, not vanity, arithmetic. Because here's the thing about a cheat like mine, and I worked it out early enough that it saved my life twice. The obvious move is to hide. Take the points, buy the muscle, sit in the villa, never appear in a single scene, let the hero have his story, and quietly become the strongest man in the province in a basement. The system doesn't pay for that. The system pays for standing in the doorway. It pays exactly and only for being in the room where the hero was supposed to be, at the moment he was supposed to be there. Every point I had was a point I'd earned by walking towards him. There was no safe route to strength. The road to being untouchable ran directly through being touchable, every day, in public, for months. I have never been given a better designed set of handcuffs. Zhou Mingxia came out to meet the car that evening. She had started doing that. She'd hear the gate and be at the door by the time I reached it, and she'd have swapped the housekeeper's apron for something with a collar, which she thought I hadn't noticed. I took her hand on the way in. "Does it make you uncomfortable," I said, "when I hold your hand? Or is it that there's already someone in your heart?" She stopped dead in the hall. "There isn't," she said, too fast. "That boy," I said. "The one from the orphanage. Xu Guang, wasn't it?" I felt her hand go cold. "Liu'll come back one day," I said, warmly, generously, like a man handing over a gift. "People like that always do. And when he does, may the two of you be united in marriage and have 100 years of happiness." Every sentence went in like a blunt knife, and I knew it, and I did it anyway, and I would like to point out in my own defense that in the original text, this girl waits 8 years for a man who does not write. Her eyes went bright. I don't. I only ever treated him like a younger brother. Ding. Son of Destiny Xu Guang, luck value decreased by 1,000, plus 10,000 Destiny villain points. 10,000. From one sentence in a hallway. "All right," I said. "Then let's have dinner. Add papaya and pork rib soup." "Why papaya?" I looked at her for slightly too long and said nothing at all, and she went upstairs at speed, and I am reliably informed that she stood in front of her mirror, slapping her own cheeks and asking herself whether it really was too small and whether the young master preferred the voluptuous type. She drank the whole bowl. The Zhou family lead came in as a 40-megabyte Word document at 2 in the morning. Neighbors had heard shouting in the house, father against eldest daughter. The markets had noticed something better, a slow, careful bleed of cash out of a company that had no reason to bleed. I sat in the dark waiting for the file to open and thought about what I actually needed. I needed money, and not a small amount, and not once. But I could not simply ask Yanjing for it, because the moment the family decided I was idle, they would drag me back to the capital and hand me a division to run, and I would spend the next decade in meetings while a mercenary king took this city apart at his leisure. What I needed was somebody who would run everything for me and enjoy it. Lin Mingyao, 25. Finished a 7-year program abroad in 4, acting chief executive of her father's group. The file had a phrase in it that some analyst had used in a magazine, and it was the reason I picked up the phone. The future queen of the business world. I called the house and invited myself to dinner. The Zhou residence had a gate you could drive a bus through and a living room with 2 women in it who were mid-argument about me. "Compare yourself to him?" the younger one was saying. "Don't you think a bit highly of yourself?" Lin Xiaotong, 18, first year at university, dressed like a character from a comic and entirely unembarrassed about it, white stockings and all. She had a wall of posters at home of men with excellent jawlines, and she had opinions about every one of them. Lin Mengyao was the other one. Office suit, no jewelry, the look of a woman who has read every document in the building. Then I walked in, and affinity level 8 did its quiet work, and the temperature of the room changed by about 15 degrees before I had said a word. Lin Xiaotong crossed the carpet, took both of my hands, looked up and said, "If you don't like my sister, you can wait a bit. When I'm a little older, I'll say, I'll be your wife, okay?" Behind her, Lin Mengyao put a hand over her eyes. I patted the top of Lin Xiaotong's head. "Then you'd better study hard, little sister," I said. "Your older sister is extremely impressive, and you've got a lot of ground to cover." She deflated like a balloon with a slow leak and went and sat on the sofa with her arms folded. Lin Mengyao looked at me with open gratitude. Later she told me she had spent 4 months trying to get her sister to take a single exam seriously, and I had done it in 1 sentence, and she wasn't sure whether to thank me or be alarmed. Dinner was the father. Lin Guozheng built tens of billions from nothing and has the manners of a man who was poor long enough to memorize them. Widower, excellent reputation, everyone says so. I filled my glass to the rim and toasted him first as the junior, which cost nothing, and bought the evening, and then let him poke at me about why I wasn't in Yanjing inheriting, because in Yanjing they say I'm useless. The exact phrase is that with my family background, a dog could have done better. Liu liked that. Rich men love a self-deprecating air. It makes their own children look industrious. So I turned it. Uncle Shu Lin should be pleased with himself, though. I've read the last 2 quarters. That isn't a daughter helping out. That's a chief executive. And Lin Guozheng smiled at his eldest daughter with genuine warmth and said, Meng Yao is capable, but she is, after all, a woman. There was a small sound from the other end of the table. It was Lin Meng Yao putting her chopsticks down. I was 3 glasses in, so I got to be drunk about it. In ancient times, there was Hua Mulan, who joined the army in place of her father. Today, there is Lin Meng Yao, who dominates the business world. Uncle Shu Lin, this is a good problem. Find her a husband who'll marry into the family. Keep the name, keep the daughter, keep the company. The warmth went out of him like a switch. Nephew, you've had too much to drink. I have, I agreed, and put my head on the table. They carried me upstairs, and I could hear Lin Meng Yao still sitting alone at that table, and I knew exactly what she was sitting with, which is that a stranger who had known her 2 hours had defended her more publicly than her father had in 25 years. At some point in the night, Lin Xiaotong got into the bed. I lay there, being unconscious with tremendous professionalism, while she leaned over my face for 40 seconds, decided against it, and then investigated my abdominal muscles with the thoroughness of a customs officer. Ding. Plus 800, the system, I want to note, was paying me for my own humiliation. In the morning, Wu Jing looked at me over breakfast with shining eyes and said, Young master, from now on, when I need to relieve myself, I won't hold on to the wall. I'll hold on to you. Please never say that again. 2 facts arrived that week, and they arrived together. The first was that the Blood Wolf mercenary group was already in Tianhai City. Not coming. Here. A unit founded in Africa, operating in a country where they couldn't legally carry so much as a decent knife, which as Wu Jing put it, means even a tiger has to lie down. The second was that Zhou Mingxia had been in contact with Xu Guang, which meant the story had moved. It was ahead of my page. From that morning on, every timeline I had memorized was a suggestion. Higher, I told Wu Jing, aggressively. And then the orphanage. Zhou Mingxia went to visit on her day off and found a demolition site with the rainbow sign torn in half at her feet and a foreman explaining helpfully that Boss Li had ordered it. She came at me across the rubble and hit my chest with both fists, and she was not strong enough to move me, and she kept doing it anyway. Why you? So many children finally had a place to live. Why did you want this little piece of land? I stood there and let her, because the harder she hit, the worse she was going to feel in about 90 seconds, and I am not going to pretend I wasn't enjoying it. Child, said the old director, coming round the fence, wiping her hands. What are you doing? Liu knocked it down. Of course he knocked it down. The east wall had a crack you could put your arm into. The inspector condemned it in March. She took her by the shoulders. Where do you think the children are? Zhou Mingxia's hands stopped in midair. They were in Sunshine Community, in a house 4 or 5 times the size, bought outright, deed already issued, every child with a room, and the ground we were standing on, according to the plans in the foreman's tube, was going to be a primary school. The director tried to give me the deed. I told her to keep it and put my name nowhere on it. There was a phone call last week, Zhou Mingxia said very quietly. You started to say something and then you hung up. Why? Because it was supposed to be a surprise, and it's now been ruined by a woman punching me in a demolition site. She made a noise. I put a hand flat on my chest, staggered, and sat down on a pile of bricks. It hurts here. She was on her knees in the dust in half a second with both hands on my sternum. Young master, I'm sorry, scold me, hit me, it's all my fault. I looked at the sky and thought, I am a genuinely terrible person, and I am having the time of my life. We walked home. It was a nice evening, and I'd sent the car away, and she was holding my hand and telling me about the bedrooms in the new house, which one had the window seat, and which one the youngest boy had claimed by lying on the floor of it. The man came out of the alley on my left with a knife. Liu was fast, and I was 68 physique and had never been stabbed at before, and he opened my forearm from wrist to elbow before I got my weight into him and put him into a wall. Liu didn't stay to finish it. That told me more than the wound did. Wu Jing came out of the car at a dead sprint and picked the knife up off the pavement. There was a red wolf's head cut into the handle. Zhou Mingxia looked at it, and every bit of blood left her face because she had seen that mark before. She had seen it in a photograph on a message from Xiao Guang. Ding, son of Destiny Xu Guang. Luck value decreased by 500, plus 5,000 destiny villain points. Ding. Luck value decreased by 1,000. Reward, beauty pill, plus formula. I want to be precise about what happened there, because it is the first genuinely ugly thing I did, and I don't intend to dress it up. There was a real Blood Wolf operative in this city carrying that knife. Liu is not in this story any further, and the knife is. Xu Guang could explain it for the rest of his life. It would never sound like anything but an excuse. The beauty pill closed my arm overnight, and the formula came with a note attached saying it needed to be diluted, and when I ran the numbers, it turned out that a single pill diluted several hundred times still outperformed anything on the shelves. Chen Hua called while I was reading the formula to shout at me for not messaging her that I'd got home safely. Given our relationship, she said, with tremendous dignity, isn't that just how things should be? I hung up and said out loud to the empty room, "Tsk, hooked." Zhou Mingxia came to find me 2 nights later and stood in the study doorway holding her own elbows. "I need to tell you something," she said. "The pattern on that knife, it's Xiao Feng's, his group. They're in the city, and when I asked to meet him, he said they disappeared without a trace. That doesn't mean it was him. Young master." "No, genuinely." I put the paper down. "People steal knives. People plant knives. You've known him since you were 6. Don't do this to him over a handle." She stood there and got smaller and smaller, and I sat there and defended him with real feeling, and every word made it worse, which was the entire construction. Ding. Zhou Mingxia has developed a serious rift with the Son of Destiny, plus 5,000. Then she went pale for a completely different reason and pressed a hand against her stomach, so I went into the kitchen, found the brown sugar, boiled water, and made her the drink, and brought it back and held the cup while she drank it, and put my palm flat on her stomach over the blanket to keep the heat in. She looked at my hand, and then at my face, and didn't say anything for a while. Here is the thing about a girl who grew up without anybody. You cannot buy her. Money slides straight off. She'll refuse a car, and refuse a dress, and give away 45,000 for children's beds, without mentioning it. But nobody has ever boiled her a cup of anything. Small things. That is the whole trick with Zhou Mingxia, and I used it, and I'm telling you plainly that I used it, and also that at some point in that kitchen while I was waiting for the water, I stopped thinking about points. She kissed my cheek and then hid her whole face in the blanket. Wu Jing came through the door at 8 the next morning without knocking, which he had never done. "Young master, Lin Xiaotong was taken. On her way home, 3 men, a van, no plates." "Oh," I said. "I know." Liu stood there. "Pull the surveillance off the Zhou house," I said. "Leave 1 man." "Where does he stand?" "Across the road, by the noodle place. Tell him to have breakfast." The Dingfeng gathering was that night, and it was the single most useless party I have ever attended. Chen Hua was in blue, and she came halfway across the floor to meet me, which everybody saw. "I thought you weren't coming. If anybody in here looks at you the wrong way," I said, "I'll break their head open." She turned pink and told me not to be vulgar and did not let go of my arm, and then nothing happened. I want you to understand how disappointing this was. This was a room full of the sons of everyone who matters in Tianhai, and I had walked in as the poor relation from a family so large that people in the capital say the name quietly, and I had come prepared for at least 1 idiot with a wine glass. Not one of them tried it. 2 of them had seen the name in a national news item that week. Word traveled the room in under a minute, and the whole thing went soft as a cushion. Nobody gave me the smallest opportunity to show off. I stood there fully loaded with nowhere to fire. Instead, I got surrounded by wives and daughters who had opinions about my jaw, and Zhao Cheng orbited the edge of it looking pleased on my behalf, and Chen Hua's grip on my arm got progressively more surgical. "I just don't want you standing that close to those women, so you want to control me. That's not—" "Excuse me," I said. "There's someone I need to talk to." And I walked away from her, across the entire ballroom, to Lin Mengyao. I did hear what she called me. I think most of the second floor heard what she called me. Lin Mengyao was standing by a window, not drinking anything. 28 hours since her sister had disappeared. No demand, no call, no body, nothing. "Miss Lin, not now." "Is it?" I said. "Because you know your father has an illegitimate son?" She turned her head very slowly. "And because you've been watching him move cash off the balance sheet for 6 weeks," I said, "and you haven't been able to work out who he's moving it to." The glass in her hand was not steady. "Who told you that?" "Nobody. It's arithmetic." I looked out of the window with her. "The boy is older than Lin Xiaotong. Do that subtraction and tell me what year it lands in." She did the subtraction. I watched it happen. It landed while her mother was still alive. "I found out your sister was taken yesterday afternoon," I said. "I found out yesterday evening." "Yes." Lin Mengyao put the glass down on the sill with great care because her hand had started to shake and she didn't want to be the woman who dropped a glass. Get her back, she said. Anything. Whatever you want, I can grant it. I want you. She went rigid. In my company, I said. You run it, all of it. Total delegation. My name nowhere near an operational decision. 60-40 in your favor. And if you'd rather have 50-50 so it looks cleaner in a filing, fine. I don't want a manager. I want somebody I never have to check. You don't know me. I've read every quarter you filed since you took the chair, I said. I give you my absolute trust. Now get in the car. We took her sister out of a Black Dragon Society building on the Industrial Road at 11 that night. On the way there, I spent 32,000 points and bought my physique to 100, and I want to explain what that number means in practical terms because the genre lies about this constantly. An ordinary trained man sits around 10. Wu Jing, ex-Special Forces, was in the 80s. At 100, two men coming at me from opposite sides was not a fight. It was chores. It was moving furniture that objected. Lin Xiaotong was in a storeroom on the second floor, in the corner, crying so hard she'd stopped making noise. Nobody had touched her, and the reason nobody had touched her was that a woman in black leather had come through earlier in the evening and made a scene about it. I filed that away for later. Then I went back down the stairs, and there were about a dozen of them by then, with bats and a machete, and I walked through the middle of it. I made noise on purpose. I broke things that didn't need breaking. And at the bottom of the stairwell, directly under the camera in the corner, I stopped, looked up into the lens, and gave them my full name. Because I wasn't there to rescue anybody quietly. I was there to make a woman named Zhao Yun curious enough to come and find me herself. In the car, Lin Xiaotong stopped crying about 40 seconds after the door shut, wrapped both arms around my neck, and kissed me on the cheek. Brother, she said, when I'm a bit older, I'll say I'll be your wife, okay? Wu Jing, driving, turned the radio on. It was a wedding song. Liu did not turn it off. Both of you are fired, I said. Nobody was fired. At the gate of the Zhou house, Lin Mengyao came down the steps two at a time and got hold of her sister and did not let go for about a minute and a half, and over her shoulder she looked at me and I could see her counting how many things I had known before she did, counting the hours, counting the coincidences, and finding the number too high. Give Lin Mengyao enough time, I thought, and she'll get all the way to the bottom of this. Good. The further down she digs, the bigger the crack in that house gets, and I don't have to hold the shovel. Then I turned around and Chen Hua was standing under the streetlight by my car with her arms folded. So, she said. You walked out of the Dingfeng gathering halfway through to come and find Lin Mengyao, and she sent you away at the door? She'd followed me, across the city, in her own car. I got that woman by the shoulders, walked her 3 steps back against the wall of my own garage, and put a hand on the brickwork by her head. Bite you, she said. I'll bite. Probably. I took a folded sheet of paper out of my inside pocket and held it up between 2 fingers. Beauty pill, diluted formula, dermal grade. I've run it against 4 things on the market and it wins on all 4. It goes to Murin International. Production, distribution, pricing, all yours. I'll be responsible for collecting money. She took it. She read the first 3 lines and her whole face changed profession. This is... Yes. Why? Because you're going to be very busy, I said. And because you've forgotten something. So let me remind you. Our relationship is maintained by a contract. That's all. So don't follow my car again. I let go of the wall and walked into my house. Behind me she stood in the dark, holding a piece of paper worth several 100 million yuan a year, and feeling, I am confident, worse than she had felt in 10 years. She thought the contract was a shield she'd been hiding behind. It's since day one, using it as the reason she didn't have to look at what was happening to her. I intended to tear that thing into pieces in front of her, but not yet. The Fingertip Lotus is the club where this city's money goes to be seen spending itself. I arrived with a Maybach and a dozen AMGs behind it, which is vulgar, and booked the entire 5th floor for a month, which is worse, 600,000 a night. The bill came to 20 million, and I put another 2 million in Wu Jing's hands for bonuses. Liu nearly refused, and I explained it. Too much money buys greed, not loyalty. Half those men have never been through a door like that in their lives. I'm not buying them. I'm giving them a face to lose. Also, I knew who owned the building. She kept me waiting 3 days and then came in the way you'd want to. I was at the edge of the pool when a watch came over my shoulder and went into the water. Take that and get out of my club. I looked at the ripples. How expensive can a watch be? Expensive enough. It's a Patek Philippe, 8 million at the outside. Then I took mine off and dropped it in, and then took Wu Jing's off his wrist and dropped that in too. 3 splashes. Excellent acoustics in that room. Zhao Yun came round into my line of sight. Black leather, no expression, and the stillness of somebody who does not need to prove anything. Head of the Rose Hall of the Black Dragon Society, which is a title that sounds decorative and is not. First you take Lin Xiaotong out of a Black Dragon building. Then you burn money in a Black Dragon club. Either you're stupid or you want something. I want a drink. The terms were hers. Outdrink her and we were square. Go under the table and I owed her one thing, no questions. I went red on the first glass, told her twice that a man should never say he can't do something in front of a woman, and somewhere in the middle looked at the tumbler and announced that it was too small and I would use the bottle. I woke up at 11 the next morning in a room that wasn't mine. Zhao Yun was sitting on the end of the bed fully dressed with her back to me. You didn't see anything, she said. Understand? Ding. The host has captured the female lead, Zhao Yun. Plus 50,000 Destiny villain points. Ding. Plus 1,000 times 6. Her phone rang while I was finding my shirt. I could hear the man on the other end from across the room, and the man on the other end was her father, and the man on the other end was saying, with real urgency, that under no circumstances was she to touch Li Kai. She said, Liu's my boyfriend, and threw the phone at the wall. 3 days later, Wu Jing rolled up 3 Black Dragon Society safe houses and put 30 odd men in front of judges who were going to give them a decade each. Zhao Yun came through my front door with 8 men behind her, and I sat her down and made tea. Your people in those 3 houses were moving milk powder. She stopped, because everybody in this city knows what that means when it is said in that tone, and every serious organization in the country has exactly one rule about it, and that rule is not a preference. That is a bomb in the middle of your organization. It goes off and it doesn't take a warehouse. It takes your father, you, and every legitimate thing your family owns. I diffused it before it went off, and I did it in a way where the arrests read as police work rather than a purge. I gave her 2 names. They didn't come up with it alone, and they aren't running it alone. She looked at the tea for a long time. You could have told me. And then you'd have had to be the one who did it, and every soldier in the Black Dragon Society would know that the Rose Hall eats its own. I refilled her cup. This way you're the one who was betrayed. That's a much better shape to be in. The beauty pill, diluted 50 times, beat every mask on the market so thoroughly that the laboratory at Murin International assumed they had made an error. So we diluted it 5,000 times. I gave production, distribution, and pricing to Chen Hua, refused to attend a single negotiation, and then did not call her for 3 days, which is a genuinely evil thing to do to a woman who has just been handed the largest product she will ever handle. And then the hero came home early, not on schedule, not the way it was written. A Bloodwolf unit walked into an ambush in Congo. 5 dead, 20-odd casualties, and somewhere on the other side of the world, Xu Guang stood in a room and said something about bringing the Blood Eagles back and about anyone who touches his people paying for it. And underneath that, according to my copy of the story, he had a feeling, a wrongness, a sense that something of his was being taken while he wasn't looking. Liu was right. Liu got on a plane. Lin Mengyao was suspended from her own company that week, suspected misuse of company funds. It was thin, it was obviously constructed, and it had taken exactly 4 signatures to do. I put a folder on her kitchen table. It had the 4 names in it, and where each of them had come from, and who had put them where, and every arrow in that document pointed at one house. Her father had arranged the theft of his younger daughter and the destruction of his elder one in the same quarter, and the reason was a boy in a flat across town who had his eyes. Lin Mengyao read it twice. She didn't cry. She got extremely calm, which is a thing I have learned to be careful around. 10%, she said. What? Last time you offered me 60-40. I'm telling you what I'm worth today, which is 10%, and in a year I'll come back and ask for 20, and when I stop running the day-to-day, I'll want 40 and a seat. She closed the folder. My mother worked herself into the ground for that group company. I'm not doing it twice for free. Done. Then I accept what you proposed. She looked up. All of it. I'm willing to give everything to the company, including myself. Ding. Plus 50,000. The banquet was the part I actually enjoyed. Lin Guozheng threw a party to celebrate the safe return of the daughter he had arranged to have taken. Liu invited 300 people, and because the universe has a sense of humor, he hired a bodyguard for the evening, and the bodyguard was Xu Guang. Lin Xiaotong looked him up and down and said, I already have an older brother. Why don't you go and protect my sister instead? Liu found me by the windows 20 minutes later. So, Liu had a good voice, I'll give him that. This Mr. Li Kai must have quite a reputation outside, I imagine. If 100 people say Li Kai is bad, said Lin Xiaotong, arriving at my elbow with 2 glasses, then Lin Xiaotong thinks all 100 of those people have a problem. You could have run a tram off the current between us. Here is what he was looking at, and he didn't know it yet. In the story, Xu Guang rescues Lin Xiaotong. That's his scene. Liu gets there, he takes her out of that building, and she spends the next 300 chapters looking at him like that. I had taken it. It was mine now. And he was standing in a ballroom watching a girl he'd never met defend a man he'd never met, and somewhere underneath the ribs he could feel that something had been removed from his life without a receipt. Liu went and found Lin Mengyao and put it to her carefully. Coincidences. Timing. How much Li Kai had known, and when. Lin Mengyao listened to the whole thing and then said, I take back what I said earlier. From now on, please call me Miss Lin. I said, loudly enough for 4 separate groups of guests to hear it. Miss Lin, let's go upstairs and discuss business privately. She came down an hour later, first, alone. Her sister met her at the bottom of the stairs, peered at the corner of her mouth, and said, Sister, you're so greedy. It's a banquet. There's food everywhere, and you were up there sneaking snacks, and reached out and put her finger in her mouth. Stop, said Lin Mengyao. Do not eat random things. Then she pinched my waist under my jacket and said sweetly, Yes, young Master Li, when it comes to sincere smiles, who could possibly compete with you? Chen Hua arrived at 9, straight from a laboratory still in flats. Xu Guang went to her, because of course he did, and she used him because she was furious with me and he was standing there. It's only that I'm engaged to him, isn't it? She said to me, across 10 feet of parquet. It's a piece of paper decided by the older generation. That's all it's ever been. 300 people stopped pretending to have conversations. I let the silence run about 4 seconds longer than was comfortable. Then I said clearly, You're right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry this engagement has caused you trouble, and I'm sorry it stood in the way of your freedom to pursue the person you actually want. I inclined my head, exactly as much as etiquette requires. The Li family withdraws. I wish you every happiness. And I turned around, took Lin Xiaotong's arm, and walked out of the room. Xu Guang caught up with me in the car park and offered me a business card and some advice about how to treat women. Are you unwell? I said. Genuinely, is flirting with women fun for you? Do you have something wrong with your head? I got 3 sentences into that before Wu Jing opened the door for me, and I stopped, because you should always leave one unused. Chen Hua went home and strangled a white bear. It was a toy. I'd given it to her. She got both hands around its neck and shook it and threw it on the floor and stepped on it, and then she picked it up and dusted it off and apologized to it. Her mother called the next morning. The Li family had passed a message along, politely. If there is someone else, our family will not stand in the way. Although it's phrased kindly, Shulan said, isn't that simply an announcement that the engagement is over? I never said I wanted to break it off, Chen Hua said. That was Li Kai's decision, on his own. Nobody asked me. Then it's yours to fix. I heard about the pillow later. I'm told it was wet. The points came in like a tide that week. Lin Xiaotong cut off the Son of Destiny, 20,000. Lin Mengyao, 10,000. His luck value dropped 220,000. Chen Hua, 20,000. 215,300 in the bank. The shop had new stock. Physique pills, 1,500 each. Elementary gun mastery, 1,000. Advanced weapon mastery, 100,000. And one item I read 4 times. Camouflage, 50,000. Not a disguise, not makeup. The listing said it altered bone structure. I bought 100 physique pills for 150,000, ate them over 2 days like a man working through a bag of sweets, and came out the other side at 200 physique, which is a number that does not have a real-world comparison, and I bought camouflage. Then I sat down and worked out what to do with it, and the answer took about 90 seconds, because Xu Guang had a problem, and I was about to solve it for him. Liu had no visible enemy. Liu had a suspicion about a rich young man he couldn't touch and a vague feeling that his life was going wrong. That is not a story. A man like that needs somebody to hate in a shape he can reach. I was going to give him Lin Guozheng. Before that, though, I gave Wu Jing a physique pill. I framed it as a health concern. You've been overexerting yourself with the women at the club. Young master, that isn't. Take the pill, Wu Jing. A man works at 100% out of duty. Liu works at 120 out of feeling. That pill cost 1,500 points and bought me about 4 years of the second thing. Chen Hua found a pretext 11 days later. It was the beauty pill. It's always something legitimate. That's what a pretext is for. I'm free tomorrow, she said, with enormous casualness. I could come to your place to go over the production timeline. She came in a dress. She had put on makeup, which I had never once seen her do, and she had done it badly, which killed me. And Lin Mengyao came out of my downstairs bathroom drying her hands. Oh, said Lin Mengyao. I'm visiting my boyfriend's house. Is that a problem? Yesterday, said Chen Hua, you appeared to have no relationship with young Master Li whatsoever. Where's the gigolo you were parading last week? Lin Mengyao, aren't you taking yourself a little seriously? I went and stood in the kitchen and drank a glass of water. Xu Guang made his last attempt on Zhou Mingxia that same week, and he made it well, which is the sad part. Liu laid it all out for her. Why would his people leave a knife with the bloodwolf mark cut into the handle at the scene? Why would they announce themselves? Who benefits from her believing it? It was good reasoning. It was completely correct. It was about 11 days too late. There was applause from the doorway. Chen Hua and Lin Mengyao had come in behind him, and they took him apart from both sides in the manner of 2 women who agree about exactly one thing in the world. And then Zhou Mingxia said the sentence that ended it. I never told the young master anything about you, not one thing. Liu doesn't know which group you belong to. Liu doesn't know what you do overseas. Liu's never asked. Her hands were shaking. So how could he have framed you with a knife he's never heard of? Enough. Xu Guang, go away. An old man walking past the gate stopped to observe that a love quadrangle is deep water and a young man should not go in. Xu Guang told him to roll. 2 nights later, I sat behind one-way glass in a club owned by people who owed Zhao Yun favors and watched a young man in a white shirt pour a bottle of wine slowly over another man's head while 4 people filmed it. Zhou Shuye, said Wu Jing. The file was short and educational. When Zhou Shuye was 15, a family in his building complained about the noise. His father had the Black Dragon Society break every leg in that household. When a teacher struck his hand with a ruler, the teacher was found in a lake. Young master, Wu Jing said carefully. Why provoke a madman? I watched the boy laughing on the other side of the glass. The show, I said, is about to begin. But first, there was a tin box. Zhou Mingxia had gone quiet. Xu Guang was still turning up outside places she worked, and he had transferred her a large sum of money, and she was treating this like a criminal charge. Is he trying to confiscate my savings? So I went to the new orphanage and dug through a cupboard and came back with a biscuit tin gone black at the corners. The children used to write wishes and put them in it. The director had kept everyone. I sat on the sofa and read them out. Earn enough money so grandma director doesn't have to worry. Try ice cream. The real kind, not the ice lolly kind. Find a very, very good boy and go to the amusement park with him. She came across that sofa like something fired from a tube. Those don't count. She was scarlet. I was 9. Give it back. They don't count. I held the tin over my head, which at 200 physique is not a fair contest. Even a 9-year-old's wishes, I said. I want to be the one who pays them out. I want to eat ice cream with you. I want to go to the amusement park with you. I want to watch the sunrise with you. I looked down at her, hanging off my arm with both hands. Would you like that? She stopped pulling. We went on the Saturday. We had ice cream, and a group of girls behind us in the queue spent 4 minutes discussing whether the girl in front had anything up top, and Zhou Mingxia moved half a step away from me and folded her arms across herself, so I turned her around by the shoulders. It's very pretty, I said. I like it. She went the color of the ice cream she wasn't eating. You're right, though, I added thoughtfully. I do like big ones. I watched her heart go through the floor of that amusement park. But, I said, my favorite is still the small one. Why? Because I can hold it from childhood all the way to adulthood. She hit me with the ice cream. At the top of the Ferris wheel, I could see the whole city, and about a fifth of it was blue and red and moving. Has it started already? I said. Lin Guozheng had thrown his butler out of the room, put half the city's police and 80% of the Black Dragon Society on the street, and was standing in his study saying out loud to nobody that somebody had dared to touch his son and he would take the skin off them personally. His first accusation was his eldest daughter. Lin Mengyao stood in that study and said, "Don't assume everyone in the world is as rotten as you are. If Zhou Shuye is in trouble, I hope you find him. And I won't take 1 yuan of Zhou family money as long as I live." Then she went upstairs, got her sister, and said, "This isn't our home anymore." Zhou Mingxia came to my room that night by herself. She'd found something in the small cabinet, she said, and she stood in the doorway holding the edge of the door and asked, without looking up, whether I liked it. Ding! The host has won over the female lead, Zhou Mingxia, plus 50,000 Destiny villain points. Afterwards, she pretended to be asleep for about an hour and smiled into my pillow the entire time. The sisters moved into a house that Lin Mengyao paid for herself, and Lin Xiaotong stopped eating. Not dramatically. She just wasn't hungry. For 4 days, which for that girl is the equivalent of a coma. So I put on an apron, spent 20 points on a temporary advanced cooking skill, and did 4 dishes and a soup in half an hour. "You won't even eat food I cooked?" I said, putting the last plate down. She ate. Then I sat opposite her and asked 3 questions in a row. Do you think your sister's life is too comfortable at the moment? Do you think she isn't carrying enough? Have you decided that the best way to help is to give her one more thing to be frightened about? Lin Xiaotong put her chopsticks down and went and apologized to her sister in the kitchen, and I heard both of them crying, and then I heard both of them laughing, which is how that particular repair always sounds. "A house that belongs only to the 2 of us," Lin Mengyao said later at the door. "It's a home that belongs to the 3 of us," said Lin Xiaotong from the sofa. "My brother's in it as well." The mask took a week, and I want to be accurate about the equipment, because I used it for the rest of the year, and it is the most useful thing I ever bought. A face, a real one, thin as wet paper. Camouflage, which does not paint on an appearance so much as rebuild the man underneath, shoulders, height, forearm, jaw, and an intermediate voice imitation skill, which everybody forgets, and which is the part that actually sells it. 2 rules, never broken. I wear his face only in front of Zhou Shuye and men who have never met him. Never in front of Xu Guang himself, and never in front of any woman who knows him. There were 3 of them in that warehouse office with a card game and a bottle, and Zhou Shuye did the most helpful thing anybody has ever done for me, which was to look up when I came in and say my name for me, at volume, in front of all 3. Xu Guang, what the hell do you think you're doing? Afterwards, I put one man's fingerprints where they needed to be and failed, with great care, to notice that Scorpion was in the toilet at the end of the corridor with the door open 2 inches. Liu got out of that building alive, and he got out with a complete and unshakable understanding of what he had seen, that Xu Guang was using them as shields, that Xu Guang had killed Lin Guozheng's only son, and that all of it was to reach the Zhou estate through the 2 daughters. Liu had worked it out entirely by himself. Nobody told him a thing. Xu Guang came to the Zhou house the next morning, looking gray. Liu'd been sick all night, he said. Couldn't keep anything down. That's what a luck value collapse feels like from the inside, apparently. The kidnappers are almost certainly after money, he was saying to Lin Guozheng. They wouldn't dare harm young Master Zhou. It would destroy their own leverage. And the phone on the desk rang. Lin Guozheng listened for 6 seconds. The handset came away from his ear and hit the floor. Who? He said. Who killed my son? Around this time, Chen Hua acquired an ally, and the ally had a plan, and the plan was the funniest thing that happened to me all spring. Xu Qingyao, eldest daughter of the Liu family of Yanjing, Chen Hua's best friend since they were 7, 2 years of taekwondo, and a self-appointed job title she used without irony, scumbag identification machine. Her theory was simple. Any man who would look twice at a stranger will look twice at a stranger. So she arranged to be a stranger in a thin dress, sitting down in a puddle outside my gate in the rain at 7 in the evening, crying, while Chen Hua watched the whole thing live on the exterior cameras. I came out with an umbrella. Then I went back and got a second umbrella and gave it to Wu Jing, and the 2 of us stood over her at a distance of 2 meters like a pair of surveyors. Is she heartbroken? I asked him. Or is she pregnant and can't afford the procedure? Her shoulders stopped shaking for a moment. Under the soaked hem of the dress, tucked into the waistband, there was a fruit knife. In this weather, you came out without an umbrella, but with a knife. She switched tactics instantly, which I respected, and looked up through the rain and said in a small voice that she was young and had only just started school, and could I take her somewhere warm? That's lucky. I have a friend who's very interested in students like you. And I called the police. The officer who came was a square-faced captain with the patience of geology, who listened to her, looked at the knife, looked at the villa, and then made Xu Qingyao stand under the porch light and read the civil code aloud off his phone in the rain and come back in 3 days to recite the relevant sections from memory. She lunged at me at one point, taekwondo and all, and I stepped aside, and she went past me and slipped and went into the puddle a second time. I did not push her. There were witnesses. There was also a camera, which Chen Hua was watching from a sofa. Lunch the next day was a review. I've read your report. The opening was unremarkable, weather-dependent, weak staging, but the ending felt rushed. Did you run out of budget? Xu Qingyao tried to poison me with black garlic, ate one of the cloves herself in the confusion, had to leave the table, and afterwards fired the restaurant's chef in a voice audible from the car park. Then she started refilling Chen Hua's glass, on the theory that a drunk friend would say something useful, and I helped, on the grounds that if you can't drink, you should drink more. Chen Hua went soft at the edges and put her head down on her forearms, and Xu Qingyao got her phone out to record whatever came next. And Chen Hua, face hidden, mouthed one silent word at her best friend, idiot. I stood up and put my jacket on. This opportunity, I told Xu Qingyao, is gone, permanently. You had it and you spent it on a puddle. Behind me, Chen Hua lifted her head, entirely sober, and said, if you still consider me your best friend, you'll stay out of Li Kai's business from now on. That week, Wu Jing hired 100 men, mostly retired special forces, and gave a recruitment speech I listened to from the back of the room and have never stopped being proud of. Financial freedom, he told them, is not having a lot of money. It is having so much money that you never have to do a single thing you don't want to do. It is the right to say no. Then he got personal. Base salary under 30,000. Bonuses bringing it to $1 million or $2 million. A boss who has bought the entire 5th floor of the Fingertip Lotus for a month and makes them go there to relax, at ruinous cost to their health. And worst of all, he said, rubbing his eyes, the thing that keeps him awake is being handed $2 million and told to divide it among 40 men. A phone rang in the 3rd row. A man called Old Zhao answered it, listened, went pale, and resigned on the spot because his current employer wanted him to come in on his day off. Then he made a small sound that I can only render as a squeak. Within 4 seconds, the entire conference room was squeaking. I tested them that evening with gloves dusted on the inside with black powder and a minute of darkness in a room containing an open case of cash. 13 men had black palms. Wu Jing's hands were spotless. Wu Jing's teeth were black. Knowing it was a test and offending anyway doubles the crime. 20,000 off next month. In the car, he was quiet for a while. It's theater, I said. Every one of them will remember that the boss can see in the dark, and none of them will ever try it again, and I keep 13 good men. Also, every man you brought me together isn't worth as much to me as you are, so stop worrying about the 20,000. Liu drove into a curb. There was a night around then, elbow deep in a sink next to Zhou Mingxia, when I told her the one about the sun. The moon goes round the earth and everybody can see it, and the moon is very proud of this, and the earth goes round the sun and never once mentions it, and if you ask the earth why, the earth would say, I love the sun, that's all, that's the whole reason. Zhou Mingxia stood there with a plate in her hands. What's the sun's name? I said. One word. She put the plate down and left the kitchen very fast. Then Lin Mengyao needed 500 million. She had gone to her father first, and he had said no in a way that involved her mother's name, and she had walked out of that house for the second time in a month. I called the contact saved as Mum. It's me. I'm sending 500 million. Pause. No, sending, not asking. There's a difference, and you'll see it on the statement. It landed in 10 minutes because my aunt is a vice president at a commercial bank, and my mother has never in her life waited for anything. Lin Mengyao watched the notification arrive on her own phone and put a hand over her mouth, and later admitted the thought she had in that moment, which is the single most damaging thing anybody said about Lin Guozheng in the whole affair. Compared to my father, she thought, this man feels more like a father. Then Zhao Yun called. The bounty on Scorpion had gone to 1 billion, and she was offering 90-10. It isn't that 10% is too little, it's that the ratio is ugly. I took 500 million, so the money Lin Guozheng refused his own daughter came out of Lin Guozheng's own pocket, by way of a bounty he had personally funded, and went to his daughter. I did not point this out to her. Some pleasures you keep. The Queen Bar was where the evening went sideways. I was there to meet Zhao Yun's parents, which is a sentence I still find funny. I ordered a bottle of children's milk drink at the bar to see whether the bartender would react, and he didn't, and I was genuinely disappointed. Such a good opportunity, wasted. Then Zhao Long came in. They call him Big Head. Liu runs the Tiger Gate, and he is one of the 36 recognized names of the gambling world, which is a list of 111 people on the entire planet, and he had come for Xu Qingyao because the old master of the Liu family had left behind something everyone in that world calls the treasure trove, and Zhao Long wanted the key to it. Xu Qingyao, cornered against the bar, looked at me across the room. Save me, she said. Call me Daddy, I said, and Daddy will save you. Great-grandfather, that's not the word. There were about 11 men coming through the door behind Zhao Long at that point. Daddy, said Xu Qingyao. Daddy, Daddy, hurry. Zhao Long was very civilized about it. Liu proposed a wager, any game I liked. Cards, dice, anything with a rule set. If he won, he took the girl and the location of the trove. Any game? Any game. All right, I said. Guess this. In 1 minute, will you be alive or dead? Liu laughed. Everyone laughed. Liu said, alive, obviously, and I shot him. In the silence afterwards, I turned to the man on his left and asked pleasantly who had fired that shot. The man hesitated. I want to be clear that the hesitation was the entire test, and that everyone in that room worked it out at approximately the same moment, and that the third man got the answer out in under a second. You did, said Zhao Ping, Zhao Yun's father, from a booth at the back, sweating through a very expensive shirt. It was you. Correct. The paperwork side of it was clean, and it's worth explaining, because it is the reason I could do things in that city that nobody else could do. The licenses were real. The classification was real. When a special operations unit puts down a handful of milk powder distributors in a bar, there is a form for that, and the form was already half filled in before I arrived. Later, in his own car, Zhao Ping said to his driver, that boy's last shot was pointed at my head. I think he actually wanted to kill me. Liu had gone to that bar intending to give his daughter's boyfriend a serious talking to. Liu came out of it having proposed they become sworn brothers. Scorpion was picked up 2 days later, and he sang before anyone asked him anything. Liu hadn't killed Zhou Shuye. Zhou Shuye had said the name himself, out loud, at the end. Xu Guang. And once Scorpion had supplied the name, he supplied the motive for free, because he'd had 4 days in a cellar to think about it. Xu Guang wanted the Zhou daughters, and through them, the estate. Lin Guozheng believed about 80% of it, which for a man in his condition was everything. Bury my son, he said. Then get me the killer ranking, the black market list. 1 assassin isn't enough. Bring 10. If 10 isn't enough, bring 100. Zhao Yun came to me that night looking for the first time tired. Xu Guang caused trouble at the Queen Bar once before, she said. Liu put down almost 30 of my people by himself, and now old Zhou has hired the list. I took her hands. I'll be behind you, I said with tremendous emotion. Every ounce of strength I have is yours. It happened on Mangdang Mountain, on a hunting road, at night. Lin Guozheng had promised his bodyguards 100 million for Xu Guang's head, which tells you how far past reason he was. Xu Guang killed about 20 of them in 5 minutes. Then the Black Dragon Society wave came up the hill, and he went through that as well. They used gas on him, and it barely slowed him down. I sat on the ridge opposite with a thermal scope and watched. This Xu Guang is really something, I said. Liu's killed 50 men, and he's got a cut on his arm. That is what a protagonist is. It isn't skill. Skill has a ceiling. It's that the world will not allow him to fall, and every gun that points at him develops a mechanical fault, and every knife finds the 1 inch of him that doesn't matter. So I hadn't bothered pointing guns at him. The killer ranking arrived third. Tanaka Hiroshi came up the road with a walking stick. Little Timmy came with a sword longer than he was. And behind them, moving in a way that made the other two look like traffic, came the number 3 on that list, a woman who worked under the name Scarlet Shadow. Xu Guang threw a knife at Lin Guozheng through the middle of all of it, and Scarlet Shadow knocked it out of the air, and it still went into the old man's shoulder and took most of what was left of him. "Old dog," Xu Guang said on his way past. "That's the interest." Then he went over the cliff, deliberately, backwards, off a 100-meter drop into the dark, because a man like that has been in worse, and he knows the arithmetic of falls, and there were dead trees down that face to break it, and he was right about all of it. Liu hit, and he rolled, and he lay in the gully at the bottom, with 3 ribs gone, and something in him broke through into a level of his cultivation technique he'd been stuck under for 2 years. Liu got his hand on a rock and started to push himself up, and he said out loud to nobody, "You let me live tonight. Your end is right around the corner." And a burst of automatic fire took both his legs off at the knee. Wu Jing had been at the bottom of that cliff for 6 hours with 10 men. Every cave in that gully was wired. The lake at the end of it was wired. We hadn't tried to beat him on the mountain, because you can't. We just made sure the only survivable direction had a room at the end of it. I came down the slope and made a great show of being appalled. "Who told you to fire? Who gave that order? What you have just done is an insult to a man of his stature." Then I put my hand on old Zhao's shoulder and said quietly, "There's something I'm not sure I should say, but it comes down to 1 sentence. Well done." Xu Guang was still alive. That's the thing about protagonists. Liu was on his elbows in the mud with nothing below the knees, and he was still coming towards me, 1 forearm at a time, and his eyes were completely clear. I crouched down in front of him so he wouldn't have to look up. I would like to tell you that I said something. I had about 9 lines prepared. I'd been building some of them for weeks. I didn't use any of them. I reached out and broke his neck with 1 hand because I had 200 physique and he had 30 seconds, and because every single line I had prepared was a chance for something to go wrong. The flamethrower took 11 minutes. We scattered what was left off the ridge into a wind coming out of the east. Ding. Son of Destiny Xu Guang has been eliminated. Advanced Firearms Mastery, Intermediate Medical Skills, Intermediate Danger Perception, the True Dragon Secret, which unpacked into something called the 9 Revolutions Heavenly Dragon Art, and 50 points of physique in a single line. Physique 250, 1,216,700 points. I stood on that ridge in the smoke and did something I'd been saving. I spent 200,000 on the next section of the plot. The story does not end when the protagonist dies. That is the amateur's mistake. A world like this one generates them. It has to. There is a slot, and the slot gets filled. His name was Zhou Ming. Divine healer, descended from a mountain, considerably weaker than Xu Guang, and considerably better at being liked. Liu was already in the city, and his first assignment, the thing that would put him on the board, was protecting a young woman at Tianhai University named Xu Jing. 2 of the killer ranking were still on that hillside in the bushes. My danger perception picked them both up at 40 meters, and the advanced firearms mastery did the rest. The third I found with the scope and did not shoot. I put a burst about 18 inches over her head, close enough to move her hair, and then let her run. "I'll trample your pride under my foot," I said to the empty slope, "and if that isn't enough, I'll spit on it, because a killer who fails and escapes goes home. A killer who is humiliated and released comes back." I had a specific reason for wanting her to come back, and it wasn't the one people assumed. I couldn't find Zhao Yun for 11 minutes afterwards, and I would like to record that during those 11 minutes I was not calm. I found her at the staging point, filthy, organizing the wounded, telling a man with a shattered forearm to stop apologizing. She was saying, "As for the dead, the Black Dragon Society will not neglect a single family, not one." I shouted at her. I don't remember most of it. Something about staying where I put her. She stood there and let me finish, and then looked at me with an expression I hadn't seen on her before, because she had never seen me untidy. Then I went home and spent money. 200,000 upgraded the 9 Revolutions Heavenly Dragon Art to its 2nd revolution. The multiplier went to 2.25, which meant that when I ran it, my physique spiked to 562. The rest went into the lottery, 1,000 a pull, and it was mostly rubbish, and twice it wasn't. A marrow cleansing pill and advanced medical skills. Physique 320, 316,700 in the bank. I gave Zhou Mingxia the marrow cleansing pill and told her it was a little pill that made you reveal your true intentions. She spent the evening sweating black and then 2 hours in the shower, and I had the house to myself, and I used it to put a steel hook in my bedroom ceiling. She came on the Thursday. 3 strikes through the duvet, hard enough to go through the mattress, and underneath the duvet was a silicone mannequin I had bought for 1100 yuan from a shop that sells them for crash testing. That's ruthless, I said from the corner. I took one piece of prey off you, and you want me dead? Anyone who takes my prey, said Scarlet Shadow, deserves to die. She had under 100 physique. I had 320. It took 4 seconds. I tied her wrists with red cord and hung her off the ceiling hook, which is a thing I had put there specifically and which she noticed and which visibly bothered her more than the loss. Then I took her mask off. She was young and she had peach blossom eyes, and she had the particular flatness in her face of someone who has been touched only in ways she didn't consent to since she was a child. Kill me, she said. No, I said. You'll wake me up. And I went to bed. That is the entire thing. That is what happened. I left the light off, and I went to sleep 4 feet from the number 3 assassin in the world, and I want you to understand what that did to her because I didn't understand it myself for another 2 weeks. Scarlet Shadow had not slept properly since she was 11 years old. You cannot in that profession. There is always a door. There is always a window. There is always the possibility that the last job followed you home. Her entire nervous system had been running a background process for 14 years, and it had never once been permitted to stop. And hanging from a hook in a locked room, disarmed, immobilized, with nothing whatsoever that she could do about anything, that process had no work to do. She slept for 9 hours. She came back on the Sunday. You're early, I said. Shut up. The second time took 3 seconds. The third time she announced she'd only use one hand, and I put her down with a leg sweep and hung her up and went to bed again. By the second week, I could tell what day it was by which room she came in through. And then one evening, I had a dinner I couldn't move. And she arrived at 11 and found the house dark, and she stood on the lawn for a while and then left. Ding. Zhou Ming, luck value decreased by 500, plus 10,000 destiny villain points. I read it twice. That was a 20 times return. Xu Guang had paid 10. Zhou Ming was paying 20, which meant this new one had luck stacked so high that pulling one thread off him was worth double. It also meant something else, and I said it out loud in an empty room like an idiot. Zhou Ming is definitely a sheep that's been away from home for several years. More importantly, she had gone home disappointed instead of angry. She had come to kill me and left sulking because I wasn't in. Whatever thread had connected her to the incoming Son of Destiny had just been cut, and it hadn't been cut by me. It had been cut by a locked door. The prize for that was something called a Peach Blossom Charm. Random encounter with a Daughter of Destiny, plus a bump to how she feels about you. It went off twice in one night. The first time was a scream out of an alley near the West Campus. 4 young men and a woman in a red coat and glasses with red frames who had backed herself into a doorway with her handbag held in front of her like a shield. I put all 4 on the ground and she straightened her glasses and said, when I realized they were following me, I called the police and then pretended to be on the phone to a friend so I could say the street name out loud. That is Lin Yi, Professor Lin of Literature at Tianhai University. She had done the correct thing, in the correct order, while terrified, and then apologized for the inconvenience. The police arrived 9 minutes later, and the officer who got out of the car was Bai Shui, 2 Daughters of Destiny in one night. The charm had gone critical. Bai Shui took me into a room with a lamp in it. Were you on Mangdang Mountain last week? She said. Was there something on Mangdang Mountain? I know your background. I know Shubo is one of yours. I know exactly what you are, and I want you to understand that it doesn't work on me. She had a reason. She'd lost her family as a child, the case was never closed, and she had built an entire adult human being on top of the idea that the law eventually gets there. The door opened and Lin Yi came in like a small weather system. Do you have evidence of Mr. Li Kai's involvement in anything? Professor Lin, do you have evidence? No? Then on what authority are you questioning him? She adjusted her glasses. And I would like you to apologize for your rudeness. There was a long pause. Sorry, said Bai Shui. Lin Yi took me for noodles by way of thanks, and on the way she mentioned, with some amusement, that she would be one of my lecturers next term, and that if I skipped her seminars she would find it professionally awkward. The noodle shop was on a food street, 1 shop front wide, 6 tables, run by a couple who had run it for 22 years. Their daughter was in an electric wheelchair by the counter, taking orders. Xu Xinran, 19. She had never walked, not once, not for a day. No diagnosis had ever stuck. Every scan came back normal. Every specialist shrugged. And by the time she was 15, her parents had stopped taking her. I looked at her legs for about 4 seconds. Why is there no atrophy? I said. Lin Yi looked at me. 20 years in a chair, no muscle wasting at all, and they're growing perfectly proportioned. That isn't damage. Damage looks like something. I crouched by the chair. Can I try something? It'll hurt. I had intermediate medical skills at that point and a set of needles in the car, and I put 9 of them into her right leg, and her knee jerked. Behind me, her mother dropped 2 bowls of noodles. I worked on her for half an hour, and near the end of it, Xu Xinran made a sound, a small one, and pressed her hand over her mouth, and then said, in complete confusion, "It hurts. 20 years. First time." Her father sat down on the floor of his own shop. I stood up, packed the needles, said I'd come again, and then, very deliberately, did not say when. That is the essential skill of the classic scumbag. You never give the date. There was no reason to do the whole leg in an afternoon. If I fixed her in one sitting, she'd be grateful, and grateful is nothing. Grateful lasts a fortnight. And there was another reason, which was that Zhou Ming was a divine healer, and a girl who had never walked was exactly the kind of miracle his story needed. I intended to be standing on it. I met him 4 days later over a dying man. I was at lunch upstairs when a woman started screaming downstairs that her husband had been poisoned, and a young man in cheap clothes came forward through the crowd with his sleeves already rolled, and I got there first. "Excuse me," I announced loudly to everyone. "I am a descendant of the legendary physicians of Yanjing." I took the man's pulse. I also, while taking his pulse, put 3 needles into places nobody was looking at. "Contact the funeral home," I said, standing up. "Just take him and cremate him." The crowd made a noise. And Zhou Ming came in over the top of me, put his own needles into the man's scalp, and brought him round in 90 seconds to actual applause. Somebody filmed it. Liu was very gracious about it. Liu got about 40 meters down the street before the man coughed blood across the pavement and went down. The paramedic said to the whole street, "Who has been putting needles into this patient's skull? This is extremely serious. This man's life is in danger." I turned to the nearest police officer. "Officer Xiao, I'd like to report this individual practicing medicine without a license." Ding, plus 10,000. Bai Jui arrived and obviously came for me as well, and Chen Hua, who had been at lunch with me and had watched the whole thing with growing horror, stepped between us and said, "Let's see who dares." I produced an electronic medical license on my phone. Bai Shui looked at it for a long time. "Do you actually know medicine?" "No." "Then where did this license come from?" "I bought it," I said. "With money." Zhou Ming tripped over a curb. "So I am told, did Bai Shui." That night, I tied Scarlet Shadow to the hook at 11 and called Bai Shui at 11:15. I had learned the connection that afternoon, and it had reorganized my entire plan. They were sisters, not by blood. Bai Shui's family had been killed when she was small, and Scarlet Shadow had been in that house too, and for 10 years each of them had believed the other one dead. They had found each other again a month ago. A month. I pinched the woman on the hook, and she made a noise, and Bai Shui heard it down the phone. She arrived 10 minutes early, and alone. She came through the bedroom door with a Nepalese kukri, and I took it off her and put her on the floor and stood on her wrist. "You've wanted to bring me to justice since the day we met," I said. "So let's do it. I'll turn myself in. Think how it'll look. Escorted out of my own house alongside a beautiful assassin. They'll put it on the evening news." She lay on my floor for about 15 seconds. Then she said, "I was wrong. Take whatever revenge you want on me." And then when I didn't answer, "Let her go. I'll stay." I have thought about that night more than I like to. Not because of anything I did, because of the sound her voice made. There was a person in that room whose entire structure was built on the belief that the law arrives eventually, and I watched it come apart like a dropped glass. What followed was the strangest negotiation of my life, because both of them wanted to be the one who stayed. Bai Shui said she would stay. Scarlet Shadow, still hanging from the ceiling, said her sister was to be left alone, that she had killed too many people to be worth anything, and that she would stay. I stood in the middle of my own bedroom and thought, is this treatment addictive? Fine. Wash my feet, do it properly, and I might be in a good enough mood to let her go. Bai Jui came back with a basin, and I put a foot in it and pulled it straight back out and kicked the whole thing over. "Cold water? Who washes feet in cold water?" She said nothing. She fetched a mop, cleaned the floor, filled the basin again, tested it on the inside of her wrist, and knelt down. "Ask," I said. "How do you know the things you know? Everything you know, I know. Everything you don't know, I also know." I leaned back. "For example, in the case where your family was killed, one body was never recovered." Her hand stopped in the water. That missing body was her aunt. It was also, though she did not know I knew it, the woman who raised the assassin hanging from my ceiling. "Price, finish, and dry them." She did, and I told her. After the tragedy, in that village, a generous stranger donated several wells. "Look at the wells." I watched her face. A man who has done no evil doesn't fear a knock at midnight. Somebody paid for those wells because he was afraid of what would come up out of the ground. Lin Yi texted me the next morning on behalf of the noodle shop because the family didn't have my number. Could you come and do the massage again tomorrow? I said I might. I said I'd only been on that street once and didn't really know the way. I said my afternoon was awkward. I dragged it out until she gave up on hinting and asked me straight, which was the entire point of the exercise, and then I said yes immediately. I'll buy you noodles, she wrote. She did better than that. She cooked them herself in the family's kitchen, wearing an apron over a very expensive skirt, on the grounds that she might be late for something, but she never forgets it. An hour of needles and manipulation. By the end, Xu Xinran's dress was soaked through and stuck to her back, and she was breathing like she'd run somewhere. "Brother Li," she said, "you used such a thick needle. I was frightened at first, and then it felt really good." I have chosen to believe she meant that innocently. Then she pinched her own thigh, hard, with her thumb and forefinger, and her face did something I have never been able to describe properly. It was like watching someone in a dark room they'd stopped trying to leave, and outside somebody opens a door and a bar of light lands across their face. "I felt that," she said. "I gave it 4 seconds and then dropped the second thing. Also, I've transferred into your class." "What?" "Same course, same year, starting Monday." Wu Jing had arranged the whole thing in a day and a half. I had spent that morning pretending to be astonished by my own timetable. Xu Xinran looked at Lin Yi. Xu Xinran looked at me. "Professor Lin," she said. "Brother Li. Are you two together?" Lin Yi dropped a chopstick, and then she stopped moving entirely. It came on in about 10 seconds. She went white, then gray, and folded forward over her own arms with her teeth locked. Her family calls it a cold constitution. She's had it from birth. It arrives without warning. It lasts anywhere from 20 minutes to a day, and every machine in every hospital in this province has looked at her and reported that she is in perfect health. I got her pulse, and it was like holding a wire in a freezer. I put her on the bed next to Xu Xinran and worked for an hour and a half. I'd like to say I made it look hard. I didn't have to. At the end of it, my shirt was through and my hands were shaking, and that was not theater. Burning cold like that out of a body cost the person doing it, and nobody had told me that in advance. Lin Yi fell asleep during an attack for the first time in her adult life, and afterwards she said the strangest part was that she could feel 2 currents inside her, one cold and one warm, and the warm one was winning. I could have asked her to undress for it. Half the acupoints I wanted were under fabric, and I worked around every one of them, and it took 20 minutes longer. Ask me why, and I'll tell you honestly, because Zhou Ming was coming, and because the cleaner I was tonight, the louder the contrast would be later, which is also why, while packing up my needles, I warned her about frauds. "There's a particular kind of quack," I said. "Liu'll tell you your constitution is yin cold. Liu'll be right, so you'll trust him, and then he'll explain that he happens to possess a pure yang body, and that the only real cure is to combine the two." Lin Yi laughed out loud. Then she saw my face. "You're serious? I've met the type." "Well." She straightened her glasses. "One still has to look at the world with a kind heart. Otherwise, all you'll ever see is dirt." I destroyed a Son of Destiny's entire opening move in 1 sentence, in a rented flat, over a bowl of noodles, and she thought I was being sweet. In the car, Wu Jing reported that he had broken up with manager Xu. "When I was the lover," he explained, "the arrangement favored me. If I became the boyfriend, I would be the one being tormented." Liu had moved on to a live streamer, to whom he sent virtual aeroplanes. "And I applied the young master's teachings," he added. "Which teachings?" I brought her a drink, and I told her honestly what was in it. Liu beamed at the mirror, and on the tray next to the drink, there was 20,000 in cash. I sat back. "Wu Jing," I said, "you are a natural." Bai Shui came back 3 nights later, on foot, dropped off by a colleague at the corner, so no vehicle would be seen at my gate. They had found the body. Third well, dry since the 80s. "How did you know?" "I'm an information dealer," I said. "Name a reasonable price and you can have anything." Then, before she'd finished her next breath, "But you can't pay tonight. Your sister's coming up the drive." Bai Shui tried to get under the bed. She got about halfway. "That won't work," I said, considering the geometry. "Your backside's too big. Get in the wardrobe." Scarlet Shadow came in through the balcony with the knife already out. "You hurt my sister," she said. "Tonight, one of us dies." I swept her legs and had her on the hook in under 2 seconds, and the instant her feet left the floor, the entire murderous intent went out of her like air out of a tire. She didn't struggle. She didn't swear. She just hung there and went quiet, which is the most disturbing thing about that whole period. I put a cloth in her mouth. "Don't give up so easily," I told her. "Have some backbone." And from downstairs, "Young master, I'm home." Zhou Mingxia. 2 days early. I looked at the armored window. I actually tried it. Scarlet Shadow made a noise through the cloth that I am confident was the word "don't." Then I tried to put her under the bed, and she got stuck at exactly the same point her sister had, which I noted at the time and which I mention now purely as an observation about maternal genetics. So I opened the wardrobe and threw her in with Bai Shui. Last time the two of them had ended up in the same room, they'd been staring straight at each other. This time they both faced the wall. Zhou Mingxia came up the stairs, hung off my neck, kissed my cheek, and apologized at high speed for being late. There'd been lessons at the orphanage, and then an outing, and the old director's blood pressure was bad again, so the cleaning had all fallen on her. What if I told you, I said, that you weren't allowed to go there anymore? Her whole face fell in. I'm joking, I said immediately. Go, stay busy. I'm not a good person, but standing next to that one is like having your soul rinsed. It doesn't make you better, it just feels nice. She went for a shower. I opened the wardrobe. Bai Jue had adjusted her sister into a more comfortable position and had not untied a single knot on the reasonable grounds that not many people still know that trade. How did you even get in here? Bai Jue hissed. I told you yesterday, no dealings with him. I handed over a phone with a file on it. The file was a Word document. It was 38 megabytes. It contained the construction records for the 9 wells, the contractor, the payment chain, and, for reasons I have never established, a chart. We all stood in a bedroom in silence and watched the loading circle. The word is big, I said. Be patient with it. When it opened, Bai Shui read for 90 seconds and put her hand flat on the wardrobe door because it was clean. Every payment routed through a shell. Every shell dissolved, and the trail stopped 4 steps short of a human being. This is nothing, I said. This is the free sample. The rest costs. And I looked, deliberately, at her mouth. Ding. Plus 500. She took her sister out of my house at 2 in the morning, and she did not tell her whose body was at the bottom of that well, because it was her mother, and because Bai Shui had spent 1 month with a sister she'd thought was dead and was not willing to lose her to a revenge she couldn't survive. University started, and university handed me a spy. His name is Xu Ming, and in the original text, Zhou Ming picks him up off the paving outside the West Building on the day his girlfriend leaves him in public and gains a loyal dog for 300 chapters. I got there first, and I did it by taking him to a private club to see her, where it turned out she was on the staff and where she counted 100,000 of my money off a table without a flicker of embarrassment and then told him not to tell anybody about it because even then, in her head, he was still beneath her. Xu Ming came out of that building 2 hours later and told me that whatever I asked him to do, he would do. Ding. Zhou Ming, luck value decreased by 500, plus 10,000. Easy, I said. There's a transfer student coming into your year. Make friends with him. Tell me where he goes. On the way down the corridor, I saw a woman by the service lift who was not staff and who did not look at me and who was Scarlet Shadow in daylight for the first time. The bait was taken. She caught me by the window at the end of the ladies' floor. Give my sister the leads she needs, she said, and then leave her alone. You're either underestimating my information, I said, or overestimating yourself. The price I named was different. It was a list. Another Word document, 41 megabytes, and it contained about 30 names, and every one of them was a minor character whose crisis Zhou Ming was scheduled to solve. A woman with an inoperable tumor, a boy with a rare blood disorder, an old man of the Lin family with a heart condition. You don't kill them, I said. You slip them something. Not enough to matter. Just enough that when the divine healer arrives, the patient gets worse. Because a son of destiny who fails to save someone loses more luck than one who is simply never given the chance. Denial pays. Public failure pays double. Scarlet Shadow read the list without blinking. Kill them all? Absolutely not. Read the instructions. Then, because the mood needed breaking, I gave her the thing I had pulled out of the lottery that morning. It was a cup. The system called it a planet cup and had provided no documentation. Practice on that, I said. The flavor's not bad. Don't use a spoon. Ding. Plus 500. Zhou Ming announced himself within a week, and he did it exactly the way that type does. 7 or 8 boys with dyed hair stopped him and Xu Ming outside the sports hall with a message. Stay away from Xu Jing. Liu put all of them down. 2 fractures, 3 dislocations, no hesitation. Xu Ming texted me from behind a bush. He took down 7 or 8 by himself. Some of them have broken bones. Location, I sent back. The boys had been sent by Li Hao, childhood friend of Xu Jing and son of a major Zhao Group shareholder, and what arrived at the sports hall was not, as everybody was expecting, more muscle. It was a police car, with Bai Jue in it. It wasn't the 2 of us, Zhou Ming said cheerfully, hands out for the cuffs. It was just me. Xu Ming rode in a police car for the first time in his life and spent the entire journey screaming internally at me, the rich young master who took me to a luxury club to meet my own girlfriend. Why did you call the police? At the station, Zhou Ming spent his interview flirting with Bai Shui. Liu actually reached across the desk towards her face and got his hand slapped down. "Let's bet," he said. "If they hold me, you can do whatever you want with me. If they let me go, you do one thing I ask." She said no. She had learned recently and expensively not to take that bet. The deputy chief came in 3 minutes later. Chairman Shu had called personally. It was self-defense. Release him. And then the door opened again, and the head of the municipal bureau walked in plain clothes, on a surprise inspection, and reversed it. "By the book," he said. "Whoever should be held is held. Whoever should pay, pays." Then he looked around the room and complimented Bai Shui on her handling of the case, in front of everybody. One night in a cell became several. Xu Ming. "This Zhou Ming has terrible luck." I did not reply, because I was in a car, and because the person who had telephoned the head of the municipal bureau that afternoon was me. You do not need to know a man personally. You only need to know somebody who does. I want to put one small thing in here, because leaving it out would be dishonest. That same evening, I was doing Xu Xinran's legs in the flat above the shop, and my hand ended up somewhere it had no business being. I apologized immediately. I said I'd been thinking about something else and had taken advantage of the position, which was, and I want to be precise, entirely true in both directions. Xu Xinran went the color of a stoplight and said it was fine, and then sat there for about a minute having a thought that she then strangled with her bare hands, and the thought was, what if he likes touching them though? Should I let him? Lin Yi caught me on the stairs on Monday. "You missed the morning seminar. That transfer student, Zhou Ming, has already settled in, and you turn up at night like a burglar." Then she stopped. "There's something else." "Go on." Xu Gong confessed to Xu Xinran again today, in front of the whole cafeteria. That's the second time. Xu Gong is one of what this city calls the Four Young Masters of Tianhai, which is a title invented by the four of them. There was a girl 2 years ago whose parents both worked at a factory his family owned, and he made the arithmetic very clear to her, and there were consequences, and every one of those consequences was smoothed over by his father's accountants. "Who takes Xu Xinran home?" I said. "Her mother, usually. Not today." She was silent for the first 4 minutes of the drive, and then she turned into a different animal entirely. Xu Xinran, off her own street, is a talker. She had opinions about 3 of her lecturers and a theory about a cat. Then we turned the corner onto the food street, and she stopped mid-sentence. There was a crowd. There were tables in the road. 6 men were taking the noodle shop apart, not looting it, taking it apart, methodically, with the specific unhurried thoroughness of men being paid by the hour, shouting the whole time about how their friend had got sick from the food. Xu Bao was on the pavement where they'd shoved him. Chen Rong was on the phone to the police, and one of them hit her across the face for it, and she went down against the door frame, and he drew his foot back. I caught it about 8 inches from her head and put him through what was left of the counter. Then Xu Xinran's father tried to stand up, and her mother started crying, and the crowd started shouting, and I said the thing that stopped everybody in that street, including me. "Uncle Liu, Auntie Liu. Don't cry and don't call the police." I picked up a chair and set it upright. "Let them smash it." Nobody moved. "What are you all looking at me for?" I said to the 6 men. "Smash. Go on. Keep smashing." They didn't. They couldn't. There is nothing on earth more paralyzing to a hired thug than a well-dressed man telling him to continue. They were fleas. Fleas don't pay. The man who pays was already in his car. I'll tell you what happened to those 6 later, because it isn't relevant here, and because it involves a woman with a knife who had recently been given a list and some free time. Xu Gang arrived at 7:10. "How are you going to live without the shop?" Liu was talking to Xu Xinran, not to me. "Maybe I could support you." "We'll go to the police," her father said. "They'll be made to pay for the damage." "Will they?" Xu Gang looked genuinely interested. "What if they're all broke? A court can order a man to pay. It can't invent money. Are they going to sell a kidney for you?" Then he said something about Xu Xinran's legs. I hit him across the left side of the face. The sound of it stopped the street for the second time in 10 minutes. "You dare!" I hit him across the right side. Liu put both hands up. "Why did you—" "Because otherwise, it isn't symmetrical," I said. "And that bothers me a great deal." I took his phone out of his jacket, held it up to his own thumb, found his father in the contacts, dialed, and put it against his ear. I could hear the reply from where I stood. "Who dares touch my seed? I'm coming." I hung up and gave him the phone back. "Given your position," I said, "I won't hit you again. Enjoy the calm before the storm." Xu Long arrived with 20 men and stopped dead on the pavement because he had seen me at the Dingfeng gathering and he had a functioning memory. Liu turned around and hit his own son across the face. "You went after young Master Li? Are you tired of living?" Then, to Xu Bao, briskly, "The shop. What's it worth?" Xu Bao, who had never in his life been asked that question by a man with 20 bodyguards, said, "About 3. Liu meant 300,000. "Excellent," said Xu Long. 3 million. Chen Rong held on to the doorframe. Later, she told her daughter that the thing that frightened her most that evening was not the smashing. It was watching one young man with no bodyguards make Xu Long bend at the waist. "Mr. Xu," I said, "you think you can buy your way out with money?" And I walked him into the wreckage of the shop where nobody could hear us. I showed him some photographs. They were of his wife. In several of them, she was with a young man. In one, she was with a heavy-set man in his 50s, and in one, she was with a foreigner. Xu Long went white and then a deep, unhealthy red, and I could hear his teeth. "I'm not here for compensation," I said. "I'd simply hate for you to die in the dark, having spent 30 years raising another man's child." Liu got hold of himself. "Men like that always find one branch on the way down." "The nose," he said. "The eyes. Those are mine." "Yes," I agreed. "About that." And I showed him the next photograph, which was of a man who looked remarkably like Xu Long, because he was Xu Long's nephew, his elder sister's son, 2 years younger than him, whom Xu Long had personally promoted to run his largest subsidiary. Liu sat down on a broken chair. "One more question," I said. "Men in your position, when they're out enjoying themselves, generally don't take precautions. Adds to the excitement. So, over all those years, are you completely certain there are no children?" I put a hand on his shoulder on the way out. "It's an illness. It's curable. But the priority now isn't treatment. It's prevention. You don't want everything you've built walking out of the door in somebody else's pocket." Liu went outside and transferred 5 million yuan to Xu Bao. His son, being carried to the car, made the mistake of saying that they should get Xu Xinran back for this later. Xu Long took a baton off one of his own bodyguards and hit him with it on the head until there was blood, saying with each one that he would teach him to make trouble. They dragged the boy away and he was screaming, "Dad! Dad! Don't leave me! I'm frightened!" "Ah," I said, to the street in general. "A father says goodbye, and the son weeps." Chen Rong, watching the car pull away, said thoughtfully, "Liu's trying so hard, that man, and is that son even his?" The money notification arrived while we were sweeping up. Xu Bao counted the zeros aloud, in the traditional manner, out loud, twice. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions. "Maybe," Chen Rong said faintly, "we should repair the shop and invite Xu Gang back to smash it again." She wasn't joking. She could not hold that number in her hands without feeling that somebody would eventually come to take it away. "We'll keep 500,000, Xu Bao decided. "The other 4.5 million is yours, young Master Li. You're the reason it exists." "No. But open a bigger shop," I said. "Hire staff. Get somebody else on the counter." I looked over at the wheelchair by the door. "Then Xu Xinran will have more time to spend on me." Her father laughed. Her mother didn't. Her mother looked at me for slightly too long. "And stop calling me young Master Li. It's Li Kai, or Xiao Li." They talked it over that night and came back with a structure. The money goes into a bigger shop 2 streets over, and I go on the paperwork as an investor with a share, which is how a man with 300,000 points and a body that could throw a car ended up part owner of a noodle restaurant. Afterwards, Xu Xinran asked me the question directly, going red the whole way through it. "Why are you so good to me?" I looked at her for a moment. "What do you think, silly girl?" And then I stopped talking deliberately and let her build the rest of the sentence herself, which she did over about 4 days and made it considerably better than anything I would have said. Then she hit the arm of her chair with the flat of her hand. "If I could just walk," she said, "if it wasn't for this thing." And that was the moment I understood the shape of her, properly, for the first time. She had always said she was used to the chair. She wasn't. She had simply never met anyone she wanted to stand up for. "Your legs will heal," I said. "You'll stand." Her mother, in the doorway, was already convinced I was in love with her daughter. Her father wasn't. There was a whole silent argument conducted at the level of eyebrows, at the end of which Chen Rong mouthed the word idiot at her husband, and Xu Bao announced with great dignity that he would sleep on a bench in the park. Xu Xinran rolled over and handed him a blanket. "It's cold outside," she said. "You won't freeze with this." "I have just," said Xu Bao to the ceiling, "been showered in filial piety." I gave Bai Shui the second file 4 days later. On paper this time. She had developed a distrust of my Word documents. She went through the photographs and stopped breathing on the 11th one. Her uncle, whose burned body had been identified at the scene 20 years ago, was alive. Liu was alive, and he was in Shanghai, and he had married into a family that could bury a police captain from another province in a single afternoon, and the reason his own household had died was that they had been standing between him and that marriage. "Don't go at this head on," I said. "You'll go, and tomorrow there will be no you." She was rigid in the chair. "And there's one more thing about the wells," I said. 9 of them. That's not how you hide a body. 9 is what you do when you want to hold a wronged spirit down." She left. She thought I wanted her aimed at Zhou Ming, and she said so, and I denied it flatly, which was of course the whole design, because the 9 wells were not Zhou Ming's crime. They were his master's idea, invented so that a divine healer coming down the mountain could later solve a mystery, comfort 2 grieving sisters, and bind both of them to him for life. I had simply moved the reveal forward by 6 months and removed the healer from it. I had also said all of it out loud on purpose, because Scarlet Shadow was on the balcony. Bai Shui hadn't spotted her. I had. She came in through the window as soon as her sister's car cleared the gate, and I hung her up on the hook out of pure habit, and she said through her teeth, "What you told my sister, is it true? That man, Liu's alive?" She did not call him her father. Then she swore at me for a while and told me to kill her, and I let her get through the whole speech, because by that point I had worked out what the swearing was for. She wasn't provoking me because she wanted to die. She was provoking me because it was the reliable way to end up on the hook, and being on the hook was the only place on earth she could switch off. Ding. Plus 100,000. The system had started doubling her payouts. Something to do with physique. I never got a straight answer. "I would eat your flesh," she informed me. "If you insist," I said with a sigh. She went out along the wall an hour later, and I watched her go, and I could see from the set of her shoulders that she thought she'd won something that evening. She had, actually. I never told her which part. The Zhou sisters were the palate cleanser. Lin Xiaotong came off the top step at a run and was airborne for the last 2 feet and hit me around the neck and could not produce any word except brother. "Get down." "No." Lin Xiaotong. I tried to lower her. My hand slipped. "Sorry," I said. "Your skin's too good." Their father had asked them to come home. Both of them had said no, and Lin Xiaotong had said it in a way that I gather involved the word never. Lin Mengyao came out of the kitchen with soup. It was a Saturday. She was at home, and she was in a white t-shirt, a tailored jacket, a short skirt, and black stockings. I looked at that outfit, and I looked at the soup, and I declined to believe in coincidence. In the kitchen, she set the terms, quietly, without turning around. Nothing with Lin Xiaotong. We agreed. And if she starts it? There was a long pause during which several expressions crossed the reflection in the window. Then refuse, she said, at least for now, so I put a stone in the water. Do you know why I spoil your sister? Because the two of you see things completely differently. And because I want a daughter. Lin Mengyao turned round with the ladle still in her hand and went scarlet from the jaw up. I watched her run the whole calculation in about 4 seconds and reached the conclusion that a man who says he wants a daughter has already decided who the mother is. I'm not ready, she said. But if you like daughters that much, then I'll stop taking the pill. I went into the living room and asked Lin Xiaotong the same question, word for word. She didn't think about it for even a second. She came across the sofa, put her forehead against my collarbone, and said, "Papa, Papa." I looked up at the kitchen doorway, where her sister was standing with the ladle. That is the difference. That is the entire difference between them, in one word, delivered instantly. And I watched Lin Mengyao's fear change shape in real time. Up to that moment, she had been afraid that I would do something to her sister. From that moment on, she was afraid that her sister was going to eat me alive. The doorbell went at 9. Zhao Zheng, chairman of the Zhao Group, and his daughter. Lin Xiaotong bounced up and made the introduction with enormous pride. This is brother Li Kai. Liu saved me from bad people. Xu Jing and I had been in the same lecture that morning. She put out her hand. Stop calling me the campus beauty, she said. It's my name or nothing. Then she narrowed her eyes. I have a feeling, she said, that you're thinking about something inappropriate. Her father was there to borrow money. The Zhao Group had a hole in it, and he had gone to old Zhou first, and old Zhou had turned him down with a line so transparent it was almost admirable. My daughters won't come home. I'm on my own. I simply don't have the strength to look at business right now. Liu was using another man's emergency as a lever to get his children back. Zhao Zheng had brought his own daughter along for exactly the same reason, and he knew it, and he was doing it anyway. I've already left the Zhou family company, Lin Mengyao said, setting down the tea. I work for Mr. Li now. Zhao Zheng put the cup down without drinking from it. Liu looked at Lin Mengyao. Liu looked at the young man whose first name his host's daughter had used twice. Heavens above, he said. You're that Mr. Li Kai. I should explain what happens to a name like mine on the internet, which is nothing. There are no photographs of me. There are no interviews, no profiles, no lists of eligible young men with my face on them. Anyone who posts one finds their account gone by morning and their employer suddenly reachable by people they have never met. Which is why a man like Zhao Zheng, who is worth about the same as Lin Guozheng, can sit across a coffee table from me for 20 minutes with no idea what he is looking at, and then hear 2 syllables and nearly swear in front of his own daughter. What the Zhou family did to the two of us, Lin Mengyao said before he could get his hopes up. We may choose not to avenge, but we will never come running when they whistle. If you're here to lobby on his behalf, I apologize in advance. Xu Jing put her hand on Lin Mengyao's arm. Sister Huire, she said, let me be spoiled just once. Even buying a watermelon, I said pleasantly. You tap it first to see if it's ripe. Which was when her father's face went wrong. It came on fast. The left side of his mouth pulled down, he got a fist into the middle of his chest, and he said, in a voice with no air in it, that the meat in there didn't feel like his anymore. Xu Jing refused to let anyone call an ambulance because the hospital only gives him painkillers and the painkillers hollow him out. There was a doctor, she said, and her voice went, the one who could stop the pain with needles. Liu's in a holding cell. Which he was. Because of me. The background came out in about 90 seconds. Zhao Zheng was army a long time ago, and he carries about 6 old injuries that all decided to become one injury at 54. Zhou Ming had examined him 3 weeks earlier and told him what he needed, and then told him he couldn't provide it. Liu needed a marrow cleansing pill. Zhou Ming had only heard of them. I had 2 in a system inventory that lives behind my eyes. I want to be honest about the moment. I did not feel sympathy. I felt the specific joy of a merchant watching a competitor stand in the street explaining to a crowd exactly how rare and precious a thing is 10 minutes before the merchant walks out with a crate of them. I think, I said slowly, that I might have one of those. Xu Jing went down on her knees on the carpet and got hold of my trouser leg. I hedged. I said these things had cost me a great deal too. I let her stay down there, the campus beauty, the one who won't answer to the nickname, with her hair coming loose and her pride in the carpet fibers. And then Lin Xiaotong said quietly, brother, please. And that I said yes to at once. Since Xiaotong's asked, I can't very well sit here as her brother and do nothing. One condition. I let my eyes go across Xu Jing for exactly as long as it takes to be noticed. Then I changed the subject entirely. I'm interested in Chairman Xu's shares. I'd like to buy a block. Because I did not want anything from that girl on that carpet, not then. What I wanted was to be inside the register of the Zhao group, so that the next time Xu Jing was helpless, there would be no door for her to knock on except mine, and she would come through it on her own feet. The pill I handed over had less than a third of the real components in it. The rest was sugar coating, not a fake, just watered. Everyone in that room held their breath. Zhao Zheng went red. Then he made a noise. Then he left the room at a speed that I would not have believed possible for a man who had been dying 4 minutes earlier. What followed from behind the bathroom door was a sustained artillery engagement, each round somehow louder than the last. Lin Xiaotong put both hands over her nose. The marrow cleansing pill, I explained gravely, expels impurities. Judging by the volume, the chairman has a great many. Liu may be in there sometime. Xu Jing's whole face lit up because it was working. Ding. Zhou Ming, luck value decreased by 500. Plus 10,000. Zhao Zheng emerged eventually, walking strangely, and thanked me with real emotion and asked me not to mention the pill to anyone, especially not to little Zhou. They left in a hurry. Remember, I said to the closing door, during a bout of that, never trust a single one of them. The real plan I kept to myself, and the real plan was to eat the Zhao group whole, bones and all. Then I gave the Zhou sisters 6 pills, 3 each, full course. Xu Jing had knelt on a carpet for one. I handed over 6 across a dinner table like a man distributing sweets in front of nobody at all, which is precisely why it landed. Lin Mengyao refused, on the grounds that one of them is worth tens of millions, so I did an enormous and obviously fake sulk and made as if to throw all 6 in the bin. She looked at me flatly. Stop performing, eat your dinner, a grown man behaving like a child, and took them. Lin Xiaotong took hers off my fingers with her lips and then declined to swallow so as to make it last, at which point her sister crossed the room and put all 3 of the remaining ones in her mouth at once. Lin Mengyao then sat down on my lap and explained to the far wall that this was a preventative measure and that if I got ideas about her sister, I should bring them here instead. So I established a household rule and sent her 6 photographs, one for each day of the week. She scrolled through them twice. There are only 6. What about Sunday? You're usually so quick. Then she cleared her throat and became a chief executive again in 1 second flat, which is a skill I have never learned. This weekend, she said, is Old Master Lin's 70th birthday. I put my glass down. Old Master Lin taught business to about 2/3 of the men who now own this city. Liu is 70 years old, and he still holds every channel his family owns in his own 2 hands, and hands the young ones scraps. His networks reach every pharmacy chain, every department store, and every distributor between here and the provincial border. We have to go, I said, but that sort of thing is tiring, so you stay at the company. I'll handle it. Because Lin Yi is a Lin, and because there was an opportunity scheduled at that party with somebody else's name on it. Lin Mengyao went upstairs after dinner and didn't come back down, and I found her on the edge of her bed, pulling on a pair of white stockings and smoothing them flat with both hands. What are you staring at? I keep my word. It's Tuesday. You don't own white ones. I took them from my sister's drawer. I leaned down and she panicked in 4 directions at once, and then half a second passed. Fine, kiss me. If you don't kiss me, I'll be angry. Ding. Plus 1,000. The next event on my calendar was a matchmaking meeting, and it was not mine. Xu Qingyao's mother had booked a suite at the Kaiyuan Hotel to introduce her to the son of a provincial official, and Xu Qingyao turned up 40 minutes late, deliberately badly dressed, and demolished the entire proposal from the inside by explaining that her degree came with a donated teaching block attached and that she was not confident she could still conceive. Then she stood up and announced that she was actually there to introduce her mother to her boyfriend and that the other 2 were extras, and I opened the door. Zhao Meiyu is a woman in her 40s built along the same lines as her daughter, and she came round the table, put the back of her hand against my forehead, and then examined my eyelids. No fever, she muttered. Eyes are clear. She stood back, baffled. Then why is he interested in my daughter? The official's wife recovered enough to describe me as a shady character of unknown origin, and Zhao Meiyu stepped into the doorway and blocked it. Insult me, I'll take it. Curse my daughter, I'll take it. You will not stand in a room and call my son-in-law a criminal. Apologize. The husband arrived in 11 minutes, ready to be extremely calm with everybody, and I said mildly, Mr. Xu, your wife has quite the official manner about her. Liu knew the voice, because a fortnight earlier he had personally telephoned me to ask for a certain unannounced inspection at a certain police station, and had thanked me warmly afterwards. Liu went the color of paper, turned round, slapped his own wife, and told her to apologize. She bowed. Twice. I said nothing at all, and looked at Zhao Meiyu, because the entire performance was for her. If you are going to play the spoiled young master, play it to the end. One who forgives you the moment you apologize isn't spoiled. Liu's a disappointment. She let it run for a beautiful 30 seconds, and then said, graciously, that perhaps we could all be merciful. Dinner was pleasant. She put food on my plate with both hands like a woman working a shift, and at one point took her daughter into the corridor for a conversation that the walls of that hotel did nothing to contain, the substance of which was whether it had happened yet and whether I was being careful. Mother Zhao, said Xu Qingyao, am I definitely your biological child? The room she booked for us was a twin, not a standard, not a king. A twin, deliberately, in front of the desk clerk. A twin room, she explained in the lift, is not so that the 2 of you sleep in 2 beds. Then she put a pot of tea on the table, wished us good night, and shut the door. Xu Qingyao offered immediately to take the other bed and explain it all to Chen Hua in the morning. Tonight's an exception, I said, and drank the tea, all of it, in one go. 15 minutes later, she looked up from her phone and found me looking back at her with an expression she later described as a wolf that has not eaten recently. Your mother, I said, put something in that pot. She ran for the door and collided with her mother, who was crouched on the other side of it. Liu's my best friend's boyfriend. Give me the antidote. Do you think, said Zhao Meiyu, drawing herself up, that your mother leaves herself a way out? There is no antidote. It's my own recipe. A hospital couldn't help him. And then, ruthlessly, if something happens to him under this roof, the Liu family is finished. You're not going in? Fine. I'll go in. Xu Qingyao went back inside. Her mother came in at 8 the next morning, took one look, sat down on the edge of the bed, and cried about how she hadn't known Li Kai would be so merciless. Xu Qingyao drank an entire bottle of water without stopping and said, Mother Zhao, I will not have you insulting brother Li Kai. Zhao Meiyu felt her forehead. Liu's simply very concerned about me. Now go away, I need to sleep, I was up all night. And Zhao Meiyu went out into the corridor and slid down the door onto the carpet, having understood something she was going to have to live with, which is that her daughter had not been traumatized. Her daughter had acquired a habit. Ding. The host has won over the female lead Xu Qingyao, plus 50,000, plus 1,000 times 5. One admission about that tea. I saw what was in Zhao Meiyu's face when she carried the pot in, and I drank it anyway. The original plan was that her daughter would drink first. She fell asleep in a chair instead, so I was reluctantly obliged to set an example. I made a note to obtain that recipe. Wujing's people work long hours, and their health is not a state resource. Scarlet Shadow came out of my wardrobe that night with a report. The 9 wells technique is almost extinct, she said. Practically nobody alive knows what it's for. But when your policewoman asked Zhou Ming about it, he answered in under a second, which meant he hadn't reasoned it out. Liu'd recognized it, which meant it came from his master. She went down on one knee on my bedroom floor. Kill Zhou Ming and his master, she said, and I, Scarlet Shadow, will serve you as my lord for the rest of my life and never betray you. I've got no quarrel with the man. The price went up. Your bodyguards are weaker than I am, she said. And you're a bastard. There are things an honest man finds awkward, and I'll do them without blinking. For instance, everybody on that list of yours, including old Master Lin, has already been given the dose. I looked at her for a moment. Deal, I said. One more thing. Have your sister find a reason to let Zhou Ming out before the weekend. The Lin family's birthday banquet had 400 people in it and a stage. The grandsons gave a gold cup, a cousin gave a jade scepter, and Lin Yi walked up in a plain gray dress and presented her grandfather with a copy of a very old book about virtue. The room stopped, because in a family like that, giving the patriarch a book about virtue reads exactly one way, and everybody in that hall read it that way at the same moment. Her aunts came at her. Her uncle came at her. Apologize, on your knees, in front of everyone. Her father stood 4 feet away and studied the carpet. The only person who moved to help her was Zhou Ming, freshly released, who explained kindly to the room that the book was calming, good for the memory, excellent for the health. And who are you? Said the uncle. The bodyguard. Get out. And at that precise moment, the master of ceremonies raised his voice. Chairman of Li Tianxia Investment, Mr. Li Kai. I came down the middle of that hall with everybody watching, walked past 4 generations of the Lin family, and put my hand on Lin Yi's shoulder. I think, I said quite softly, that I heard someone at the door calling my Yi shameless. Who was it? Say it again where I can hear you. The turn took about 4 seconds. The aunt discovered that Yi had always been the cultured one. The uncle explained that they were simple country people who had failed to grasp the deeper meaning of the gift. Somebody produced a chair. Every one of them was cursing her internally, and I could read it off their faces. She met a man like that and said nothing. She let us walk into the pit on purpose. Lin Yi pinched me in the side, behind my jacket, where nobody could see. One person saw. Zhou Ming has extraordinary eyesight, and he spent the next hour turning over the same splinter. These people looked at me like something on their shoe, and they are bowing to him. The old man accepted the gifts and the applause and held Lin Yi up as an example to the rest of the family, which took a certain nerve. Zhou Ming chose that moment to announce publicly that Master Zhou was unwell and introduced himself as Chairman Shu's private physician, which got him a seat at the top table, and I leaned close to Lin Yi and said, with real regret, Yi, I'm sorry. I genuinely didn't expect you to be here tonight, and even if you never speak to me again after this, there are things I have to do. I sent one message. The doors opened and officers came in and worked down the top table by name, reading the charges out as they went, and several of those charges were the kind a family like that spends 30 years and a great deal of money keeping out of the air. That was my birthday present. As her relatives were led past in handcuffs, every one of them looked with pure hatred at Zhou Ming because in their reading of events, he had provoked young Master Li. Liu genuinely did not understand what he had done. I bowed to the old man, correctly, from the waist. From today, I said, though mountains and rivers separate us, if fate does not intend it, we need never meet again. I'm sorry. Old Master Lin coughed up something black and went over backwards. Lin Yi watched her grandfather hit the floor with no expression at all because everything she had ever wanted was resolving itself in front of her without her having to lift a hand. And then Zhou Ming cleared the crowd back, said the old man needed air, put needles into his forehead and sternum, and brought him round. The hall applauded. The old man got hold of his wrist and called him a true divine physician, and Lin Yi stood at the edge of the light thinking, in a voice she'd never used before, he's alive. Liu's alive again. Why did Zhou Ming bring him back? I had shown her the picture of it being over. Liu took it away from her in 90 seconds. Then her father, who had not spoken all night, spoke. Doctor, while you're here, have a look at my daughter's condition as well. Zhou Ming took her pulse in front of 400 people and delivered the diagnosis to the room. This is not an illness. This is a hidden yin body. People with this constitution rarely see 30, and no medicine will change that. Only a pure yang body, in harmony with hers, can suppress the symptoms and possibly cure them completely. A pause, beautifully judged. As it happens, I possess a pure yang body. I want to note the craft in that because it is the difference between a son of destiny and me. Liu said the exact sentence I had described to her over noodles a fortnight earlier, word for word, and he made it sound like a sacrifice. Liu made it sound like a man volunteering. I would have said, if you want to reach 30, let me have some fun. Her grandfather and her father agreed within the minute to move the two of them into the Zijin villa together and offered to pay him 10 times what the Zhao group was paying. Lin Yi stood up. If you want to live with him, she said, live with him yourselves. I don't take orders from this family anymore. The Lin family, her father said, gave birth to you and raised you. My mother gave birth to me and raised me. What has the Lin family got to do with it? Her voice never went above conversational. When she died, you swallowed her company and her assets inside a year. Tell me again who owes whom. Her mother had killed herself. It had taken that family about 4 years to arrange, entirely through words, and her father had not said one of those words and had also never said a single one against them. Security, said the old man. Remove her. The officers came back in. Mr. Zhou. It's come to light that your medical license was purchased. Come with us. And the deputy chief, very courteously, to Lin Yi, Professor Lin, if you'd like to leave, leave with us. Zhou Ming had been released for exactly long enough to deliver a full quarter's worth of points. Ding. Zhou Ming, luck value decreased by 500, plus 10,000. Ding. Luck value decreased by 1,000, plus 20,000. Ding. Lin Yi favorability plus 1,000. Ding. Lin Yi has broken with the Son of Destiny, plus 5,000. She messaged me at 1 in the morning, and this is the part nobody who has met her would believe. In writing, that extremely severe woman uses little sideways faces made out of punctuation, dozens of them. She thanked me, and then she was furious that the old man had survived, and the fury came with a small face wearing an angry eyebrow. I replied that she should never have gone at all, that the whole house is a dragon's den, and that everything that happened had been an accident. Don't treat me like an idiot, she wrote back. And, stop calling me Professor Lin. You called me Yi tonight in front of 400 people. I liked it. Then, I owe you. Ask me for one thing. So I tested the fence. I said her endless work clothes had become depressing and asked whether she had any photographs of herself dressed as an actual human being. They arrived immediately. All of them. No pause at all. Which told me two things. 1. That whatever else she is vain about precisely one thing, and it isn't her mind. 2. That there was no fence left to test. Zhou Mingxia tried to look at my screen and I turned it off, and she sat down on the arm of the sofa with her hands in her lap and asked the question she'd been carrying around for a week. Young master, if you stop liking me one day, you won't send Mingxia away, will you? The following Saturday, I took Xu Xinran out on the artificial lake in a wooden rowing boat. I did this because I had read the chapter. On this weekend, on this lake, Lin Yi goes in after a child who has fallen off the jetty, and she gets the child, and then the child panics and takes her under, and a young man rows out and pulls both of them out of the water, and that is the moment her entire storyline pivots. I had Wu Jing put the boat there on Thursday. Sure enough, at 2:10, a woman in a red coat went off the end of the jetty, and on the shore, a young man in a very expensive shirt began waving both arms. Li Hao, fourth of the university's so-called young talents, and the man who had sent 7 boys after Zhou Ming. You in the boat, he bellowed. Row here, I'll buy the boat. Name a price. I stood up and lifted an oar. Is this what you need? And I threw it. Overhand, hard, all the way to the bank where it landed at his feet. Liu went into the water at a dead sprint, swimming. You threw the oars away, said Xu Xinran in the tone of a woman doing sums. Now we can't get back either. Who rows? I said. With oars. And I reached over the stern, unclipped the cover, and lowered the outboard motor into the water. We were alongside in 3 minutes. Lin Yi was in real trouble by then, because the child had got both arms round her neck and both legs round her ribs the way they do, and every kick she made took them both down. I got the girl first, then her, and hauled the child over the gunwale face down and pressed the water out of her with the flat of my foot on her back. I overestimated myself, Lin Yi said, coughing, lying in 6 inches of bilge in a 500 yuan coat. I honestly thought I was going to die. And then quietly, she started counting. A gang of men in an alley. Him. Xu Xinran's legs. Him. The Lin family. Him. Drowning in a lake on a Saturday afternoon. Him again. Is there such a thing as this much coincidence? On the way back, the wake from the outboard went straight over Li Hao, who was still swimming and who got a lungful and who understood at that moment that the wooden rowing boat had an engine on it. You'll regret this, he shouted. Or something like it, through the water. There was a crowd on the bank. Half of it was elderly, and all of it had watched a beautiful woman jump into a lake for a stranger's child, and within 4 minutes 11 separate grandmothers were offering her their nephews. She fought them off, came over, wringing out a sleeve, and said, Come to mine, both of you. I'll cook. I actually will. First time she had ever asked. Another time, I said, Xu Xinran's family are expecting her, and you're soaked. Get in a hot bath. Your cold constitution isn't fixed, it's suppressed, and this is exactly how it comes back. She looked at me for a long moment and then walked away faster than she usually does. I think, Xu Xinran said, watching her go, that Professor Lin was quite upset. She was. That was the intention. Everything Lin Yi felt for me at that point was gratitude, and gratitude is not the same animal. If I had greedily taken that dinner, every single thing I had done for her would have quietly repriced itself in her mind as a transaction, and she would have felt the bill in her hand. So you tip a bucket of cold water over her, not enough to break the connection, just enough that she can't work out where she stands. I sent the message from the car. Next time, act within your limits. Don't ever be that reckless again. She replied with 3 words. I understood. I was delighted. I am not afraid of a woman being angry with me. I am afraid of a woman not minding. 4 minutes later, the flood arrived. I'll be more careful. Have you eaten? Noodles are fine, but not every day. I wasn't trying to brush you off. And then, with a little face made out of punctuation, why aren't you saying anything? Where has he gone? Only then did I reply that I'd been driving and had forgotten, and that I'd assumed she didn't want to talk to me anymore. Wu Jing found Zhou Ming's master that week, and the way he found him tells you everything about the old man. We put a drone up at 300 meters, well outside anything a human eye should resolve. The old man on the mountain path looked straight up at it, bent down, picked up 2 pebbles, and took out the camera housings. Wu Jing solved this the way Wu Jing solves things. Liu reported the old man to the highway authority as a persistent vandal of state property who was obstructing a geological survey, and within 48 hours there were 3 separate government departments taking an interest in a hermit's cabin. You've graduated? I told him, genuinely moved. Am I raising a villain? I gave him a marrow cleansing pill for it. Around then, I made an honest note to myself about Scarlet Shadow, which was this. In the beginning, she came to kill me because a professional does not let someone take her prey. Now she comes every night and announces that she is here to kill me. At this point, it feels less like an assassination attempt and more like a delivery service. The net was full. It was time to close it. Zhou Ming had to die. 2 days before that, though, there was lunch at Chen Hua's flat, and lunch had a floor show. Xu Qingyao was on the sofa with a bag of sunflower seeds and the remote and her white-stockinged legs up on the coffee table when I arrived. Chen Hua had cooked personally, specifically so that the 2 of us could eat alone, and had then told her best friend about it, which I want on the record as an entirely self-inflicted wound. Xu Qingyao announced that she was going to do her pre-lunch yoga. She then performed, in the middle of the living room, directly in my eye line, a sequence of positions that I would describe as comprehensive. Anyone who knew would say she was stretching. Anyone who didn't would assume she was worried about my eyesight. I thought Xu Qingyao had hit rock bottom, I said. It turns out there's a basement. Chen Hua came out of the kitchen, took in the scene, and called me to the table at a volume slightly above normal. Let's eat together, I said, not turning my head. I'll watch the television for now. It's quite good. She looked at the screen, which was showing the midday news, and said, So which is more interesting, the television or the yoga? Hua. I put a hand on my chest. How can you say that? It's the news. I haven't been home in months. They might show my old man. The 2 of them went upstairs and had it out, and Chen Hua's flat has the same acoustic properties as a paper bag. How far has it gone? About as far as it's gone with you. There was a silence. It was my mother, said Xu Qingyao at speed. She put something in his tea. If I hadn't gone in, you wouldn't be looking at him today, you'd be visiting him. And then the argument that actually won it. And think about this. If it weren't for you, I could have just been the sweet one, laughing with you in the daytime and with him at night, and you would never have found out. I told you. Instead. Then she moved to strategy. Do you honestly think it's just you? Liu already has the Zhou sisters. 2 sisters working together can cut through metal. You need me. You're a fake, said Chen Hua. You're months older than I am, and you dress like a schoolgirl. Against Lin Xiaotong, you're nothing. Lin Xiaotong is younger, Xu Qingyao agreed, but I'm filthier. Chen Hua stood up. Li Kai hasn't eaten, she said, and went downstairs. Xu Qingyao, following, thought, promoted from mistress to permanent staff. Lunch was plain food that she had learned to cook over video calls with her mother, and it was good, and she got sauce at the corner of her mouth, and I removed it with a kiss, on the grounds that a napkin was further away. There are people here, she hissed, going red, and fled to fetch the soup. The moment she was through the door, Xu Qingyao said, Hua, my stomach's upset, I'm going to the toilet, and went under the table. Chen Hua came back with a bowl of ginseng soup, glanced at the long tablecloth, found nothing to be suspicious of, and softened. You're in that much of a hurry to drink it? It is, I said with total sincerity. Incredible. She sat down opposite, glowing. My mother always said the way to a man's heart is through his stomach, she said. I never really understood it until now. Business followed. The beauty pill was in production, and she wanted the whole country, not one city, which meant an ambassador with no scandals attached, and she had a name. Yang Ling. The only genuine national pop diva this country has. Enormous female audience, no hit in about a year, and an agent whose sister worked at Murin. I looked at the file and something crawled up the back of my neck. Beauty on Chen Hua's level plus the shine that only comes from a stadium. And in her public profile, listed as a point of pride, has never filmed a kissing scene. Nobody writes that by accident. That is a line an author puts in a character sheet, and an author only puts it in for one reason. But there was no Yang Ling anywhere in Zhou Ming's story, not a mention. Which meant the next script had already started leaking into this one. Chen Hua saw me frown and immediately began praising Yang Ling twice as hard, out of respect for her character and integrity, and absolutely not because I had frowned. Then the Zhao group blew up. Park Ji-hoon called a board meeting and moved to remove Zhao Zheng as chairman on the grounds that he now personally held more than 50%, having quietly bought every diluted share for over a decade. Liu had co-founded that company. Liu had ended up with under 20% of it. And though he did not put this in the motion, the woman he had loved at 24 had married Zhao Zheng. Xu Jing stood up in a board meeting and appealed to Xu Long, of all people, because he had told her at a New Year dinner when she was 9 that her father was the best brother he had. Xu Long looked at the table and thought, brothers, to hell with brothers. My son isn't mine, my wife has been with my nephew, and from now on I am interested exclusively in money. Park Ji-hoon, magnanimous in victory, proposed that the board elect a new chairman by vote, and Xu Long cleared his throat and began smoothly. Chairman Kim is generous, and I don't see that any of us have much choice, so I'll say it plainly. The chairmanship belongs to exactly one man. Park Ji-hoon inclined his head. Li Kai, said Xu Long. Every other director discovered simultaneously that they had changed their minds in the last 4 seconds and were ashamed of what they had been thinking. Because I had been buying Zhao Zheng's diluted shares for 6 weeks at a small premium through 4 vehicles, and I had rather more than Park Ji-hoon did. Zhao Zheng was so startled that he produced a sound, which I attribute to the third of a marrow cleansing pill still working through him. I came in through the double doors. Who's that praising me? I'm not even through the door, and I'm already being called capable. 3 elderly directors fought over who got to pull my chair out. The 2 who lost went and made tea. You're using your status to crush us, Park Ji-hoon said. Crush you? I sat down. Name one thing I have taken from any of the 12 of you. Internally, I'll admit I found the accusation quaint. Crush him? I could send Wu Jing to spend an afternoon in the archives and find enough on any man at that table for a life sentence. Why would I lean on anybody? Before we continue, I said, let me introduce a friend. Bai Shui came in with 4 officers. Mr. Kim, a smuggling matter has surfaced. If the amount is confirmed at the level we're seeing, you're looking at 15 years minimum. Where, said Park Ji-hoon, is your evidence? Already on her desk, I said. You can copy it out by hand in your own time. They'll give you a silver bracelet to do it with. Afterwards, the surviving directors flinched every time I exhaled, and I told them not to worry, that it wasn't about them, that I didn't know any of them well enough to have an opinion, and I sat in that chair and had the proudest thought of my career. Consider the 4 young masters of Tianhai. I took Li Hao's father, a man who had spent 30 years operating in the dark, and arranged for him to be relocated to an environment full of positive energy. I took Xu Gang, who had gone 20 years without knowing who his father was, and resolved that uncertainty for him. And when I discovered the third one's girlfriend was working at a private club, I spared no expense in escorting him to see her personally, and people call me the villain. My image has never been more luminous. I declined to rename the company, left Zhao Zheng's name over the door, and handed him the entire job of clearing up the liquidity crisis at no cost to myself, on the grounds that as the largest individual shareholder, he owed the group his best efforts. Liu left the building a defeated man, and the cruelest detail of that afternoon is that nobody in the room noticed whether he had gone or stayed. Zhao Yun was pulling petals off a rose when I got to the Queen Bar. Liu'll come. Liu won't come. The last petal was he won't come, and she put her forehead down on the bar. It isn't even evening, and you're already asleep. Ice, instantly. Chin, what are you doing here? She launched into a speech about how she has never changed herself for anybody and had only ever used me to get out of the blind dates her father arranges. And through the door, at exactly that moment, came her deputy. Madam, it's time to go home for your cooking lesson. The dishes you made last time all burned again, and the chefs have resigned, and the new ones won't teach you either, because you have already thoroughly humiliated the previous batch. I heard you. Be quiet. Every sentence she had said to me 60 seconds earlier came back around and hit her in the face. I could have laughed. I have laughed at less. How can you think that? I said instead. I always assumed I was nothing to you, and now I find you've been changing things for me. Why would I laugh at that? She noticed one thing about me that evening, and it is the only crack anybody ever found. She looked at my phone in the light and said the wear marks were horizontal, in rows, not vertical, the way a normal person's phone wears. That's because I watch a great deal of martial arts footage. Afterwards, she accused me of handing her a sweet after upsetting her. It's a marrow cleansing pill, and you should know that Zhao Zheng asked me for one of these. Liu watched his own daughter kneel in front of me, and I still didn't give him one. Explain to me how giving you one is self-interest. It worked instantly, which slightly disappointed me. Then I asked her for the contact details of the girls who work the atmosphere shift at her bar, on the grounds that I wished to broaden my understanding so as to better control myself. She gave me the numbers with a warning about hygiene. Xu Jing came to my gate the next morning, wrapped in a long coat with not 1 square inch of skin showing, to ask me to give her father another chance. I walked past her without turning my head, and she caught Wu Jing's sleeve and asked, bewildered, what had changed since yesterday, and Wu Jing said 4 words over his shoulder on his way out. Clothes are too conservative. Inside, I laid it out without decoration. Park Ji-hoon threw your father out. I put your father's enemy in prison. And instead of thanking me, you are here asking me for a favor. Go and change. Second drawer on the right in the tea room upstairs. Pink. There are 2 rabbit ears with it, and a carrot backpack. And yes, the white stockings. She shouted something about the Zhou sisters, and I agreed warmly that to avoid any misunderstanding, Miss Xu should stay well away from me, which of course left her father, and the group, and the pills, all of which I would then have to reconsider. She went up the stairs. While she was changing, I forwarded the bar girl's contacts to Wu Jing with instructions. Vet all of them, select the most suitable, and pay for a complete course of restorative treatment for her to a standard where nobody could tell. Wu Jing swallowed, said nothing, and left with the expression of a man being wrung out. When she came down, I flicked one of the rabbit ears. What animal has ears like this? A rabbit. From today, remember what you are. I flicked the other one. A rabbit that belongs to me and nobody else. And then the actual condition, which she had not seen coming. She would be the housekeeper in this building on the days Zhou Mingxia is at the orphanage. She kept 2 meters between us for a day and a half, and I let her, because there is a method to this, and I have watched a son of destiny get it wrong. Liu would have been correct in public and quietly leering in private. That is not how you catch fish. You test the line an inch at a time and find out where it stops. By the 3rd evening, she was feeding me soup off a spoon and taking a drop off my lip with her tongue, having worked out that if she gave a little, he would not reach for a lot. And Xu Jing, feeling enormously relieved, entirely failed to notice that she had lowered her own bar twice in 3 days, by herself, without being asked. Then I told everybody I had important business, drove out to a quiet stretch of road, and became somebody else. The mask went on first, then the long gray robe, then camouflage, which does not change your face so much as rebuild the man wearing it, and which works slowly enough that I did most of it in traffic. I had built the old man out of 2 things. 3 weeks of drone footage before he shot the cameras down, and about 400 pages of the original text, which had described his mannerisms in loving detail. I parked outside the detention center, walked up to the barred window at the back, and bellowed, "Boy, are you planning to work for the state for the rest of your life? Get out here." Zhou Ming came to the bars looking like a man seeing his own father. "Master, if I leave, I'll be a fugitive." "Then don't." I turned and started walking away, unhurried, hands behind my back. "I can't be bothered rescuing a coward." Liu tore the window out of the wall. On the way into town, a drunk shoulder barged him, and Zhou Ming stepped aside and said nothing because he was a fugitive and could not afford police. I spat on his shoe, told him he embarrassed me, went back and beat the drunk up myself 40 meters from a parked patrol car, and then explained to the officers in a quavering voice that this man had attacked an old man alone in the dark and had kept one hand behind his back and said he would cut me. There were no witnesses. There were no cameras. The drunk's friend was embracing a plane tree and could not be interviewed. His family arrived 20 minutes later, declined to press charges, pressed a fold of cash into my hands in case I was thinking of asking for more, and thanked me for being such a good man. I waved it at Zhou Ming. "Learn, boy. There's your money for the girls." "I always thought I'd absorbed 80% of Master's skill," he said with real feeling. "I see now I only had the basics." At the Queen Bar, a white-haired old man in a robe is an exhibit, and within 20 minutes I had a semicircle of women in their 40s asking me about my qualifications. Zhou Ming sat in the corner going darker by the minute. Liu was a wanted man. Liu would have to leave Tianhai, which meant Xu Jing was gone, and the Zhao group was gone, and his entire foothold in this city had evaporated, and every road he walked backwards led to one man, so he made a decision, and the decision was that before he left, he was going to make certain Li Kai was never a man again, and then finish him at the moment of maximum pain. A girl from the atmosphere shift sat down next to him. She was the one Wu Jing had selected, and she had been through a complete and extremely expensive course of restorative work, and she was radiantly happy that night because a wealthy older gentleman had taken an interest and she had raised her rate accordingly. They went upstairs. I went upstairs too, 1 floor above, with a woman from the bar, into a room where Scarlet Shadow was already waiting. I put 2 of the system's planet cups on the table and announced a competition. Whoever finishes first gets the night. The woman from the bar tore the seal off and got most of it down in one go. Scarlet Shadow held up a completely empty cup, licked her lip, and said nothing. The woman left, offended. I want to note that this was the payoff of a joke I had set up 6 weeks earlier when I gave her one of those cups and told her to practice and not to use a spoon. "How?" Scarlet Shadow said, staring at my face. "Did you do this?" Professional assassins are trained on disguise. She had never seen work at that level. She had only recognized me because I put the cup on the table. She wanted to go down and kill Zhou Ming immediately. "Not yet," I said. "You'll spook it. Before a thing dies, you squeeze it dry." She asked me to take the mask off. I said no. An hour later, ding. Zhou Ming, luck value decreased by 1,000, plus 20,000. Go down, I said. Do it outside the bar. The girl was hanging off his arm on the pavement, delighted with her evening, when Scarlet Shadow came out of the dark. They fought for about 90 seconds before Zhou Ming understood what was actually happening, which was that she had not got faster. Liu had got weaker, and it was coming from underneath. Liu turned on the girl. She screamed at him that she had been cured, that she had paid for the treatment herself out of her own money over 2 years, and that he had told her in that room an hour ago that he would look after her for the rest of her life. I thought you were the one honest man in 1,000, she said. You're the same as the other 999. And she ran. Liu picked up a piece of broken curbstone and threw it, and it went in at the base of her skull, and she was dead before she reached the corner. I will be honest and say that I did not plan that. I had expected the dose to put a martial artist on the floor. It had barely slowed the girl down. I decided at the time that she must have built up a tolerance, and I have never come up with a better explanation. Liu came for Scarlet Shadow like something with the mind burned out of it, silver needles moving like rounds. She took 3 of them and gave ground on purpose, drawing him out of the district and into the scrub by the water treatment works. Liu opened her forearm to the bone. She broke his collarbone. Her blade was poisoned and he was burning through what was left of himself twice as fast, so he sat down cross-legged in the dirt and started the turtle breathing technique, which his master had taught him, to bank enough for one last strike, and his master came strolling out of the dark with his hands behind his back. You disgrace me, I said. Nearly killed by a woman. I gave him an antidote, an ordinary one, out of a chemist, and it worked, because the poison on her blade was ordinary too. Master, there's a second one. Something else is in me. Something that precious, I said. I'm not giving away for free. And I put a knife into his chest. You missed, he said, staring at me. There's a lot of blood. I pulled it out and put it back in. Let me plug it. Then I crouched down where he could see me. Pure yang body, I said. Do you know how long I've been looking for one? Decades. If I don't kill you and render your blood down into a pure yang pill, how much longer do you imagine this old carcass has? Here is the part that I still think about. Liu never doubted it was his master. Not once, not at the end. The mannerisms were right, the phrases were right, the walk was right, and the man who had raised him had just explained, reasonably, that he had always been livestock. His last words were a request. Kill one person for me. Kill Li Kai. Destroy his family. Kill, I said, your mother. And I hit him 18 times in about 3 seconds. Liu's dead, Scarlet Shadow observed, arriving. His pupils are gone. You stabbed him 18 times. That would kill a cow. I emptied a bottle of powder over him, and the body went into the ground with a hiss and left clothing, then a second bottle and a match. Then I took a small tape player out of my coat and put on the loudest, most cheerful funeral brass this province produces. As a qualified villain, I explained over the music, I've come to feel that killing a man and scattering his ashes is no longer professional. There should be an escort service to the next world. Anything more dignified would be too good for Zhou Ming. Then I closed my eyes for a moment of silence, because a human life had ended and I felt it was appropriate. Scarlet Shadow was almost moved. Then she noticed I was smiling. The system emptied itself over me. Pure Yang body, upgraded on a critical to sovereign Pure Yang body. Turtle breathing, breath regulation, critical. Intermediate medicine, upgraded to advanced, then merged with what I already had into divine rank medical skills. Elementary danger perception to intermediate to advanced. 20 points of physique, physique 380, charm 99, 2,152,200 points. Zhou Ming had paid out over 1 million, almost 200,000 more than Xu Guang had. The second son of destiny was worth more than the first. I gave Scarlet Shadow a beauty pill for the arm and watched 70% of the damage close inside 10 minutes, and then a marrow cleansing pill with an insult wrapped around it because she'd have refused a gift. You're too weak. You couldn't finish a poisoned man. You're a liability. Consider it a loan. Walking back, we came around a corner and found Bai Shui standing over the girl's body with a torch. Scarlet Shadow told her the truth immediately, which was that Zhou Ming had killed her and that Zhou Ming was dead. Where's the body? If you leave now, I said, you might still be able to smell it. Bai Shui tripped on the curb, and then, for the first time, Scarlet Shadow spoke up for her sister. Not to protect her from harm, just to ask me to be a bit less unkind. I didn't argue. Then I took her hand. She has been on her own since she was small. She was taken as a child, put on an island, and trained by people who understood the value of never letting anyone rest. The one lesson that stuck, the one she'd repeated to herself for 14 years, was that the only thing you can rely on is yourself. And she walked about 200 meters holding a warm hand, and something inside the structure quietly gave way. She started, without noticing, to walk fast enough that her shoulder kept bumping my arm. And here's what was going through my head while she did it, and I'm not going to soften it. Let them feel it is completely hopeless, and then, when their entire world has gone dark, open a window 1 finger's width and let in a line of morning light. The result exceeded expectations. 200,000 bought me the next section of plot, and I want to describe my disappointment. No 7 sisters. No war god's wife. No returning immortal sovereign. The next son of destiny was a king of the entertainment industry, and he hadn't even been reincarnated. Liu was just a man with an unusual memory, which told me something. Xu Guang and Zhou Ming had been the bosses of the bottom league. To get to the tier where the real monsters live, I was going to need attributes I did not yet have. It also told me something I liked considerably less, and I said it out loud in an empty car. This villain system is unnervingly humane. I spent 1.2 million. Singing and guitar, both up to advanced, 200,000. Affinity to level 10, which is 100%, 38,400. A memory fruit. Advanced information blocking. And the third revolution of the 9 revolutions Heavenly Dragon Art, 500,000, multiplier 3.375. The reasoning was simple. The next Daughters of Destiny come out of the music industry, so I needed a voice and an instrument. Information blocking meant that even if my face ended up on a national broadcast, nobody could pull a single verified fact about me off any network on Earth. And the memory fruit pulls everything you ever knew in a previous life back to the surface with perfect clarity, which is the one and only asset the coming king of the entertainment industry has. I bought his entire career out from under him before he had recorded a note. Physique 385, 913,800 points. Chen Hua called to say she had to be at the new production site and would I please collect Yang Ling from the airport personally because there was nobody else she trusted. I made a performance of not wanting to. The more I resisted, the harder she insisted because her real purpose was for the diva to see exactly what sort of backing stood behind Murin International. Scarlet Shadow and I watched the sun come up on the way home, and she put her hand out into the light. I'm an assassin, she said. That doesn't mean I like living in the shade. Sometimes when I'm walking in the sun, I feel like a person instead of a tool. There won't be any more of those days in the dark, I said, and where the sun doesn't reach, there's me. Then Wu Jing came through the door at a run. Master Zhou was in Tianhai City. Liu begged me to go to Yanjing. Not because he was afraid of dying, which he isn't, but because he was afraid of failing to protect me, which he is. I ran the numbers. The old man sits somewhere around 200 physique. I was at 385, and with the third revolution running, I was nudging 1,300, more than 6 times. Wu Jing, I said, feeling generous. Have you noticed anything different about me lately? Liu studied me carefully in the mirror, because he wanted very much to get this right. I have, young master, he said. An outsider sees more clearly. You're always telling the brothers not to overindulge with women. Liu paused respectfully. You should probably take your own advice. Your face has gone very pale. Then I gave the order that made him go white. Have old Zhao take a man to see Divine Oracle Master for treatment, and have him let my name slip, deliberately. Young master. That's the effect I want. Pay your brother. Well for it. I'd rather the old man didn't wander around Tianhai like a fly with no head. I looked out of the window. Let him come straight to me. That afternoon, I stood in the arrivals hall of Tianhai International holding a piece of cardboard with a name on it, which is not a thing I ever expected to do. A tall woman in a mask, sunglasses, and a cap stopped in front of me, looked at the sign, and looked at me. Follow me, she said. The camper van was parked at the far end of the short stay level, and inside it she took the mask off and said, You probably don't remember me. Yang Ling, 100 million followers, the only genuine diva this country has produced in a decade. We were at the same university in Yanjing, she said. I was 2 years above you. I've heard stories. I would like to describe the 4 seconds that followed as calm. There was no Yang Ling anywhere in the original text. She had walked in from a script I hadn't read, and she had just informed me that she knew stories about a young man whose entire biography consisted of things I would pay money to bury. Which stories? I said. They were the good ones. The ones the family had spent 3 years and a great deal of money constructing specifically to cover up the real ones. A young man who studied hard, who was polite to staff, who once returned a lost wallet. The pond did not explode. Senior Sister Yang, I said warmly. You're shameless, said Yang Ling. You didn't recognize me, and now you're crawling. She was 3 days into the first proper holiday she'd had in 6 months, and about 11 minutes later the driver came off the airport road and both phones lost signal, which in this country is not a coincidence but a jammer. Yang Ling opened the door and got out to face a dozen men on a dirt road by herself. If you want money, name a figure. If you don't, you get nothing, and there isn't one of you the law won't find. I want to give her credit because it changed my read of her entirely. She was not frightened. She was managing the scene, and she had already decided she would die before she let any of them touch her. I sat in the doorway feeling briefly grateful to old Joe because there are opportunities you cannot buy at any price, and he had handed me one for free. I hit him at about 1%, which still put him over the front wheel, and shouted in the most convincingly juvenile voice available, "How dare you kidnap the ambassador I found?" 12 men took under 3 minutes. Then I stood there looking embarrassed and explained that I have a bad temper and cannot stand people who lean on strength, and that if I hadn't learned a trade, I'd be the one suffering. The driver, whose face was already changing shape, informed me that young Master Joe would be hearing about it, and I felt a wave of nostalgia because nobody had spoken to me like that in months. Senior Sister Yang. Let's call the police. She thought I was noble, and once a woman decides that you keep the costume on. She wanted to buy me dinner, so I broke it deliberately. Don't thank me. The world runs on money. I fought that hard because I need you to endorse my company's product. Yang Ling put her chopsticks down. Junior brother, even if that's what you think, why say it out loud? Is my charm worth less than a pile of money? Then she studied my face and let herself off the hook. Don't answer. Senior Sister Yang overestimated herself, and she still said no to the contract on the grounds that endorsing a product because a man saved her life would be dishonest to the people who buy things because she said so. The technique, since it is the only one that works at her level, everybody in that industry flatters her, all day, every day. The only way to be remembered is to do the opposite of what the last 400 people did. 3 students recognized her outside the restaurant, not from her face, but from the hat, which had been in a paparazzi shot the previous spring, so I put my arm round her shoulders and apologized to them for my girlfriend not being very good looking, and asked them not to stare because she was already nervous about it. They apologized profusely and went away. The pinch landed as soon as they turned the corner. 1. You unilaterally appointed me your girlfriend. 2. You called me ugly. 3. You told them I wasn't good enough for you. It worked, though. I'd rather have been recognized. And she strode off ahead of me, and being furious, forgot to keep her head down, and walked down a busy street with her chin up, pulling twice as many eyes as before, so an arm went round her and steered her into a side road while she pretended it wasn't happening. She got free at the corner. You did that on purpose. And that one was real, and it cost me points, and I could feel the knot forming, and I had about 10 seconds to do something about it. Which was when a white-haired old man in a gray robe walked out of the alley in front of us. Divine Oracle Master had come running the moment my name reached him, exactly as designed. I did not explain anything to Yang Ling. I stepped in front of her and said loudly, I did it. It's on me. This woman has nothing to do with you. Let her go. Leave her out of it. Yang Ling's mind filled in the rest in about a second and a half, because the driver's threat was still ringing in her ears and because the old man said absolutely nothing, which is what an expert sent by a coal baron would do. Run, I said. I'll hold him. Then I slapped her behind with the hand she couldn't see and went in. Here is the technical position, since it matters. Zhou Ming's striking art was at what the people in that world call great achievement. His master's art is better, and better in the specific way that is worst for a straightforward attacker. It is soft, and it turns your own force back into you. Liu took my arm with both of his like a pair of snakes, rotated my own weight through the elbow, and set himself to break the bone. Liu did not know that I was already running the third revolution, the sovereign pure yang body and the breath regulation technique at the same time. My fist went through the guard behind it and into his chest. Liu came down about 4 meters away with his ribcage collapsed, coughing, saying the word impossible. Even a lion goes at a rabbit with everything it has. Dragging out a fight with an old fox is how young men die. One movement, life or death. Or in a word, arrogance. Yang Ling came back. She came back at a run, and she went down on her knees next to me, and for the first time she used my name instead of junior brother. Go, I said. Don't get involved. I've got somebody I can call. I'll handle it. Then she turned on the dying man and screamed at him, actually screamed that he was a monster, that how could a person be so cruel? And this is the part I enjoy most in the whole affair. Master Zhou, lying there with his chest caved in, had seen exactly what I did. Liu had watched me put a blood capsule in my mouth in midair. Liu knew perfectly well that I had never been struck, that I had thrown myself onto his hands. His larynx was displaced, and he could not produce a single word. His last coherent thought, and I like to imagine it in italics, was, who exactly is the victim here? Ding. Master of the Son of Destiny eliminated, plus 50,000. Ding. Taiji technique acquired. Ding. Warning. Host circulatory network ruptured under sustained overload. Compulsory repair. Minus 50,000. And then I passed out, genuinely, for real, face down in a side street. The first thing I did on waking was complain. 385 physique and it still tore. The third revolution, the system explained, was never rated for a body at my level. Why didn't you say? The host did not ask. Also, the technique was obtained as a critical drop from a son of destiny rather than purchased from the catalog, and therefore came without documentation. What happens at the ninth? At the host's current physique, guaranteed death. So, second revolution is the safe ceiling for now, 2.25, and that ceiling rises with the body. Noted, filed, resented. I was in the Black Dragon Society's private hospital, and Zhao Yun was putting a pillow behind me with red eyes and no capacity whatsoever to tell me off. Wu Jing went down on his knees at the side of the bed. Young master, you're awake. I nearly died of fright. The report. Yang Ling was extracted and returned to her hotel. Master Zhou's body was quietly burned. A public hospital was impossible because of the reporting requirements, so he had gone to Zhao Yun. Everyone else had been told I was away on business. Young Master Zhou's people had already been collected by the Rose Hall, and awkwardly, Zhao Yun appeared to have found out about the others. I know, I said. I'm not worried about her. She's better than anyone I've met at telling the big thing from the small thing. She's a woman who does large work. She doesn't have time to be petty about details. That's exactly why I told you to take me to her. Wu Jing looked confused because it had been his own idea. There was a hem of a coat visible under the door. Ding, Zhao Yun favorability plus 500. I was injured, I was not blind, and if I hadn't said something generous in the next 4 minutes, the first person to pull my oxygen line out was going to be her. She came in with a bowl. Busy replying to your mistresses? Understandable. You've been unconscious for days. They must be climbing the walls. She held the bowl at chest height in a way that quoted a very old novel about a woman poisoning her husband, and I swallowed and said, "Do I have to drink it?" "It's millet porridge." She fed me with a spoon, blowing on each one. "Wu Jing's told me you know about them," I said. "With your temperament, how are you tolerating it?" "I don't know how to apologize to you. I raised it while she was in a good mood on purpose, because the alternative was her finding out by accident in a car park." "Do you think I, Zhao Yun, would be jealous over something so small?" she said, not looking at me. "I intend to build the Rose Hall up, take the Black Dragon Society, and do large things. I don't have time to chat with your mistresses." "Business, then." She wanted to expand the Rose Hall, but she keeps a standard, and the standard is women only, at not less than 30% of her deputies' combat ability, and none of the candidates were reaching a 10th. "So we open it to men," she said. "No." I said it faster than I meant to. "The requirements stay, absolutely strictly." I will admit the real reason. If there are men in the Rose Hall, there is no point in the Rose Hall, and also her deputy would stop being a unit of measurement, and I had grown fond of that. I reached up to touch her cheek and something in my side tore and I made a noise. "Don't move," she said sharply. "Listen." I got hold of her wrist instead. "Whatever you want to build, build it. However many obstacles there are, I'll take them out of the way one at a time, because you're my Zhao Yun." Then I looked down at the tubes and the tape and laughed at myself. Coming from a man in this condition, that probably sounds like nothing. She put her cheek against my hand. "No," she said. "In my eyes you were always able to do anything." Lin Yi found me by looking at a tree. I heard her in the corridor. "Excuse me, have you seen a tall, good-looking young man with a very charming smile? His name's Li Kai. Lu's extremely pale." "Don't know about Li Kai. Extremely pale is in room 2. I attempted to blame Wu Jing. "Nobody told me anything," she said. "You sent me a photograph and gave away your own position." She pointed out of the window at an enormous plane tree. "That tree. I know that tree. I could tell you the hospital and the floor from the angle of the branches." Zhao Yun left the room, clipping her shoulder on the way past. Lin Yi was furious that I'd hidden being injured, and what came out of her mouth was, "Does it still hurt?" "It's nothing. You look like this, and it's nothing. Then what, in your world, counts as something?" She announced she was staying to nurse me. I looked for a way to refuse without refusing, and I found what I thought was an elegant one. "I need the toilet. Call Wu Jing in. You can't help with this." She went out, closed the door of the ward, came back in, and got the bedpan out from under the bed. Afterwards, she warmed a towel and cleaned my hands. "If you're embarrassed," my internal voice was howling, "then why? And was it strictly necessary to shush me while you were emptying it?" "A few years ago," she said, "I nursed my grandmother in this building. Every day I came in past that tree." She held my palm flat in both of hers. "I used to think fate was something old people invented to explain coincidences. Then I met you. If it weren't for you, I'd be a body in that lake." Zhao Yun came back with a bowl and saw the hands. "Familiar face," she said. "Half an hour in the building and you're already holding hands?" "We know each other very well," said Lin Yi, not letting go. What followed was the most dangerous 40 minutes of my convalescence. Zhao Yun started calling me Kai, which she has never done, and administered my medicine mouth to mouth in front of the competition, and then tucked my hair behind my ear and asked whether that had made it less bitter. Then they went to memories. Zhao Yun played Mangdong Mountain and the Queen Bar. Lin Yi countered with a dark alley off a food street and a wooden boat in the middle of an artificial lake, and added that once discharged, a convalescent benefits far more from walks than from noisy bars. Zhao Yun's internal reaction, which I could read off her face like a subtitle. Even the educated one is going into alleys where there are men, and in the middle of a lake, in a boat. You can't even stand up in one of those. Is she not afraid of capsizing? She ran the full comparison. Doctorate, figure, plus the specific radiance of a beautiful professor, family, and concluded, lost. Lost across the board. Because Lin Yi can write, and Zhao Yun can only put 18 holes in a man in 3 seconds. Downstairs in the canteen, Lin Yi ordered beef rice noodles, mildly spicy, and Zhao Yun, 8 decibels louder, ordered the same thing extra spicy and told the owner to do as he was told. She ate the whole bowl under observation and came back up to the ward, scarlet and sweating, drinking cold water and fanning her own face with both hands, privately promising to have that noodle shop demolished. By the evening, it was an ultimatum. Li Kai, decide, her or me, and Lin Yi turned to me as well. Since Miss Zhao has put it that way, decide. Defending either one of them broke the balance permanently. So I used the breath regulation technique, which is what Zhou Ming's turtle breathing had turned into, and which is a flawless imitation of death. First, I aimed the gun at both of them. Is the ward too quiet for you? Do you think I'm in perfect health? I don't need either of you. Get out. They were both at the door, both stung, when the monitor started screaming, 30 minutes in theater. The chief physician, who was not one of the initiated and had no idea who Zhao Yun was, came out and gave them the worst dressing down of their adult lives. Only just regained consciousness. Cannot take wind. Cannot take sun. Certainly cannot take the two of you arguing at his bedside. 2 more minutes, and even if we had brought him back, you would have been visiting a vegetable. Zhao Yun slid down the white tiles of the corridor and sat on the floor. Lin Yi took all of it standing up with her hands closed white and asked one question, which was whether there would be lasting damage. I burned the problem out properly, which meant doing it twice more, once for each of them, and after the third, I made myself a promise. Never again. One accident with that technique, and it stops being a trump card and becomes a guillotine with me under it. Within a week, they were greeting each other as sister. There was sediment. Of course there was sediment. But given the time scale, it was the best available outcome. Zhao Yun fed me apple off a fork and wiped my mouth with a hot towel, and Lin Yi sat by the window with a manuscript on her knees reading it professionally. Parts of this are cheap, she said, turning a page. But if you cut those, the structure underneath is strong. It would find an audience as a series. The dialogue's repetitive. I could edit it. The manuscript was called The Twin Legends of Datang, and I knew what happened to it, because in my previous life, the adaptation made 2 people into stars. Buy it, I told Wu Jing, all of it. The author's reply came back the same evening. Print and digital rights only, on a royalty. Film, television, and game rights are not for sale at any price, because he intended to sell them one at a time, 1 per year, once the book took off. Lin Yi was astonished. Even her academic books get bought outright. Buy what he'll sell, I said. If he wants to sell the rest later, he can. Leave him your contact details. Wu Jing looked at me the way a man looks at a lecture he cannot afford, and I later learned that he had seriously considered asking whether he could hand back his salary in exchange for structured tuition. I could have been up in 3 days. A beauty pill would have done it. Because Zhao Yun and Lin Yi both knew I was injured, I had to lie in that bed and pretend for nearly a fortnight. The Minbo situation stalled. Liu blocked Wu Jing's number and refused to meet. Don't push, I said. Old Zhao's already working on it. Your job is to wait quietly until he comes to you. Because a man who has an entire library in his head knows exactly what it is worth and will never drain the pond. All Wu Jing's approach had ever been for was to make sure that when the bad day came, Minbo would already have a number to call. Book my discharge, I said. And let Yang Ling know about my condition. Gently. I woke up from a doze to the sound of water in the ward bathroom. The door opened and a pair of legs came out, and I identified the person from the legs alone, which tells you something about the fortnight I'd had. Senior Sister Yang Ling, in a pink towel drying her hair. I had asked Wu Jing to inform her. She had come herself, and she had come like that. What is it? She said with enormous satisfaction. Have I got insects on me? Why is my junior brother staring? What are you doing in my hospital room? Aren't you afraid of the press? Half a month of silence had done something to her that 100 million followers never could. In that industry, she stopped believing anybody years ago and smiles out of muscle memory. And every one of those defenses had come down at the exact moment a man took what she believed were near-fatal injuries standing in front of her, and then she had spent 14 days alone in a hotel suite, doing what people do when they are alone with a story. She lay on her side by the bed with her head on her hand. Half a month, and the new generation has already overtaken the old. When we were hiding in the corner of that shop eating fish, you called me Ling Ling. Now it's senior sister? I'm fairly sure I said Ling Ling. She put a finger on my mouth. In public, whatever you like. In private, Xiao Ling Ling or Ling Ling. Senior sister Yang is too general. Then, immediately. From tomorrow, you're coming with me. Variety show. I really don't. If Murin International wants a different ambassador, said Yang Ling, then by all means refuse. The program is called Faraway Yard. It is one of those countryside reality shows where 4 famous people live in a converted farmhouse and cook, and the entire economy of the thing is that the audience finds it restful. The rule for guest arrivals is that you phone the house in advance to order the food you want, while concealing your identity. The production team assumed I was useless for this, on the grounds that nobody had ever heard of me. Let my junior brother do it, said Yang Ling. I have voice imitation. I called the house and ordered dinner in the voice of the man this world calls the king of the screen, who is one of the 4 kings of the previous generation, 4 men so far above the current industry that the young ones speak about them the way you'd speak about weather. The runner who took the call went the color of paper. Liu told the crew afterwards that unless you worked with the man daily, you could not have told the difference. Inside the house, it became a disaster in stages. The youngest resident, Xu Ya, 19 and an actress, clamped her hand over the receiver and shouted for help. Gao took the phone off her and heard a completely different voice, the Chen God, who addressed him by name, and Gao bellowed the news across the yard. Uncle Su Gao took the phone next and got a third voice, the Dancing King, who reminisced fondly about the time Uncle Shu Gao had rescued an awkward moment at an awards ceremony. Teacher Li got the 4th. They put the phone down and stood in a circle. Old Zhou's outdone himself, said Uncle Shu Gao. Liu's booked all 4 kings. By the time the rumor had crossed the production compound, the live stream had gone from 50,000 to 550,000. Director Zhou, who had spent the previous minute praising the impersonation, went cold, because if 4 kings did not walk through that gate, the audience was going to take the production apart, brick by brick. 2 people walked through the gate, Yang Ling, doing her first reality show in her life, and me. Gao forgot entirely about the Chen God. Uncle Shu Gao saved it, and he saved it by hanging the whole thing on the rules of the game. Every guest disguises themselves on the call. Yours was flawless. You had all 4 of us. That was an astonishing piece of work. Which is to say, in front of 1 million people, he publicly covered for me. The stream went past 1 million, and the abuse started in the same minute. Who is this man? How dare he imitate the kings? There is nothing about him online anywhere, which proves it's a setup. Some of the audience defended me, which I found touching and inexplicable. I greeted each of the 4 in a different voice. Teacher Li got the 4th king. Gao got the Chen God. Zhuya got the king of the screen and went so red that everybody in the yard assumed she had a temperature. She brought me a yogurt later and our fingers touched and she caught fire again. Just Li Kai, I said. Mr. Li is too formal. Gao arrived to complain that the yogurt had been his. Liu went and got his own and reported, mystified, that his was somehow less sweet. The sponsor that season was a mobile game, and the contract required the cast to play it on camera. I went 18 and nothing in the first match, and then did it twice more. And when the chat demanded a ban, I sank myself by explaining that I barely play, and the opposition were simply weak. Director Zhou went gray because advertising cheating on a sponsor's own broadcast is a contract event with numbers attached. The publisher's statement went up in 90 minutes and said that the account showed no irregularities of any kind, that matchmaking had unusually often placed the player against low-skill opponents, and that the company firmly defended Mr. Li Kai's reputation and wished him continued enjoyment of the game. The 4 residents of the house produced in order 1 question mark, 2 question marks, and 3. Are you an employee? Gao demanded. I topped up once when I wanted a skin and pressed a few too many zeros. After that, I won no matter how I played, so I stopped. I offered the full skin set to 100 people in the chat, which is over 1 million yuan, and when the director started making shapes with his hands about promotional approval, I turned the phone around and showed the camera my balance. Somebody screenshotted it. 9 figures. The chat stopped calling me anything except Dad. In the rice paddy, Yang Ling wanted to go in the water, and Uncle Shu Gao nearly had a stroke because her legs are insured and he has seen the figure on the policy. She puffed her cheeks out. So I'm baggage, she said, and stayed on the bank. Shu Ya went in up to the thigh, hit soft mud, and went over sideways. I got her round the waist and pulled her out like a radish and set her down in the shallow end. Our little one, Uncle Shu Gao observed from 40 meters away, has grown up. On the bank, Yang Ling hit her own leg with the flat of her hand and privately cursed every executive who had ever taken out an insurance policy because it meant all she could do was stand there and watch the two of them being sweet in a field. A crew member murmured to me that there were crabs in the silt near the bank and left at speed. They counted at the end. Uncle Shu Gao, 26 fish. Gao, 32. Shu Ya, 13. How did you do? Not much. A crab and 3 prawns. The tub came up onto the grass with a king crab the size of a manhole cover in it and 3 Australian lobsters. Old Joe, said Teacher Lee, turning round very slowly. Are you telling me these are farmed in the rice paddy? And Director Joe gave the answer that will outlive all of us. What king crab? What lobsters? Those are ordinary crabs that have grown well and prawns that have been eating properly. Mr. Lee was lucky enough to catch some unusually large ones, and now you're complaining at me. The stream went through 5 million. Dinner was steamed because the more a thing costs, the less you should do to it. Yang Ling washed a lobster and it hit her in the face with its tail and she smeared the mud across her cheek trying to clear it and ended up looking like a cat that had lost an argument. She ate more than anyone at that table, and when Uncle Shu Gao raised an eyebrow about her figure she said, I'm actually trying to gain weight, which he pointed out was an insult to roughly half the actresses in the country. Gao flexed his arm and Shu Ya squeezed it and laughed at him. I lifted my shirt about 4 inches. Gao put his head in his hands. Why does the man who eats the most have the best body? I am told that female viewers across 11 provinces went through that footage frame by frame because I put the shirt back down too fast. After dinner, Uncle Shu Gao gave me the room deliberately. An evening like this needs a song. Can you sing? It'd be thin without a guitar. Shu Ya was on her feet before I finished the sentence. She came back with her own, which she is learning, badly, and which she was very shy about. I played a song about being a child. I'm not going to try to reproduce it here. What I can tell you is what it did to that barn. The cicadas outside got louder, which is a thing that happens when a room goes quiet enough. Gao stopped chewing. Teacher Lee put down a bowl he had been holding for 2 minutes. Every person under that roof went back to a specific classroom and a specific yard, and you could watch it arrive on each of their faces about 4 seconds apart. There is a line in it about a girl in the next classroom, and I looked up on that line and found Shu Ya, and she put both hands over her face and left them there. Uncle Shu Gao wiped his eyes with the back of his wrist and did not care who saw. When it stopped, there was no sound in the barn at all. That's it, said Uncle Shu Gao eventually. You're cruel. Why would you sing that in that mood tonight? Don't you know that what old men fear most is remembering? Teacher Lee said, I've never heard that song. It should have been a hit 20 years ago. Then he sat up. Did you write that? They asked for another one. I said no, not out of modesty, because the screen time belonged to the people who live in that house, and I had already taken more of it than a guest should. Gao and Shu Ya sang a children's song afterwards, and it sounded exactly as thin as you would expect. Director Joe came into the yard at 11 with a tablet and announced the peak, 13 million concurrent against an expected 3 to 4. Liu's a variable, he said, to the 4 residents, who were listening the way people listen when they know they're being told something true. Every time that man does anything, a topic is born. Liu was made for this industry. Teacher Lee mentioned the thing the audience had not spotted, which was that refusing the second song had not been shyness. Liu had handed the evening back to the youngest 2. If Li Kai stays, said Uncle Shu Gao, our little one will be delighted. She's blushed more in one day than in 3 previous seasons. I'm not asking your opinion, said Director Joe. I'm asking how we keep him. Money won't do it. Liu's more likely to buy the production company. She messaged me at midnight. Still awake? I've got some photographs for a campaign. Have a look. They were beach shots and lingerie shots for a luxury underwear label that had apparently made an offer. I gave her the reaction she was not expecting. You've never done lingerie in your life. Why now? She sent an angry face made of punctuation, and I retreated to Ling Ling, and then she told me the truth. I haven't had a decent script in a long time. If I live on what I did 4 years ago, the fans drift. Unless there's a new album, or a real role. If there were a real role, I'd turn the contract down tomorrow. That is not a complaint. That is a request. And I took it as one. I ate the memory fruit that night, sitting on the edge of a bed in a farmhouse. An entire novel from my previous life came up in front of my eyes, complete, word for word, down to the punctuation. A martial arts epic, Wind Over the Northern Pass, 4 volumes. I could have recited the chapter headings backwards. With that in my head, I did not need Minbo at all. Shuya was waiting at the bottom of the stairs in the morning with a bowl of hot milk with the skin still on it, which is a thing you only make for somebody on purpose. And when I put my hand on her head, she closed her eyes like a cat. I asked whether anyone had a computer. She brought her own, pink, and typed the password in, and the screen came up mid-playback on last night's video of me singing, which she had been watching at 2 in the morning and had forgotten to close. Director Joe came in with the overnight numbers. The song had 10 million views and the top spot in the national trend list. Liu offered me a permanent seat on the show. I turned it down. I'm not planning a career in this field. Shuya went back to her room with her chin up and her nose running. The stream came on at 8 and there were 800,000 people watching a man type. The chat had by then discovered something genuinely unsettling, which is that there is nothing about Li Kai anywhere on any network in the world except this program. No school, no photographs, no company filings, nothing. Advanced information blocking is expensive and it is worth every point, and the audience filled the vacuum with conspiracy theories at a rate of about 400 a minute. Yang Ling sat down on the arm of the chair. What are you writing? What do you think? Who was telling me at midnight that she has no good scripts and has to advertise underwear? She melted visibly on a live broadcast and then covered it by asking whether it was a romance or a family drama. Neither. Martial arts. Li Kai. She said it seriously because she is a professional. Martial arts is dying. 3 adaptations of bestsellers have failed this year. I'm making it anyway. If you don't want the part, I won't force you. Of course I want the part. Instantly. No pause. Someone's willing to fund it. Why wouldn't I take the fee? The real reason, which she thought I couldn't see, was that if I was the writer and the producer, then I would be on set. And if I was on set, she would see me every day. What fee do you want? Whatever you think is right. My junior brother's going to be a big director. How could his senior sister not help? I posted the first 3 chapters that afternoon under the pen name Dao Guardian Who Expels Demons, and director Zhou, who is nobody's fool, immediately opened a dedicated segment inside the program to follow it and stated on air that Yang Ling would be playing the female lead in the adaptation. She has hundreds of millions of followers. A confirmed lead role in an adaptation makes a book a phenomenon before the 2nd volume is written, and there is more than one woman in that book. There is a 2nd lead. There is a 3rd. There is a villainess with a fan following of her own. Half the actresses in this country were going to fight over those parts, and I would be deciding. Shuya did not come out to say goodbye. Gao was baffled. Uncle Shugao covered for her smoothly. She's never been any good at goodbyes. 200 meters down the track, Yang Ling said, something's wrong. Everybody watched how she behaved for 2 days. She wouldn't let you leave without a word. Ding, Shuya emotional fluctuation plus 500. Which told me exactly where she was, which was about 30 meters behind us, not wanting to cry on camera. So I raised my voice slightly and explained to Yang Ling, apparently privately, why I was really writing the book. Shuya hasn't got a single significant credit. One reality show isn't a career, it's a holding pattern. I wanted to give her a part, and if you're the one looking after her on set, who in this industry is going to dare touch her? She came out from behind the tiled outbuilding and put her forehead into my chest. Why are you writing it? She said into my shirt. You don't need money. She wanted one answer. There was exactly one sentence she was waiting for. It's all for senior sister, I said. She hasn't had new work in a long time, or she'd never have come on a reality show. She nearly signed an underwear contract just to stay visible, and I don't want that many people looking at her. I pulled at my own hair. Writing is agony, but for Yang Ling, I'll suffer. Shuya did not hear the first half of that. She is a person who does quiet, kind things for people and then dies of embarrassment if anyone mentions it, so she knows precisely what it looks like when somebody hides behind a third party. She was entirely certain that all this talk of Yang Ling was shyness and that I meant her. The 2 of us stood in a lane having completely separate conversations that never touched at any point. Ding, Yang Ling has been offended, plus 500. Ding, Yang Ling has been deeply offended, plus 1,000. Ding, Yang Ling has successfully resolved her own feelings and her favorability has risen sharply, plus 10,000. Reconstructed approximately. What does he mean, sign an underwear contract to stay famous? Who does he think I am? Followed, honestly, by, those photographs at midnight were a mine I laid myself because I watched them being sweet in a rice paddy and I panicked. And then finally, even if I fall off the pedestal entirely, what does it matter if he's still here? At which point she felt wonderful. On the path, she walked ahead of me in long, angry strides for 100 meters, then looked back, then slowed, then found herself accidentally alongside, and then took my arm, which she told me later she had never done with anyone. In the car, she did not let go of my hand and addressed the driver. Mr. Driver, would you be willing not to discuss anything you've seen today? My assistant will have a non-disclosure agreement for you at the airport. The fee is negotiable. And if someone offers him enough to break it, I said, then let them. She didn't move. I want to hold your hand. I want to take the moment while it's here. What of it? I don't mind. You could be bolder. I'm only thinking of your reputation. Every one of those fans wants to be the one you eventually pick. Aren't you afraid of losing them? She thought about it properly, which is why the answer was worth having. I am, said Yang Ling. But I'm more afraid of losing you. Wu Jing, listening to all of that through a partition he had not yet been asked to raise, quietly fell apart. Less than a month, he thought. A national superstar risking everything she has and personally arranging a non-disclosure agreement for the sake of 10 minutes in the back of a car. I thought I had learned the young master's trade. I have not even got the fur. Put the screen up, I said. Ling Ling, that's my own bodyguard. You don't need an agreement. Nothing leaves this car. She hit me with both fists, on the grounds that I had frightened her for nothing and got a button off my shirt in the process, and then stopped with her face about 4 inches from mine. Here's the part underneath. She had spent years building a wall in an industry that rewards nothing else, and she genuinely could not identify the moment at which she had handed somebody the key to a door in it. We're nearly at the airport, I said. That's enough. She pushed me back into the seat. Were you planning to kiss me? Am I not allowed? She was not good at it. That was the best part. Then she put a mark on my neck, deliberately, high enough to be visible over a collar. So you behave, she said. Now other girls can see you've already got a girlfriend. I removed it on the drive back by accelerating the local circulation, which takes about 40 seconds and is one of the more embarrassing applications of a divine rank medical skill. Wu Jing watched in the mirror with visible admiration. So what you're saying, I said, is that I'm a bastard. No, young master. Liu was completely serious. You gave Miss Yang Ling a home, a warm harbor where nobody stabs her. Then he gave me the report on Min Bo, which I include because it is the single clearest illustration of what luck actually is in a world like this one. Min Bo had refused my offer for his manuscript and taken it to another publisher. That publisher's owner had a specific preference, and it was not for women, and there had been something in a glass of water. Min Bo now cries every time he uses the bathroom. I want to be clear. I told old Zhao to lean on him and to make sure nobody bought that script. I did not do that, and I would not have thought of it. That is the recoil. Zhuya and Yang Ling are daughters of destiny, and I have both of them. The novel is mine, the song is mine. The memory that was supposed to be his only advantage is sitting in my head. When you take everything a man's fate was made of, the fate does not simply stop. It sours, and then it goes looking for him. Liu also stepped in dog mess twice in 1 week, was hit by birds on 3 separate occasions, and was eventually tricked into taking a job at a coal mine, where he now works double shifts. Scarlet Shadow came out of the forward cabin of the jet somewhere over the coast. She had flown ahead, told nobody, and been sitting up there for 40 minutes. You disappear for weeks, she said. Am I not allowed to check? What was actually bothering her was that from the moment we boarded, I had discussed every woman on Earth except her, and that she would quite like to kill all of them. Is this a flare-up from being alone too long? It was. That was exactly what it was, and it landed hard because while I was away, she had gone back to being a stray, and a stray who has already learned what it is like to be kept is a different animal entirely. They say a person has 206 bones, she said, looking out of the window. Since I met you, I've had 207. Then business. She had failed to get near Liu Shuangquan. Too many guards, too many people who knew what they were looking at, and she gave me the real reason without being asked. I can't focus anymore. My mind goes somewhere else. For someone in my line of work, being distracted is the same as being dead. Do you actually want him dead? I said. Or is it something you say? Liu Shuangquan is her father. Liu married into the Chen family of Modu as the son-in-law who takes the wife's name, and to do it he left a wife and 2 daughters behind him, and one of those daughters ended up at the bottom of a well. To father a child and not raise her is one thing, said Scarlet Shadow. My mother died because he was greedy. Then I'll help, I said. Don't argue. Your enemy is my enemy now. And she said, for the first time in the entire time I had known her, I'll help you too. I got back to the villa and found Xu Jing dressed as a dancer from the western provinces in purple gauze with small bells on the belt. The theme is chosen by me. I choose it even when I am not going to be in the building, which is part of the point. But that evening she resisted. She brought the tea and did not sit down, and then it came out of her all at once. When you're home, I do everything you say. When you're not, you remember I exist and give me instructions, and when you forget, you just put me down. Am I a tool? It was not jealousy. I want to be precise about this because getting it wrong would have cost me months. It was the swing. There is a man who writes to a beautiful woman every week for 4 years. She throws every letter away. Then 1 week he stops, and she is the one who cannot sleep because the letters had become a fixed point, and she had built her week around throwing them away. Remember what you are, I said, and I made it cold on purpose. I say come, you come. You leave when I say you can. If you're unhappy about it, keep it to yourself. That's once. There won't be a second time. The doorbell went, and a third-tier actress called Xu Lingling came in about the casting and correctly identified Xu Jing by the window as the actual threat, and went on the offensive by walking past her close enough to knock her shoulder and sitting down against my side. "There are people in the room," said Xu Jing. "Have you no shame? And who exactly are you?" It escalated from there, and Xu Jing looked at my face, which had gone flat, and prepared herself for the most humiliating minute of her life. "Out," I said. She turned to go, and behind her there was a shriek, because it was Xu Lingling who went out, off the sofa, and most of the way to the door. The reason was not chivalry. The actress's figure turned out to be manufactured, and did not feel the way it looked, and for a man with my particular fastidiousness, that is roughly the experience of stepping in something in the dark. She had been an instrument brought in to be rubbed against Xu Jing, and instruments get put down. Xu Jing was jubilant and then made the mistake people make, which is to start asking questions she did not want an honest answer to. She has quite a good figure, doesn't she? What changed? She wanted to hear that it was because of her. I gave her nothing at all and changed the subject. "I hear your father is spending less and less time at the company. Is he unhappy, or has he decided to abandon the Zhao group?" She was furious about the leak and told me anyway. Liu was in discussions with a wealthy contact from Modu about property. "Property. I've been meaning to look at that sector, so your father is short of capital. Perhaps he'd like to partner with me." The tea house meeting was 3 days later, and Zhao Zheng did something that improved my opinion of him permanently, which was to try to talk me out of it. Overheated market, too much stock under construction, capped growth, hard to sell into. Liu said all of that to the man who had removed him from his own chairmanship for free, and meant it. Xu Jing sat there quietly furious with her own father for being decent. Let him go in, she thought. Let him break his teeth. I thanked him and gave him another marrow cleansing pill and asked for nothing, which was a bargain, because the second pill had already been paid for and the goodwill it bought was worth several times the first. Liu Shuangquan arrived with a secretary. Liu is the same age as Zhao Zheng and looks a decade younger, which is what a soft life buys, and his part of the family business had a hole in it, and he is not blood in the Chen family, and there are a great many people in that house waiting for him to fall. Liu wanted 1.5 billion for a development called Tianhua. I put Zhao Zheng's valuation on the table, which said a little over 1.2, and we closed there. 600 million on signature, split between us, the balance over 6 months. Zhao Zheng did the arithmetic and quietly died inside, because this was not a partnership, it was a hand around the wrist, and almost all of his liquidity was now standing in a field. "Hold the units," he advised. "Don't sell into this market." "Sell?" I stood up. "Chairman Xu, you've misunderstood. I didn't buy that development in order to sell flats to members of the public." And I left without explaining. In the car, Scarlet Shadow could not work it out. "Liu's in trouble because he needs money. You just gave him money. If nobody had bought Tianhua, he would have gone under, and the Chen family would have thrown him out." "Sometimes," I said, "you don't have to kill someone to take revenge. Let him feel it. It lasts longer." I watched the road. "Him abandoning a wife and 2 daughters is nothing to do with me, but you have a blood debt with the man, and I'm not letting him off with the easy version. Liu had money that day. Liu was not going to have it in a fortnight. As long as Liu Shuangquan's mistakes stay under a certain size, the Chen family will cover them, so he needs to make one over the line." "You're going to defraud him." "How is it fraud?" I said. "It's business." The honest accounting, which I did not share with her, the money would close a gap at Morin International and another one on Lin Mengyao's balance sheet, and it moved Xu Jing another step down the board. What I said to her in the car was that all of it was for her. Her flat is about 100 square meters on 2 floors, expensively furnished in a European style, and where other people hang pictures she has edged weapons, dozens, not one of them duplicated. The living room has a mirror across an entire wall, and next to it, a rail of identical black night suits, because after a job the suit is destroyed so that nothing can be traced back. "Terrible taste," I said. "Everything's the same color." The mirror is a ritual. Before she goes out, she checks herself inch by inch for any single detail that could identify her afterwards. Which is why what happened to her in the following weeks broke her more thoroughly than any defeat ever could. In front of the one mirror where she had spent 14 years assembling herself into a weapon, she had begun, for the first time, to find a flaw. I got home late that night holding my own lower back. Xu Jing was asleep under the chandelier in the front room, waiting up. She woke, flinched away, and then went very still because she could smell perfume that wasn't hers. She was angry. Then she remembered her position and converted it into a joke, and then went straight at the business. "You've taken a development worth over 1 billion off the market and told nobody why. You said you won't sell the flats. Are you deliberately drowning my father so he can't get out of the Zhao group?" I agreed with the worst available version of myself. "Correct. And that's only the first step. Sooner or later I'll have every yuan of his liquidity locked up, and then neither he nor you will be going anywhere." The truth was the reverse. The money was on loan to Liu Shuangquan for a fortnight, and a rumor had already been walking around Tianhua for 4 days, and the rumor was that a new school was going in. A development next to a school is not a development, it is a school district, and the price does not rise, it detonates. I'm tired, I said. Rub my legs. 2 people sighed in that room that night. She was annoyed with her own stupidity. I was annoyed with my own back. Liu Shuangquan came back to the tea house 3 days later and asked, very casually, whether I might sell Tianhua back. Before he arrived, I got Xu Jing to make the tea and then pulled her onto my lap while her father was on the other side of a paper door. If my father walks in, she hissed, I will put my own head through that wall. So somewhere else when nobody's around would be acceptable? She bit me. I lowered my head into it, which turned it into something else, and she stopped resisting for about 4 seconds. Then there were footsteps in the corridor, and she bit me properly, hard enough to draw blood. So when the 2 of them came in, I was sitting with my head down and one hand over my mouth, saying nothing, and nobody in that room knew I had bitten my own tongue. The temperature went down about 8 degrees. Zhaozheng stopped talking. Liu Shuangquan began, entirely subconsciously, to arrange Zhaozheng in his mind as the man who would take the blame for whatever this was. I lifted my head after 20 seconds, smiled at both of them, and wiped the blood off my mouth with my thumb. Xu Jing went cold all the way through with guilt, and I looked straight past her as though the chair were empty. Liu came at the buyback sideways, as men do, and I took offense, and when he had climbed down far enough, I named the price. Since you've made me come out here twice, let's simply double it. 2.4 billion. Zhaozheng made a small sound. That is not a transaction, he was thinking. That is butchering a pig. Liu Shuangquan hesitated exactly long enough not to give himself away and agreed, because he knew about the school and had worked out that he would make it back and more. Liu asked for 6 months. I said the whole sum at once or nothing, because in 6 months the planning documents would be published. Liu asked for a month. I said 3 days, which left him 1 road, and he took it. Liu went to Modu and told the Chen family everything because to raise 2 billion in 72 hours he had to bring them in, and he told himself that giving away part of the profit was worth it if it finally made him something other than the man who married in. When he had gone, Zhaozheng worked it out aloud. Liu wouldn't tear himself apart like that over pride. Liu knows something. A metro line, a station, a school, and decided we should not sell to anybody and should develop it ourselves, which is when I said the sentence. And if his information is wrong, or if it's a smokescreen put out by an official on his way to a promotion, Zhaozheng went the color of the tablecloth. It was not a transaction. It was a pit, and Liu Shuangquan had gone into it head first and had spent 3 days telephoning relatives to ask whether they wanted to come with him. Xu Jing actually spoke up for the man. Liu married in. He has no standing there. You're pushing him into a fire. I looked through her again and stood up. Chairman Xu, I said at the door. About today. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. She cursed me several hundred times in an empty tea room, and underneath the cursing was a completely reasonable complaint. It was his fault. She had only bitten him because she panicked, and now he was looking at her as if they had never been introduced. And then, unwelcomely, a question arrived on its own. Why do I feel like this? Do I actually like him? She spent the drive home explaining to herself that he is a worthless human being, that he mistreats women, that he is not remotely her type, that she hates him, and arrived at, I would rather he shouted at me. I would rather he hit me. Anything except this. So she went to the villa to have it out. The house smelled of cooking. Zhou Mingxia was at the stove in a flowered apron over a black lace slip dress, frying vegetables and singing under her breath. I came up behind her and put my arms round her, and she dropped a piece of tomato and egg. Young master, the eggs are going to burn. Let them burn. I missed you. You were gone so long I thought you'd left me. You never say anything, she said to the pan. But you always finish the tomato and egg. So I cook it last, so it's hot. She had chosen that dress. She had thought about it, in a shop, on purpose, and it was not remotely her, and it was so badly executed that it destroyed me. You're clearly in a hurry, I said, and yet you're making me wait. I suppose the old director has been coaching you. The difference between her and Xu Qingyao, who can achieve the same result with 2 yoga positions, is that Zhou Mingxia is terrible at it, and that is the entire reason it works. You've lost weight. I have not. I've put it on, my old things don't fit. Which was true, and which was the marrow cleansing pill doing its job. Then she told me the actual thing she had been holding. Somebody had leaned on the orphanage while she was there. Men had come round twice, frightened the old director, made the kind of suggestions that leave no evidence. The police could do nothing without evidence. And then all of them had been arrested because a public-spirited member of the public had supplied evidence. She turned round and looked straight at me. It was you, wasn't it? You've been protecting me the whole time. And then she said the thing that I have never been able to put down. She had spent her whole life believing she was unlucky. Orphan, breaks vases, slapped in shopping centers. I'm not unlucky, she said. I used up all the luck I was ever going to get on meeting you. I kissed her eyes and told her that nobody would touch her while I was here. She let me, and noted privately that the person who actually gives her trouble is me, and decided not to raise it. Then, over dinner, she got angry about something else. There is a boy at the orphanage they call Little Stone, whose parents left him there as an infant over a minor defect and who they had recently come back for. The old director went to see their house and worked out from 3 conversations with neighbors what they actually wanted, which is that their second child is ill and Little Stone is a match, and Little Stone was born with 1 kidney. Those aren't parents, said Zhou Mingxia. Those are executioners. And here is what turned her stomach, because she got there by herself. If the director had not taken him home by force, that couple would have been kind to him for a few days, and that boy, who is the most agreeable child in the building, would have offered. Zhou Mingxia has spent 19 years quietly hoping the people who left her would come back one day. She has now started hoping she never meets them, which leaves exactly 1 person in her world, and she has not noticed. And I have. Xu Jing came through the front door at that point, because she knows the code, being the second housekeeper. You are shameless, she announced. So this is what you do. You use money and family name to lure actresses in. Because she had met Xu Lingling that afternoon and had constructed the whole thing. I'm not an actress, said Zhou Mingxia quietly. I'm not in the industry. And for the first time in the entire affair, I went genuinely cold. Who let you in? Who exactly are you, that you throw people out of my house? Is it because you bit my tongue, or because you're the Zhao Group heiress? Then I said the thing that established the order of precedence in that house permanently. Whatever tantrum you want to throw at me, I'll take. You do not get to upset my girl. Apologize to her. Now. Xu Jing lifted her chin. No. And turned to leave. Try it, I said. If you go through that door before you apologize, I have 1,000 ways to make you and your father pay 10,000 times over. Zhou Mingxia pulled at my sleeve and said she hadn't minded, that it was a misunderstanding, and I did not move. Xu Jing got the word out eventually, dragged across broken glass. Sorry. And there was something real in her face when she looked at Zhou Mingxia. Guilt, actual guilt, before rage came in over the top of it. Zhou Mingxia asked again. Fine, I said. You can go. No comfort, no look. She came back for her handbag 2 minutes later and heard me, from the hallway, saying to Zhou Mingxia, Don't mind her. She's got a temper. She didn't mean anything by it. It's a misunderstanding. If you are slapped every day, and then one day after the slap, somebody says, does it hurt? That is not kindness. That is a much more sophisticated weapon, and I knew exactly what I was doing when I fired it into an empty hallway. Her conclusion, standing behind the corner, don't imagine this makes me give up on revenge. One day, I'll make you regret it. In the morning, I stood by the bed, working my lower back with both thumbs and eyes like 2 thumbprints in dough, while Zhou Mingxia, radiant, crept up and kissed the underside of my chin. Let's go to the orphanage, I said. See how they're getting on. I have given that girl a 50 million yuan building, a marrow cleansing pill, and a black card. Nothing has ever hit her like being told we were going to the orphanage on a Tuesday for no reason. I spent half a day there and brought a van of toys. One of the older boys refused his and looked at me with open hostility. Are you her boyfriend? No, shouted a smaller one. Lose the lady's husband. There was a baby in the nursery that the carer could not settle, and Zhou Mingxia picked it up and it stopped instantly and said, Mama. I got competitive. Say papa. Say papa, and I'll give you a sweet. Papa. Papa. That infant looked at Zhou Mingxia for a full minute with complete serenity, ignoring me entirely, and then, apparently out of politeness, produced a sound that was not papa. Zhou Mingxia laughed at me out loud, properly, from the stomach, the first time in 9 months. First real defeat of my new life, delivered by something with no teeth. If I did not have a system in my head, I would genuinely suspect a reincarnation. In the corridor, I mentioned that the older boy had cried when she hugged me, and that he was clearly planning a confession in about 8 years. They're children. I wouldn't be so sure. One of them called you his wife. She was horrified, worked out who it was, and then completely failed to be offended. It was Little Bean, who is 8 and small for it because he was underfed before he arrived, and she immediately decided to make him class monitor because a boy like that should not be left as he is. Then, when the corridor was empty, she kissed me. There's no room in my heart for anybody else, whoever they are. There was shouting at the gate. A man in his 30s had the old director by the collar of her cardigan and was demanding 100,000 or 200,000 for his wife. You found the money to rent a building like this, and you can't find it for my wife? Children came running out to defend her, and she turned round and shouted at the carers to get them back inside because her only concern was that one of them might get caught by a swinging arm. That's her son, a carer told Zhou Mingxia. There's no point calling the police. She'd only go and get him out again in the morning. I took his wrist off the cardigan, turned it, and put him against the wall by the throat, and then hit him across the face a number of times until he was sober. The director asked me to stop. Say you're fine, I said. Liu opened his mouth. I hit him. Who said you could talk? Say you're fine. Liu said it too slowly, so I hit him twice more. Then I let him down. We've had a fight, so now we're friends, I said. If I see you hanging off her again, we'll get to know each other properly. The old director aged about a decade in the following minute. Zhao Changlin was the first child she ever took in, back when there was no orphanage and no donors, only her own house. She loved him like her own, and that is exactly why she ruined him. Liu grew up with nothing to push against, found gambling in his 20s, and now spends whatever he earns and comes back for the rest. Liu turned out this way because I raised him badly, she said. When they first got him into the games, I should have stepped in. I didn't. How many children have come out of sunshine? Said Zhou Mingxia, holding her hands. How many are like him? Most of them come back at New Year. Half of them send money now. Don't let one person wipe out everything you've done. Then I asked the director some questions that made perfect sense to me and no sense at all to anybody else in the room. Has there ever been an incident where an old Taoist ran in off the street, grabbed a child, announced he had exceptional bone structure and took him up a mountain? The director blinked. Or a fire, I said. A fire in which a boy carried 7 small girls out one at a time and then disappeared, and no body was ever recovered. Because it is an orphanage, and it is called Sunshine, and if you have read as many of these stories as I have, you know that this is the starting village? I think something like that may have happened, said the old director slowly. But I don't remember it well. The ones who left and never came back, I don't remember. Which is, in this business, an ironclad piece of evidence. Vagueness in that exact shape means one thing. Another one is coming. So I asked the follow-up. Had any girl from this building grown up to run a listed company worth hundreds of billions, or become a triple-threat superstar, or one of those improbably glamorous flight attendants who appear in these stories? No, said the director firmly. None of that. And that answer is what actually frightened me. If the next script were about 7 sisters or about a chief executive, the villains would be ordinary rich boys, and I could put the protagonist in the ground during his first week. But if a child left this building years ago and went up a mountain to a master, then he does not arrive weak. Liu arrives finished, and he arrives angry. Zhou Mingxia reached up and smoothed the line between my eyebrows with her thumb. Don't think about sad things, she said. Did you lose a childhood friend too? A friend, I thought. The kind who comes at you from behind. There were some quiet days after that. Amusement parks, women's clothing shops, where I established that the only reliable way to check whether something fits is by hand, and the deal closed. Liu Shuangquan bought Tianhua back for 2.4 billion in cash in 72 hours with the Chen family's money and his wife's personal guarantee behind him. Net of the 600 million returned and the 600 million I never paid, he was down 1.2 billion. I split the profit with Zhao Zheng and transferred him 600 million even after he refused it on the entirely cynical grounds that all of that money ends up with Xu Jing eventually, and there are only 2 possible outcomes. I have the woman and not the money, or I have neither the woman nor the money. The planning documents came out 11 days later. The new school is more than 10 kilometers from Tianhua. Liu Shuangquan called his contact at the planning bureau and discovered that the man had been promoted and transferred the previous week. Then his phone began to ring, and it did not stop for 11 hours, because every one of his wife's relatives had come into that deal on his guarantee, and all of them wanted their money back at the same moment, talking over each other, because each of them had worked out that there would not be enough for everybody. Liu could not return it. His own company had been in a hole before any of this started, and now there was 1.2 billion sitting on top of it. Scarlet Shadow found him under a streetlight on his back with a bottle, shouting at the sky that Li Kai had set him up. Liu had worked out, far too late, that without me, there would have been no false information and no convenient promotion. And his wife had left and had not only declined to cover the debt, but stripped his authority in the company and begun preparing to wind it up. Who are you? Get away from me. Who am I? She stood over him. After all these years, I've nearly forgotten my own name. Everyone is allowed to forget it, except you. Liu stopped moving. To kill your wife and abandon your daughter is not a human thing to do. What gives you the right to shout at the sky? She crouched. This ending is too gentle for you. That's why I'm here. Liu threw the bottle and ran and got 9 meters before the knife went into his calf. Then she took the mask off. She has grown up into her mother's face. Exactly. Liu did not get a word out. The second one went into his chest without a fraction of a second's hesitation. I regret it, she said afterwards. I shouldn't have let him go that easily. Look at his eyes, right to the last breath. Liu never worked out that he was killed by his own daughter. No, and this is the coldest line anybody said in that entire year. Liu thought I was my mother. Liu thought her ghost had come for him. Inside, there was nothing at all. Her mother went first. Now her father. She did not say thank you. We were past that. What she did instead, about 90 seconds after killing her own father, was start worrying about my problems and warn me that there would be a storm from Xu Jing's direction. Why especially Xu Jing? I heard her say some things about you while I was watching Liu Shuangquan. She would never say that in front of anybody she didn't trust. So you weren't watching Liu Shuangquan. You were watching her. I did not push it because a woman who has just put a knife into her father is allowed one lie. Let your sister take it from here. You've had what you came for. At the very least, your mother's name gets cleaned up. And Xu Jing? Let her dance. The more she does now, the worse it hurts later. She started to go, then came back half a step and took my hand. Come with me. Xu Jing rang at 8 the next morning. I rejected the call and turned the phone off, and we slept until noon. She ordered food to the flat and plated it up to look homemade and then confessed immediately. I can't cook. I'm fine with a knife. I don't understand a spatula. It doesn't matter whether you cooked it, I said. What matters is that you meant to. She hit my hand away from the chopsticks and sent me to wash and clean my teeth first. Do assassins get to be fastidious? She handed me the mouthwash without a word and then wiped lipstick off my jaw, going pink, having spent the night not understanding what had come over her and having privately sworn never again to own lipstick. Over the food I mentioned that Xu Jing had called. Scarlet Shadow frowned. Would you like to deal with her? I can't. Professional ethics. I don't kill without a contract. And for me? Also paid? For other people there's room to negotiate. She poured tea. But Xu Jing is close to my sister, so there'd be a surcharge. I choked. I should also record that the previous evening I mentioned my lower back and was made to drink 5 bowls of goji and pork rib soup in exactly the spirit of a man telling a woman with a stomach ache to drink more hot water. She got up to leave in the afternoon with the black suit over her arm. I'll tell my sister I'm out on a job so she stops paying attention, she said, and then I'll come back and deal with Xu Jing. I never said I'd pay for that. It's free. She looked back from the door. Don't be nervous. If you're here tonight when I get back, the job will have been worth it. Which is when I sat down and asked the ceiling who exactly the villain was supposed to be in this arrangement, because she was not only refusing payment, she had designs on my person, and I had been made to drink 5 bowls of soup the night before. It had been planned. Xu Jing was waiting at the villa with the front door standing open and started with a remark about my bodyguards driving. I turned to leave. What's the hurry? She got between me and the door. Guilty conscience? Or is there another string you still need to pull? She was certain she was holding a winning card. I watched her draw breath. Liu. Liu what? I said, with the most insulting face I have ever produced. Liu Shuangquan? Come on. You don't seriously think his death had anything to do with me? And I looked at her the way you look at a slow child, which is precisely what pushed her over the edge. Her whole plan had assumed I would be worried. She had built it around a man who denies things so that she could then generously agree not to pursue it, and instead she was talking to somebody for whom the subject was mildly boring. You took 1.2 billion off him and then he suddenly died, she said. There is no such thing as that coincidence. Wu Jing tensed up beside me, and I want to make clear that he was not tense because of the danger. Liu was concentrating. I am reasonably sure that if he had thought he could get away with it, he would have taken out a notebook. Apologize to me, said Xu Jing. For all of it, everything you've done to me, or I'll tell a friend of mine at the bureau exactly what I know. And she pressed a button on her phone, and Bai Jue came in out of the garden in plain clothes, having been invited round for a chat. Xu Jing then discovered that she could not actually say it, so she told a story about a friend from a wealthy family, the first in line, who had died suddenly, after which the husband moved every asset into a personal account. Bai Jue relaxed visibly, because I am not married, and then engaged with the whole thing seriously. Connections don't stop a prosecution. What else have you got? Give me anything, and I'll dig. And Xu Jing froze, because there was nothing. The story was entirely invented. She had never wanted me arrested. She had wanted an apology, so I said it for her. Not working, is it? Striking the mountain to frighten the tiger. I put my cup down. Fine, I'll do your half. Liu Shuangquan's death is connected to me. Before he died, I took 1.2 billion off him and left him under a mountain of debt. And he didn't kill himself. I hired someone. I was standing about 4 feet away last night watching the knife go into his chest. Xu Jing made a sound like a kettle. What are you saying? She said, and looked at Bai Shui in genuine terror. Then I explained to her why she was still alive, and I did it as an insult wearing a compliment. Heaven does favor a beautiful girl. In the western provinces they dug up 2 mummies, thousands of years old, and one of them was so well preserved they gave her a name and put her in a museum. If you weren't good looking, you'd have got what you had coming by now. The real reason, which I did not say, was that she had not gone through with it. She had left me a door, so I left her one. I walked out without looking at Bai Shui. Wu Jing caught up in the drive. Young master, one of them got a name. What did they call the other one? Mummy number 2. Inside, something happened that I did not plan and could not have. Bai Shui spoke first. You've got this the wrong way round, she said. Liu Shuangquan's death is connected to Li Kai, but he didn't do anything wrong. Liu did something extremely right, and she sent her the file, 40 megabytes. It's a long document, said Bai Shui, watching the circle spin. It'll take a while. Xu Jing read for 6 minutes and went white. Liu Shuangquan had arranged the deaths of his wife and her family and abandoned his daughter in order to marry upward. The daughter he abandoned, said Bai Shui, is my sister. She couldn't get near him. There were too many people around him. She looked at the floor. And without Li Kai, I would never even have been given the right to look at the man. If anyone is guilty here, it's me. I let it stand for 20 years. And Xu Jing found herself comforting a police officer. Sometimes the law doesn't get there, she said. Sometimes it has to be done another way. Liu deserved it. You didn't do anything wrong, and neither did your sister. Bai Shui looked at her for a while. You called me here so that Li Kai would pay for it, she said. And now you've found out he isn't to blame, and you're pleased? Xu Jing's head did something complicated. Are the two of you involved? Have you had a fight? Absolutely not. I'd love to see him inside for 10 years. Pause. It's only that if something happened to Li Kai, you and your sister would be up against a wall by Thursday. Bai Shui gave her the only piece of advice she had. Stay away from him. Otherwise you'll end up in it sooner or later. Look at me. My first meeting with him was exactly like yours. I not only failed to arrest him, I've since learned how to cover for him. Xu Jing nodded and privately decided to find a pretext to apologize, not for the reaction it would get. Because if you are in the wrong, you apologize and you pay, and that is simply what people do. In the car, Wu Jing asked whether he should put men on her. No, she's done everything she's capable of. Now, we wait. I watch the streetlights. And I'm not spending manpower on Xu Jing. Who's going to do the actual work? The point being that she had not gone through with it. If she had, the evening would have ended differently. Next job. Get Min Bo off that mine before the new script picks up speed. We collected Lin Yi from the university on the way. Min Bo is not an impressive-looking man. Shaved head, ordinary build, double shifts underground, but he has confident eyes, and he genuinely believes he will be a global superstar, which given what is in his skull is not irrational. Liu also had no idea who I was, because advanced information blocking was doing its work and the reality show had not aired. All he could see was a rich boy in a tea house. I hear you won't be out of that place for 6 months. Would you like to use my connections? Ding. Emotional fluctuation. Plus 2,000. Liu glanced at his own little finger, which was bandaged, because they had broken it when he tried to leave. His price was 3 years of output, 5 million cash, and extraction. His condition was that the copyright stays with him and his pen name goes on the first page of every episode, which told me everything. His system runs on reputation. Without the name, he cannot reproduce what is in his memory. Liu has the past life. Liu does not have a memory fruit. 5 million isn't expensive, I said. I'd go 50, 500. But at that price, I'm not buying one script. I'm buying every right you will ever hold, for life. Lin Yi looked at me, as though I had begun eating the tablecloth. There were 2 reasons, and the second is the better one. Writing out an entire previous life by hand costs time, and time is the one thing that Shop does not stock. And if a son of destiny voluntarily submits, the system registers that he has lost the status and the next script begins on its own, and I never have to touch him. Liu refused and then retreated a pace and offered me the script for nothing if I would simply get him out, which was a plan to lie low and rebuild. Ding. Strong irritation, plus 5,000. Ding. Intense envy, plus 10,000. The second one arrived because he watched me pinch Lin Yi's cheek and could not stand the demonstration. Liu walked out the way a future idol walks out. Immature, I said. Doesn't he know that capital pulls idols off pedestals for sport? Lin Yi wanted to know why I would ever offer that money. A negotiating position. I'd never have paid it. Then the actual mechanism. While a man sees no hope at all, he adapts and he endures. Show him hope and it snaps the last straw. Liu will come to me. That night, Wu Jing reported that every actress we had been watching had made contact wanting the second female lead and that one agent had offered dinner with her client, which in that industry is not an offer of dinner. Ding. Min Bo luck value decreased. Plus 20,000. Ding. Plus 20,000. Ding. Plus 20,000. In the original text, those women get pulled out of the water by his work, and he builds a network out of their gratitude. There is no work now, so they are going the other way, and every step of it lands in my account. At 11, the phone went. There had been an incident at the mine. Floodlights, dust, men shouting that the shaft had come down and the boss was inside. The site foreman explained. Nobody had been working that shaft. Min Bo was not down there. Black Old Joe had gone in on a surprise safety inspection with 3 of his senior men, and the roof had come in on all 4 of them, and standing in the mud, I felt something on the hillside, not one presence, 2, and the strength of the first one was well above Scarlet Shadow and considerably above the late Shu Guang. A young man in white came out from behind a boulder, and behind him came a woman with a veil across her face who moved like a painting. "So you killed Black Old Joe," I said. "No, you brought the roof down on him and didn't finish him cleanly. Personal then. None of your business." And then he said the sentence that started the whole war. "And don't stare at my senior sister. Keep your filthy thoughts to yourself, or you'll regret it." So I looked at her, slowly, up and back down, and then again, holding it in complete silence while he watched. "Tell me not to look, and I will look. Not once either. Continuously. For years. In front of you." "Xiao Yu," said the woman, "we're leaving." "I don't make idle threats," said Zhou Yu. "You asked for this." Wu Jing got between us and went into a tree thick enough that 2 men could not have joined hands around it. Zhou Yu stopped. "Baji Quan?" And he took the whole thing more seriously, because a man of that grade was working as somebody's driver, which meant the somebody was not what he appeared. Wu Jing got up and deployed his actual specialism, which is talking. "Who saw us destroying evidence? Who saw my master having improper thoughts? We couldn't make out your faces under that veil in the first place. What's your senior sister going to lose from a couple of glances? She hasn't said a word, and you're jumping around like a frog. Are you jealous because my master's better looking?" One palm strike put him 10 meters away, with his arm hanging. "Young master," he said from the ground, "run." Zhou Yu came for me, and Wu Jing came off the ground and onto his back like a koala, with his good hand going for the throat, which is a military technique intended to kill. His wrist went with a sound I heard from 4 meters away. Liu hit the ground on his back, and a foot came up over his chest. Liu turned his head to check that I had gone, saw an empty space where I had been standing, smiled with what I can only describe as relief, and shut his eyes. There was a dull impact. Liu opened them again. Above his chest, there were 2 legs braced against each other, shaking. "What are you grinning at?" I said. "Why have you closed your eyes? Did you think you were dying?" Then I kicked Zhou Yu somewhere ungentlemanly, and he went backwards, and on the way out, he broke Wu Jing's other arm. "I haven't seen you work in months," I told him. "I gave you a chance to shine, and you have managed to hit nobody at all and destroy both your own arms. You can hand your fingertip lotus pass involuntarily." Then I put a beauty pill and a marrow cleansing pill in his mouth because he could no longer lift a hand to take anything. The reason, since he didn't ask. Wu Jing has been living extremely well for months, and it has not changed him, and when it came to it, he put himself between me and the door again. You do not throw that away. You upgrade it. The woman in the veil watched a dislocated wrist reseat itself in about 9 seconds and looked at me for the first time properly. "Something that isn't produced by any martial artist," she was thinking. "They left. I wanted to take them then and there. The danger sense would not settle, so I let them go. I don't want revenge," said Wu Jing, flexing a hand that had been ruined 90 seconds earlier. "We can't beat him. Why make trouble for yourself?" "Do I look," I said, "like a man you can do that to?" Because without those pills he would have been crippled for life, and because there had been 2 intents on that hillside instead of 1, and the second one was the only reason either of them walked away. "Tell old Zhao and the others to get the equipment ready." Wu Jing went pale and did not dare look round. "Young master, we didn't plan for this. All we've got is the older." "That'll do. Get it ready." They pulled the bodies out at 2 in the morning. Black Old Joe and 3 of his men, in a condition that made grown miners turn away, and, unexpectedly, Minbo, burned, broken, one arm gone at the shoulder, the dressings already soaked through. Wu Jing could not connect him to the confident young man from the tea house. The foreman explained. Minbo had taken to hiding in the disused shaft in the evenings to avoid the beatings. Liu had avoided the beatings. I walked over to the stretcher and said loudly enough, "What a promising young man. This morning he was full of confidence and pride, and now look at him." Somebody said the ambulance was 40 minutes out and he would not make it. "Ah," I said. "Then I suppose we should start getting things ready. We'll arrange the funeral." Ding. Minbo extreme grievance. Plus 50,000. His heart rate came up for 3 seconds on that line alone, and I know because I watched the monitor. I am not dead yet. He was screaming somewhere inside a body that could no longer operate a face. I still have breath in me. Even a salted fish can turn over. "I came here to do business with Mr. Min," I told the foreman with real sorrow. "Liu shouldn't go out in an empty room. Give him a proper funeral. Generous, beautiful. I'll cover it." Wu Jing could not understand why. "Liu was rude to you." "The man's dead. The work isn't." I put my hands in my pockets. "If he goes with a grievance and nobody ever says his name, who's going to know he wrote the originals?" "A little money buys a clear conscience," and on that exact sentence, Minbo shuddered once and stopped. The payout for the third one was mostly craft, singing to divine rank, guitar to divine rank, tea ceremony to divine rank, which I found insulting. 20 more memory fruit, and more usefully than any of it, the shop opened a new counter, where finished work from a previous life can be exchanged directly for points, and I never have to write anything out by hand again. Physique 398, 2,758,000. Then I paid 200,000 for the next script and sat very still in a car park for about 4 minutes. Because in this one, the son of destiny is Zhou Yu, and beside him is the #1 on the killer ranking, a woman who works as Echo and who is comfortably stronger than Scarlet Shadow, 7 senior sisters, a whole mountain sect. And there is a villain, and this time I do not have to arrange anything at all, because after the Zhao family engagement was dissolved, my family arranged a new one for me, with a woman called Chen Xiuying, Great Master Chen of the 7 Sisters. The woman Zhou Yu has loved since he was 14. My family. So thoughtful. I sighed over Minbo's body and Wu Jing began to console me and got a slap on the back of the head. Who's grieving for Minbo? Liu's dead. What's the use of sighing? I'm upset because I still haven't seen the face under that veil. And then I noticed a small metal component clipped to the gate hinge. If I hadn't read the story, I would never have looked. Ding. Zhou Yu emotional fluctuation. Plus 2,000. Confirmed then. So I started talking to a gate post. The one in white looked respectable. I assumed he had a grudge against Black Old Joe. Turns out he's a lunatic blinded by hate, and now my poor brother Bo is dead because of it. I lit a cigarette for the ambience. That beautiful woman under the veil, though, standing next to a psychopath like that. I do worry about her. I'd love to know who she is. She'd be a great deal safer with me than with him. Wu Jing joined in without a syllable of coordination. Liu's jealous, young master. Liu knows he can't match you for brains or looks, so he picks fights. Ding. Anger, plus 3,000. Ding. Extreme rage, plus 5,000. Ding. Killing intent, plus 10,000. If you want to provoke a story about 7 sisters, you start with the sisters. Then I said, clearly, where I was going next. Taoyuan Spring. On the hillside, Zhou Yu crushed a Bluetooth speaker in his fist and got a burn off the battery and did not notice. Don't go, said Echo. Everything about tonight is wrong. The target was Black Old Joe and the senior men. Minbo was nobody, and Minbo is the one who's dead. In her entire career, she had never missed and never killed a bystander, and the arithmetic bothered her more than the threat did. And has it occurred to you that he found the device, and that I am simply the string he's pulling you with? Probably, said Zhou Yu. So what? Liu looked at senior sister. Even if it's a trap, I'm going. Besides, I have my own business with the owner of Taoyuan Spring. Taoyuan Spring is a private club owned by Gao Bing, who runs the Red Tiger Hall. I was in the Imperial Room with 2 girls working on my shoulders and a third standing behind the couch in a sailor uniform. What's your name? Li Hua. How old are you? I'm 20, she said, with the emphasis people use when they've had to say it before. So why are you working somewhere like this? I said, and made it cold. Did somebody make you? Gao Bing, standing by the door, began to shake because the Black Dragon Society had told him in advance exactly who I was. Everyone in the room started explaining at once that it was a misunderstanding, and Li Hua's entire model of the world reorganized itself because her boss was not being pleasant to a guest. Her boss was frightened of him, which meant that attaching herself to this man was the only real opportunity she was ever going to be offered. An underling came in at a run. There was a man at the front door. Gao Bing made a cutting motion across his own throat and promised me that nobody would disturb my evening. Here is what should have happened in the text. Zhou Yu comes to Taoyuan Spring for revenge. Liu finds Li Hua there. There is a misunderstanding, and it is resolved, and Gao Bing, impressed by his strength, becomes an informant and hands him the next 3 enemies on a plate. Instead, Gao Bing was so frightened of me that he had already sent 40 men to the door. A misunderstanding became a war because a middle-aged gangster wanted to look useful. I put my head down on Li Hua's lap approximately 11 seconds before the doors came off their hinges. 30 to 40 of the Red Tiger Hall's best took 5 minutes. Edge of the hand to the neck, whipping kicks, bodies thrown into the men coming in behind them. Liu put his foot on the senior man's head. Is this your trap? Was everything you said at the mind bait? Fine. I've done what you wanted. I'm here. Show me what you have. Have you lost your mind? I said, sitting up. I came out for an evening and you've come running across the city. What is it? You want to take this girl off me as well? And I pushed Li Hua gently forward into his eyeline. Liu had not looked at her once. Now he did, and he saw a small mole on her neck shaped like a plum petal. Li Hua? She did not recognize him. It's me, Zhou Yu. I live next door. I lived in your house for a year. She looked at me first. She did not move until I nodded. Liu got hold of her hand. Did somebody hurt you? Your family were fine. Why are you here? She remembered eventually. They had been close as children. His family had come apart and hers had taken him in, fed him, housed him for a year, and he had promised to come back and marry her. But Li Hua had watched what the world actually does to people and had taken her share of it and had stopped believing in sweet sentences some years ago. She believes in her own interests now, and that is the whole of her creed. She pulled her hand out of his. Zhou Yu, are you all right in the head? I don't know where you've been all these years, but why do you always start with a fight? What have these people done to you? My father's company went under. Liu went to prison for something he didn't do. My mother left with someone else. The owner of this place took me in, and he has never once made me do anything. Liu protects me. Her voice did not shake. Why do you look at everyone and see a criminal? And she walked back across the room and sat down against me. Here is what I want you to understand about that. Li Hua is not a great beauty. She is ordinary, and she knows it. Zhou Yu had tried repeatedly over years to pull her out of her life, and she had refused every time. She came to me without my saying one word to her, so I finished it. Zhou Yu, where does the nerve come from? You've already got a beautiful senior sister. What do you want a childhood friend for? Are you taking her on as your fifth sister? And that destroyed the one virtue Li Hua had still been prepared to credit him with, which was that he only ever wanted one person. Liu came across the room throwing the last of the red tiger men aside. Wu Jing shot at him and blew the smoke off the barrel. Quick, aren't you? Let's see which is faster, your legs or a bullet. Liu moved out of the way of it. Old Zhao and 4 others opened up and every round went past him within a hand's width and not one connected. You could hear men swallowing. Not bad, I said, applauding. With those skills, I don't think we'll be keeping you here tonight. Then again, you can't do anything to me either. You've given ground 3 times already. I stood up. Here's a settlement. I've lost my close friend Hao. You've lost your childhood friend Li Hua. Shall we call it even? Liu took a step forward and did not stop because he had decided not to leave empty-handed. At 10 meters, a shot took his left calf apart. Liu was genuinely shocked, and the shock is the interesting part. Liu had accounted for every barrel in the room, and none of them had been pointing at his legs. The second one took the right. Then I withdrew my hand from inside Li Hua's uniform, where there was a small ivory-colored pistol. Liu is not faster than a bullet. Nobody is. What he does is read the shooter's posture in the instant before the trigger goes and move his body out of the line beforehand, so you arrange for him not to see the shooter. Li Hua looked down at 2 holes in the hem of her own skirt, both within a few centimeters of her legs, and went white. She did not say a word for him. She only felt sorry, silently, because she understood that a single sentence would be billed to her. Liu is your childhood friend, I said. Aren't you going to ask me to go easy on him? Because I was not finished with him physically and I had not started on him morally. What would I say? I asked him to leave and he wouldn't. Then he attacked you. You've become somebody else, Zhou Yu said. His eyes were red. You disappoint me. How have I changed? She stood up. When your family fell apart, you lived in our house. You ate our food for a year. You took advantage of the fact that I was small and said a lot of things you had no intention of doing, and all that time you had some senior sister somewhere. She was shaking, and not from fear. Which of us is the disappointment? Ding. Plot altered. Plus 5,000. Ding. Son of Destiny, emotional state critically unstable. Plus 5,000. Ding. The Son of Destiny now regards the host as an enemy and will generate sustained killing intent. Yield. 500 points per hour. 500 an hour. 12 lottery pulls a day, every day, for as long as he is breathing, which changed my plan on the spot. I had intended to collect the 7 sisters first and remove him afterwards, since killing him now would put all 7 of them on the board against me and would also remove the one man who keeps pushing them away. Now he was worth more alive than anything I could get for the corpse. You crippled both my bodyguard's arms, I said. I've crippled both your legs. We're even. Then I held out a hand and old Zhao gave me a revolver. Whether you live is down to your luck. Nobody can say I didn't give you a chance. I loaded 1 round. Everybody in that room understood what was being tested, which was the luck value of a Son of Destiny at 1 in 6. And then I took 4 more rounds out of my pocket and loaded them one after another, 5 in 6. Wu Jing and old Zhao exchanged a look of professional embarrassment. Young master, Wu Jing murmured, are you actually testing his luck? Because this is outright cheating. Even Zhou Yu stopped bleeding on the carpet long enough to be appalled, and the sentence that formed in his head is the finest thing he ever contributed to this story. If you're going to gamble, shouldn't there be at least some sportsmanship? Why not all 6? He said out loud. I put it against his head and pulled. Click. The entire room exhaled. 1 in 6, and he was still alive. Liu allowed himself, I could see it, one moment of triumph, and then I shot him through the left shoulder blade. You gave your word. I said if you lived, I wouldn't kill you. I sat back down and put one leg over the other and scratched my ear. I never said anything about not crippling an arm afterwards. The truth is that the revolver was never a game. It was a measurement. I wanted to know how much luck was in the tank, and the answer was a great deal, which meant he could be milked for a long time. A black shape came through the wreckage past Gao Bing, picked him up and was gone, and a voice came back through the doorway promising that tonight would be returned 100 times over. "Shall we finish him?" said Wu Jing. "No, 2 legs and an arm. Even a miracle pill won't stand him up quickly. Liu'll lie still until he's healed." Li Hua wanted to know who had taken him. "Echo," I said. "She's been standing in this room for an hour, dressed as one of Gao Bing's men. Her disguise was good enough to fool everybody present, including Gao Bing, who employs the man she was imitating, but the number 1 on the killer ranking cannot stand in a room for an hour without leaking intent, and if I couldn't feel that, then advanced danger perception was a waste of 100,000 points." Li Hua said something flirtatious about how glad she was that she had never gone with Zhou Yu. "I'll only say that you chose correctly. And I want to put the honest version on the record, because it is the one time I found myself on the side of the girl everybody in the audience would call a traitor. Li Hua owes Zhou Yu nothing. If anything, the debt runs the other way. His family was in trouble and hers fed him for a year, and the instant she failed to behave the way he had imagined, he pointed at her and declared her spoiled. And consider the alternative. Put an ordinary rich boy in my chair tonight. Inside a month, he has no family and no house because he offended a son of destiny, and Li Hua ends with nothing at all. Do you think everyone can do what I do? Catch one of these and shear it? But I did meet Mr. Li, said Li Hua quietly. Everybody went out for skewers afterwards. I had 2 of the kidney. What I gave Li Hua that night was a choice of 2 things. A check for 10 million or a company card with a number on the back. She took the card because she understood correctly that it was not a present, but an examination, and that only by proving she was worth something would she ever be allowed to stand near me. She bet her entire future on that reading. I have not yet decided whether she was right. Echo carried Zhou Yu out to the edge of the city, built a fire, and put the blade of her knife into it because he refused a hospital and refused to call his sisters, since calling them would have meant admitting he had been beaten. She took both rounds out with the hot blade, and he did not make a sound. Where do we go? Not to Great Master Chen in Tianyu. Liu shut his eyes. I don't want her to see me like this. I spent the drive home with my head on Lin Yi's chest, sighing about my late friend Hao. Her attempt at comfort, offered in good faith. At least his death has saved you an enormous amount of money. Then a full minute of appalled silence at herself. Zhao Yun rang Lin Yi while we were on the ring road, and Lin Yi rejected the call without looking at it. There was history I hadn't been told. While I was away, a rejected admirer had turned up at the university with 4 men, and they had been beaten senseless before they got anywhere near her, and the person who arranged that was Zhao Yun. When Lin Yi thanked her, she got this. She's your man's woman. No other man gets to insult her because that's an insult to you. And then Zhao Yun had taken her number and given her one back. If there's trouble, don't call him. Call me. So why do you keep rejecting her? Because, said Lin Yi, she talks a great deal of nonsense. The phone went again, and after some theater about how immoral it would be of me to build my own entertainment on her discomfort, Lin Yi put it on speaker herself, out of guilt, in a car with the partition up. Lin Yi, have you lost your mind? You keep cutting me off. Pause. How long does he take to answer your messages? Sometimes minutes, sometimes hours. Ha! You poor thing. Liu answers me instantly. He answers in a future life. I was lying across Lin Yi's lap at that point, waving both hands in denial. Has he been to see you lately? There was a pause of about 1.5 seconds. Oh, don't bother lying, said Zhao Yun. Liu's in my shower, that's why I'm free to chat. You're far too green to be competing with me. And here is where Lin Yi stopped being angry, which is the best thing anybody did that week, because she had built a portrait of the woman on the other end. Zhao Yun commands the Rose Hall and effectively the entire underside of this city. Nobody disobeys her, including her own father, and in the one area she cares most about, she is a comedy figure with nobody at all to talk to. She dares to say anything. Nobody dares to listen. Which is why she was telephoning her rival. She had already accepted that the rival exists. Could I hear Li Kai's voice? There was a burst of slippers going away across a hard floor, then a burst of slippers coming back. The water's too loud in there. Liu can't hear me, and I'm not going in, because if I go in, I won't be coming back to this conversation and you'll hear something unpleasant. Lin Yi talked to her for 20 minutes after that, out of curiosity and pity, and Zhao Yun hung up first to preserve the position. 2 women in the same situation don't always fight, she said, putting the phone down. Sometimes they're the only comfort available. Queen Bar, I told Wu Jing. And to her, come with me. What if she rings you again to cover the lie and makes me say a few words down the phone to prove it? Which is so precisely in character that Lin Yi agreed. She went up alone since Zhao Yun had given the address out herself. I stayed in the car with a cigarette. Wu Jing could not understand it. In my presence, those two are sister this and sister that, and outside a hospital room they generate visible static. Destruction precedes construction, I said. Their reconciliation was a bridge over a canyon. That telephone call was a gift, a chance to let them break all the way down so that I could rebuild it on ground that would hold. Wu Jing thought about that for the length of one cigarette and produced an enthusiastic and entirely incorrect interpretation. I told you to read more, I said, hitting the back of his head. Upstairs, Lin Yi finally lost her temper at the sheer brass of it and asked to be let in. Zhao Yun stood in the doorway in a dressing gown with her hair deliberately disarranged, blocking it with her body. We've been talking 20 minutes and he still hasn't come out to defend you. If you meant anything to him, he'd have been out here in 4 seconds. You're afraid to let me in, said Lin Yi calmly, because there is no Li Kai in that flat. If he were in there with your temperament, you would not be blocking the door. You would be hanging off his arm and walking him up and down this corridor in front of me. Nonsense, said Zhao Yun, in the voice of a woman who has been caught. And the lift opened. I came out of it, having watched the notifications climb for 4 minutes. Zhao Yun did not hesitate for a heartbeat. She opened her door, took my arm, put her head on my shoulder and said loudly, I told you not to go out the back way. Now you've been caught in the corridor, never mind. I've already told Lin Yi that you came here on your own. And pinched my waist to make me play. But Lin Yi did not look surprised. She smiled. As it happens, she said, I've been with Li Kai all day. We arrived in the same car. I could hear something in Zhao Yun's head detonate. Fine. Well done, Lin Yi. You came all this way to laugh at me? Fine. You win. She was through the door before I got hold of her wrist. It's a misunderstanding. Let me explain. Explain what? Let go. She would not look at me. Haven't you had enough? I feel like a clown the two of you have been operating. The bedroom door shut hard enough to move air. Go and sort it out, said Lin Yi at the lift. I don't know what's the matter with me. Neither of us can leave the other alone. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. Then she went home, and I knocked on a bedroom door. Yi's gone. There's nobody out here. And what business is that of mine? I'm hardly in a position to care who you sleep with. Her voice was perfectly level, which was worse. Li Kai, I didn't think you were like this. How thick do you think my skin is? You sat next to her in a car, you said nothing to me, and you listened to me humiliate myself. Wasn't the phone call enough? Did you have to bring her to my home? The diagnosis, since I owe you one, she had been ringing her rival in the first place because I had not been to see her. As long as she believed I hadn't been to Lin Yi either, the arrangement held. Tonight the balance came down, in the most humiliating way available. So I stood in that corridor and said the same 3 things in different orders, patiently, without any irritation at all, because I had knocked those 2 heads together deliberately, and I was now required to repair each of them by hand. And after about 10 minutes, I heard something on the other side of the door. Footsteps, on tiptoe, coming closer. An ordinary man would not have caught it. At just under 400 physique, it was as clear as a bell. You're making a racket, said Zhao Yun from about 18 inches away. Aren't you afraid somebody hears? I'm the head of the Rose Hall. What am I supposed to be after this? A pause. If I weren't too lazy to lock it, I'd throw you out. The handle moved. She was sitting with her back to the door with her arms folded, in a purple silk dressing gown, and the resistance lasted about 1 second. Don't touch me. You cart Lin Yi everywhere. She won't have got far. Go after her. And then I put my arms round her, and she stopped moving entirely and let herself be held. That was not the head of the Rose Hall. That was a woman who had lost a game she cares about more than any of the others, and who needed somebody to say something to her before the morning. If I had walked out of that flat and gone to Lin Yi, the splinter would have been in her for the rest of her life. Zhao Yun. I had no idea you'd said all that to her. I turned her round. Ashamed? I was delighted. A woman in your position, thinking about me all day. I want to note for the record that sweet talk is beneath a serious villain. It is the cheapest tool in the box. It also works, and I have never seen the point of taking the long way round. So I produced 2 sentences of the ornate variety, and she got visible goosebumps and said, in the flattest voice available to her, and? Her private justification was that she was only listening in order to establish how shameless a man could be, and that if it were technically possible, she would have recorded it and played it back on the evenings when he isn't here. Obviously, I despise him, she told herself. What else would it be? I can't tell, said Zhao Yun at the end of the second one, whether you're being tender or taking advantage. She resolved the whole evening by concluding that Lin Yi looks cold and is in fact the most cunning woman in this city, and swore revenge. So I told a beautiful lie. You've misread it. Before you ever rang, Yi told me to come here. She said you'd been talking about me constantly, and she thought you probably missed me. Perfectly safe. Those two would never compare notes on that particular subject, and it worked, which was the interesting part, because Zhao Yun stopped and genuinely considered it, and arrived at the thought that Lin Yi is not actually the sort of person who humiliates anybody, and that she herself might have been blinded by embarrassment. Wu Jing rang at 1:30. Young master, Professor Lin Lin is ill. She says she's cold. She's shaking badly. Zhao Yun put a coat on over the dressing gown and came down without a word of argument. Lin Yi was on the back seat under Wu Jing's jacket with blue lips and frost, actual frost on her eyelashes. Liu had not dared to touch her even to help. Liu had put his coat over her and called. Every scrap of hostility left Zhao Yun between the car door and the lift. I carried her up. Zhao Yun ran ahead of us, opened the doors, held the lift, and lifted the hem of Lin Yi's dress clear so it wouldn't catch. Needles for 12 minutes. Color came back into her face and then drained out again. Li Kai. Her teeth were going. Am I going to die? This isn't something that can be fixed. A pause. Could you not look at me like that? Before I die, I'd rather not look this pathetic in front of you. I'm not letting you. Zhao Yun, who had assembled a complete dossier on her rival, remembered the pure yang business and was ready to grab at anything. Lin Yi refused flatly, and she refused because she understands better than anyone what that method actually is, and she would rather go. But she said, I know I'm freezing. Please don't let go of my hand. The last thing on her mind was not her family and not her father. It was that she was here and holding on to somebody, and that this was enough. Zhao Yun was furious at her for it, and then looked at her face and changed sides completely. I was too quick, she thought. How could I disregard a woman's dignity like that? In her position, I'd do the same, which is when I said with great difficulty, Zhou Ming wasn't lying, as it happens, and he isn't the only person with a pure yang body. Zhao Yun's head came round. Are you saying that you… something like that. Mine is the improved version, and I was not going to stand in a bedroom at 2 in the morning explaining the difference. The cover story wrote itself. I had believed I could manage it with medicine over a year or two. Tonight the cold, suppressed to its limit, had gone off like a vent, and Lin Yi pulled my hand towards her and put it against her instinctively, looking for warmth, and Zhao Yun watched that hand and began to suspect that she had been comprehensively played, and then looked at the color coming back into the professor's cheeks and lost the thread. I don't want to die, said Lin Yi. I want to live. I'll pay whatever it costs. Ding. The host has won over the daughter of destiny Lin Yi, plus 50,000. Zhao Yun's unspoken questions, which nobody answered. Didn't we agree she'd rather die than do this? Has anybody told Zhou Ming? Has anybody asked him? In the morning I played guilt. Yi, I'm sorry, I'm worthless. I've spent my whole life laughing at men like that, and now I am one. And I got the sentence I had been working for. It isn't your fault, it was my choice. Because it was you, I decided to live. If it had been anyone else, I'd have let myself freeze last night. Then, into the pillow. And to be honest, I was rather hoping to take the opportunity to move things along. Full disclosure on that one, because you have paid for it. I took Lin Yi to the Minbo negotiation specifically. That night was a full moon, and the full moon is when the cold vents. The shy approach, all those weeks of not asking her to remove so much as a cardigan, was not restraint. It was a refusal to spend an indefinite amount of time on natural development when an uncontrollable circumstance was available on a schedule. She pinched my side, and we were doing the thing that couples do, and at that point a shape erupted out from under the duvet on the far side of the bed. Zhao Yun had been lying there in silence the entire time, hoping to get through it unnoticed. Do you two have any idea? Do you think I'm not in this room? Whispering I can tolerate. Flirting under my nose is beyond a joke. Lin Yi went crimson and pointed. Your clothes? Zhao Yun looked down at herself with no embarrassment whatsoever. What clothes? If you hadn't called for help halfway through and begged me to step in, would I be standing here now? And then, to the ceiling. The speed at which this woman crosses a river and demolishes the bridge, and I'm not a novice. Then Zhao Yun wound up for a full engagement, and Lin Yi said, I'm sorry. Everything Zhao Yun had loaded jammed in the barrel. Thank you for not stopping him. I wouldn't be alive otherwise, and thank you for joining in halfway. Zhao Yun laughed out loud. Stopping him? How exactly would I have stopped him? Do you imagine I wanted to save you? And even if I tried to interfere, do you think anybody on Earth would have passed up that opportunity? She waved a hand. Only you could be taken in that comprehensively and then apologize about it sincerely and hand him the excuse. You idiot. Lin Yi raised her head and looked at me for the first time with genuine suspicion. Is that true? And then, instead of starting a fight, she said to Zhao Yun humbly, then I'd be grateful if you'd share your experience. My spine went cold. Months of careful work knocking those two heads together so that I could rebuild the join, and here they were, in the space of one breakfast, forming an alliance. Zhao Yun I can handle. Zhao Yun with Lin Yi advising her would end me, so I interrupted the process by hand. Zhao Yun, going over sideways, shouted at her rival, Lin Yi, are you honestly standing there watching? You've owed me since last night. When exactly are you planning to settle up? And pulled her in. The morning ended with both of them on opposite sides of me. One of them had deep reservations in her eyes. The other was pleased that her rival had been taken down a peg. Softened relations with sediment still on the bottom, which is precisely what I had ordered. Zhou Yu spent that fortnight in the orphanage. Echo had put him somewhere she considered safe, and the carers had refused to nurse a strange man and had handed the job down until it landed on the one person who never says no. Zhou Mingxia carried the basin in because otherwise the old director would have had to. Liu looked up from the bed with both legs strapped like a goalkeeper and stopped mid-sentence. Here is the mechanism, since it matters. Zhou Mingxia was always going to be beautiful. She was simply never fed. She has been at my table for months, drinking every restorative soup she can find on the grounds that the young master might notice, and she has acquired the one quality the seven sisters do not have, which is the specific quiet radiance of a woman who belongs to somebody. Zhou Yu has spent his adult life around the most beautiful women he has ever seen. Nothing on a street has moved him in years. You're hurt, said Zhou Mingxia. Is it serious? It's nothing. Sorry to trouble you. I'm not worried about you. She wrung out the cloth. It's that people with wounds like that go to a hospital. Coming to an orphanage is just making problems for yourself. Liu choked slightly. The man who was adored by every child in the building had opened his account and been immediately overdrawn. Liu tried a childhood angle. Perhaps we knew each other. Perhaps you don't remember. I wouldn't know. A lot of children came out of sunshine. Some of them come back at New Year to see grandmother. Some of them, a long way away, still send money for the little ones. She folded the towel. But a man who leaves for 20 years and comes back to the orphanage to convalesce, that I've never seen before. Then he turned his back and started unbuttoning his shirt and asked her to do it for him, as he couldn't reach. Don't you think that's a little inappropriate given that we met 11 minutes ago? She went out, and came back a minute later. Liu was, I am told, entirely certain that she had relented because she talks tough and cannot leave a sick man alone. She picked up the basin of hot water and the wrung-out towel and took both of them away with her, and did not look back. The old director came in with a fresh basin and did his back herself in silence. Liu asked for the girl's name so that he could apologize properly. Her name is Zhou Mingxia. There's no need to apologize, and she has no intention of getting to know you. Then she evicted a son of destiny with the politeness of a woman who has run an institution for 30 years. Rest a few days, then go wherever you like. Mingxia has already told me she won't come to the orphanage while you're here. That's no trouble to me. It's the children who suffer without her. So, her reasons, which she never said aloud. This building was paid for by Mr. Li. Liu sent his own woman here to teach the children. She had failed to keep an eye on things, and a strange man had made a pass at her, and that was her fault. Liu offered gallantly to do something for the orphanage before he left, refused, flatly, because she was afraid it would give him a route back to Zhou Mingxia, and because she is not stupid. That girl has fought her way to a place beside Mr. Li, she thought. If Zhou Yu wrecks it, she'll be the one who gets blamed. Losing a benefactor would be bad. Something happening to Mingxia would be worse. Other people might not know, but the old director knows exactly what Li Kai is to Zhou Mingxia, because wherever that girl is and whatever she is eating, the conversation gets to the young master inside 60 seconds. I heard all of it at home from Zhou Mingxia, who reported it as an outrage. I hit the table hard enough to move a bowl. Liu asked you to do what? Because the puzzle piece had just landed. That was where Zhou Yu's luck had been draining from. Liu had made a pass at Zhou Mingxia. Where's Wu Jing? Get the car. I'll break his other leg. And Zhou Mingxia put her hand over my mouth. She was touched and also frightened, because if I went and something happened, it would be her fault. Don't. Both his legs are already broken. They're bandaged, and there's blood coming through. Then she defended herself at speed. And he got nothing. Liu asked me to wash his back, and I refused. Frankly, he's lucky his legs are broken. If he'd tried anything, I'd have hit him with the basin. And she shook both fists to demonstrate. The honest version is that I was not going anywhere that night. I said it for the effect, and the effect was excellent. She named the difference herself once, and it is the most honest thing anybody has said about that house. If Zhou Yu had touched her hand, she would have thrown a basin of water in his face. When I take advantage, she knows exactly what I am doing, does not resist, and is ashamed of herself for wanting to ask whether I enjoyed it. Then she went upstairs on the theory that the old director had told her a woman should not always let herself be pushed around because it robs the young master of the sense of conquest, and came back down in a maid's outfit with white stockings. Grandmother didn't teach me that, she said, going purple. I thought of it myself. There was one unusual hour that week where I sat by a window with the moon on the garden and had a genuine thought, which was, I have been here a while. What have I actually done? And how are my friends from the last life getting on? And then, immediately, I don't think I had any friends in the last life. Then somebody called from the bedroom, and I bought something from the system shop that I had previously been too proud to buy, on the assumption that the old director was running a strategy to exhaust me at home so that I would stop going out. If it's a competition, let's have a competition. She woke up the next morning with every sprout of cunning pulled clean out of the soil. What was I thinking? Trying to use up the young master's reserves by myself. Her face went into my chest. I was wrong. I surrender. She has developed a genuine psychological wound about waking up. There was an argument at Chenhua's flat that week about the correct way to be a woman, conducted by two people who had reheated the same dinner 3 times waiting for me, and I include one line of it. A wife is worse than a concubine, said Xu Qingyao, cracking a sunflower seed, and a concubine is worse than one you had to steal, and one you had to steal is worse than one you can't have. You cook, I don't. Guess which of us gets discarded? By 9, I still hadn't arrived, so she suggested they do something useful on the grounds that the market was open, and because she will have to take over her family's business one day and knows perfectly well she is not Chenhua at running anything but can watch and copy. Chenhua looked at the empty doorway for a while and then went upstairs. She put 300 million yuan into the market at 9:30 at night on an offshore terminal out of her own savings, accumulated over 8 years. Not my money, hers. 5 positions to spread the risk, the main one at 5 times leverage, on the thesis that friction between 2 small countries would push heavy industry up. The stock went down 18%, which at 5 times is -90. They've done you again, Xu Qingyao shouted at the screen. While you don't own it, it's red. The second you buy it, it's green. All 5 went green. 300 million became less than 40, then it became a little over 2, and Chenhua named her own reason out loud, which almost nobody does. Greed. I came in at 11, and she explained what the money had been for, which is the part that changed the evening. She had been going to take the Beauty Pill International, a subsidiary, a second plant, floor space at 3 trade fairs. She had spent 8 years of her own savings trying to make my product better. I stood behind her chair and stopped her getting up. Don't move. Let me look. In the last 3 slots of the system shop, there was an active skill, Investor's Eye. 2,000 points a minute, and the knowledge does not arrive instantly. It seeps in over 4 minutes while the meter runs. I put the entire remaining balance into one falling stock at 100 times leverage because the offshore platform allows it and domestic caps at 10. Chenhua went the color of the desk. At 100 times, 1% against you closes the account. Take a risk, I said. Sometimes the bicycle becomes a motorcycle. I had about 90 seconds of vision, and there is exactly one way to play 90 seconds of vision, which is ultra short and all in every single time. 2 million became 5, then 20, then 80, then 160, then 400 million yuan. 5 trades, one name at a time. And Chenhua, the only person in that room who understood what she was watching, went cold at one specific moment, which is that one of those names dropped a full % less than 2 minutes after I got out. If I had stopped for a glass of water, the account would have been 0. Her private conclusion, at about 3 in the morning, the man I thought I knew was a performance. How much of the rest of it is? At 5.8% on the 6th, I turned the skill off and sold everything. 48 minutes, 98,000 points, $350 million out of a starting balance under 370,000. Why stop? Said Xu Qingyao. It's still going up. Because the institutions have already seen the pattern. Go in again and we don't make money, we get cornered and killed. She wanted to know why we couldn't simply do it forever, and the answer is the most important thing I learned that year. The skill costs 2,000 a minute, so nibbling doesn't pay, and if I went in with everything and pulled hundreds of billions out, nobody would let me withdraw it. At that size, you aren't trading against people, you're trading against a country. That's economic warfare, and it ends with somebody's navy putting to sea. Xu Qingyao, who had spent an hour standing in a corner as a punishment and had things to say, observed that it was like rubbing your face in iron filings in the rain. Then she produced her actual agenda, which she had been carrying all evening. Trade on my account. A few $1 million, hundreds of millions by morning. And then the honest part. They've compared me to Chenhua my whole life, and I've always come off worse, and they're right, and I can't argue, But if I put that money on the table in front of the Liu family elders, nobody ever says Xu Qingyao is an idle girl again. I made her a small amount of money on a Tuesday and never let her watch the screen. There were two facts I picked up that week, and they both mattered. The first was that the trick could not be repeated, which I have covered. The second came out of a file about my fiancé, because I have a fiancé now. My family arranged it while I was in a hospital bed pretending to be dying, and they arranged it with a woman named Chen Xiuying of Tianyu City, and the file Xu Qingyao's people put together on her was 2 pages long, and both pages were interesting. Item 1. 3 years ago, Chen Xiuying put a first-tier heir from Yanjing and 4 of his bodyguards on the floor of a private club, and his family publicly apologized to her. Item 2. Chen Xiuying is dying and has been for months, and her family have not told anybody, and that is precisely why the Chen family have been squeezing the engagement for everything it is worth. I read that twice. They knew. They had known when they signed. Every contract they had leveraged off the Li family name in the last 2 months had been signed by men who knew the bride was not going to make it to the wedding. I spent that afternoon in the shop. 2,000 pulls, nearly 2 million points. The panel came out at Physique 430 and a balance of a little over 1 million, and 40 of the 60 fragments of something called the Undying Golden Body, which costs 10,000 a minute to run, and which, when complete, removes the self-inflicted cost of the 9 revolutions entirely, then 7 bottles of a Constitution potion, which is the ceiling of what that item can do. Physique 500. And the position in Yanjing came back through my mother, phrased with great care. The family would not kick a man when he was down, which meant nobody in Yanjing was going to break that engagement while the girl was ill because of how it would look. If I wanted it ended, I had to go to Tianyu City myself, and I had to end it on grounds that were unarguable, and the Chen family had spent 2 months building those grounds for me at their own expense. I was still working out the timing when I came home and found Scarlet's shadow on the floor of my bedroom. Most of her meridians were gone. She had about 3 days without me, and she had crawled up a drain pipe to get in, and she was too proud to have used the door. "Echo," she said. "#1 on the killer ranking. She's going to kill you. She's been circling the villa for 4 nights doing tactical reconnaissance. And you went after her. Somebody had to." I got the first needle in and looked at her. "So," I said, "you went and deliberately caused trouble for her." "She's #1 on that list," I said, putting the needles in. "You know she's stronger than you. Why would you pick a fight?" "Because I didn't know how much stronger." She was gray. "If she'd been someone I could handle, I'd have warned you and left it. But I know exactly what she is, and I nearly died out there, and so did she. She took at least 2 cuts from my knife." She said that in a completely level voice, about wounds she could not possibly have counted, and it was so ridiculous that it hurt. "Go back to Yanjing. It isn't safe here. A failed job means a pause. That's the rule, so use it." She had never intended to kill Echo. She had traded her own life for a window in which I could leave the city. "Are you writing a will?" I said. "Job's done, so you're off?" I said that if you killed Zhou Ming and his master, I'd serve you as my lord and give my life for you. That's what I owe, and it's what I can still do. Then after tonight we're square. Neither of us needs the other. She was lying about the extent of it. Most of her meridians were destroyed. The needles were gathering her chi, and the gathering was going to hold for perhaps a day. I went out of the room and came back with a box. "Open your mouth." It was a 1,000-year snow lotus out of the system's stock, which is to say a considerably better one than the mountain produces, and it is the single most expensive thing that has ever come out of that lottery. She ate it a petal at a time like a cat being fed, and asked halfway through, in a tone of complete confusion, what it was, because she could feel the damage closing. "Chew the root like sugarcane, don't spit it out." She could not lift her arms, so she did it with her jaw and her lips, inch by inch, over about 40 minutes, looking exactly like a hamster. "Snow lotus," she said afterwards. "Is that the miracle medicine they talk about on television?" I clicked my tongue. "That is the difference between you and the #1. She's never seen one either, but if you put one in front of her, she'd know she'd found a treasure. You look like a woman who's been handed a vegetable." "I'm not as good as she is." "Not yet doesn't mean not ever." I took the needles out. "Where's your fighting spirit? You had the nerve to come after me and you're frightened of Echo? She has lineage and connections." "You have me." Then I gave her 10 bottles of Constitution potion, which would kill an ordinary person outright, and which she could survive only because the snow lotus was still in her, offsetting the recoil. She drank all 10 without a pause, because she had spent the last hour learning what weak means. The screaming went on for most of the night. 2 villas over, Wu Jing sealed the approach road with half the men and told the rest to shut every window, and then, while they were out, distributed a handful of the same pills to the ones he had decided were worth keeping. By the time Lao Chen came back from the roadblock, the conference room was full of grown men howling that Wu Jing was a heartless animal, and how could he do this to old comrades, and Wu Jing came down the stairs shirtless, mopping his face, and told them not to ask questions they shouldn't ask. Then, pleasantly, to Lao Chen, "And don't say I never gave you a chance. I'm not locking my door tonight. Show some initiative." The assessment was genuine, and the result had been decided weeks earlier by observation. Old Zhao's group had passed. Lao Chen's group are slow to a job and first to a party, and no man in that building was going to walk into another man's bedroom at midnight, and not walking in would be the grounds. Wu Jing's entire method, which he has never once said out loud, put every benefit in the young master's name and take every enemy for yourself. Scarlet Shadow came out of it with her physique doubled and an immediate conviction that she could now kill Echo in the dark. "That's a cognitive error," I said. "If you were 100 before, you're 200 now. She's at least 350 in a straight fight, and she can kill a 400 with a knife trick. Understand?" She did not, so she went for my throat to prove it, stopping short because she cannot bring herself to actually hurt me. I caught her wrist about an inch out. 3 days without discipline, and they're on the roof pulling the tiles off. I gave her 20 more bottles and a handful of beauty pills before she left, 2 every other day, because the potion does nothing for me anymore, and I would rather the woman on my side were the champion than the number 3. Then I drove to Tianyu City, and I want you to appreciate the state I found the Chen family in. Their courtyard was full of businessmen, and every one of them had come to break a contract and pay the penalty for doing it. Because a rumor had got out that Chen Shuying was dying, and a second rumor had got out that the Li family were furious about how her relatives had been trading on the engagement, and that I was coming to end it. I know where both of those rumors came from. The convoy was armored Maybachs, which is vulgar, and I walked from the car to the gate without looking at a single human being, and it took nearly 2 minutes, and nobody dared say a word to me. The instant I was inside, all of them descended on Wu Jing, which is exactly why he had walked 4 steps behind me. Being a bodyguard, he reflected while men who had been interviewed on national television offered him their guest rooms, depends entirely on who you work for. "I can't discuss the young master's affairs," he said, eventually, and only once. But some of the rumors are not without foundation. Inside, Chen Xuan served me a tea he described as the last few ounces of something irreplaceable, and I took 1 sip and said, "Uncle Liu Chen, what a coincidence, arriving today. It's busy. Are you holding a banquet?" That was the flair. They came one at a time. A young man with a supermarket chain who had spent the previous month telling a magazine he would be the biggest in the province and now had liquidity problems. A livestock king who explained that one sow had fallen ill and started a plague, and that he would never raise pigs again as long as he lived, and who owns more than 10 sites of which pigs are under a tenth, in a province with no swine fever in it. Then wind power. Then 2 more. And here is the detail that finished the Chen family. The young man paid his penalty ostentatiously and in public. Every established magnate who followed him did not use the word once, and Chen Xuan did not dare ask, because if he had asked, those men would have taken a kidney out of him without anesthetic. Liu sat down like a man who had aged a decade between courses because the projects were already running and his money was already in the ground and there were dozens of them. "Uncle Liu Chen," I said, "some money can't be earned whenever you feel like it, and some people can't be used whenever you feel like it." Liu agreed with me at length and swore the Chen family had learned. Good. Then it wasn't a wasted journey. Don't chase the penalties. They were never yours. As for the projects that have already started, we can discuss those. Liu looked up so fast I heard his neck. Discuss? But aren't you here to end the engagement? End the engagement? I put down my cup and looked genuinely wounded. Who said that? Uncle Liu Chen. Do you think I'm not good enough for Miss Chen? Liu fell over himself, getting the truth out. She's ill. We've had every specialist in the country. She hasn't long. I stamped my foot. And you didn't tell me? Do you think I'm the kind of man who abandons his fiancée because she's ill? You have almost destroyed the most important thing in my life. I am told the performance would have satisfied a jury of professionals. Take me to her. Now, the courtyard at the back of that house is quiet and full of herbs, and there was a woman in a blue dress fanning a medicine stove, and she was the only person on the property who was not frightened of me. Zhao Qianru. Her online handle is Little Healer Spirit. She is the 5th of the 7 sisters, and she has the manners of a bright child who has never once been contradicted. Chen Shuying was in the bed, and I will be straightforward. The file had prepared me for a dying woman and had not prepared me for that face. She was the color of wax paper, and it had taken nothing from her at all. Qianru, stop wasting the herbs. I know my own body. Zhao Qianru had been trying for weeks to make her angry. That is her entire treatment plan. She thinks that if she can get her senior sister furious enough about something, the fury will keep her alive. Your fiancé is here to break it off, she said, and there's a courtyard full of opportunists out there tearing up their contracts. And Chen Shuying answered like this, that's human nature. I've never met the man. My family agreed to it and kept it from me. And the Chen family have been making money off the Li family's name, which crossed a line. The fact that they haven't come here to make trouble is a kindness. Then more quietly, it's good timing actually. Let all of it be cleared out now. Otherwise, on the day I go, everything this family has piled up becomes a fuse, and the anger of every one of those men out there burns the house down. They wouldn't dare, said Zhao Qianru. Anyone who touches the Chen family, I'll finish. You can protect them for a while. What about in 10 years, 20? Chen Shuying touched her cheek. Are you planning to stay in this house forever? Zhao Qianru suggested she give up her cultivation to buy survival odds. And be a puppet the Chen family can point at? That's worse than dying cleanly. Then Zhao Qianru said the thing that made me like her, which is that she is entirely without shame. Fine. If nothing else works, I'll lock him in your room and see what happens. Liu's your fiancé. What sort of man gets engaged when he likes and unengaged when he likes? Then I came in, and she looked at me for about 4 seconds and said, this is impossible. This makes no sense. With your position, you can't be short of women. So why do you still look like that? She narrowed her eyes. Be honest. Are you a virgin? No, I said instantly with enormous dignity. The faster the denial, the more certain the fact. I wanted on the record that I was, at that moment, being looked down on by Zhao Qianru. I asked whether anything could be done. If we had the sacred medicines, 1,000-year ginseng, 1,000-year Tian Shan snow lotus. Ginseng? I stood up. I can have 200 pounds of it here by Thursday. She put her hand over her eyes and explained, in the voice of a woman who has explained this before, that cultivated ginseng has the medicinal value of a health drink, that wild ginseng is graded by age, and that in the entire recorded history of the trade, nobody has ever produced one at 900 years, let alone 1,000. Then there's no way. There's one, the snow lotus. It grows where nobody goes, and if the cold doesn't get you, an avalanche will. Fine, I said. I'll go. And I left. I went to a business hotel, changed cars on the way, and announced publicly that I had departed the city, 2 days to the mountains and back, a fortnight to search. That was the schedule the story required, and I intended to spend it lying down. Lin Xiaotong arrived the following morning and attached herself to my neck like a koala, and the first thing I said was, "Where's your sister?" which caused a diplomatic incident lasting 4 hours. She is 18. She has been 18 since before I met her. Nobody had ever asked her, including me, and when she produced the identity card and I frowned at the birth date, she got a kiss on the cheek out of it and considered the whole arrangement a triumph. It was your fault, brother, for never asking. Lin Mengyao came in an hour later with an assessment of the Chen family's portfolio and a proposal for a mixed commercial development that every Morin product would eventually flow through to be funded out of 180 billion of Zhou family liquidity. And, she added serenely, your aunt is a vice president at the head office of a commercial bank. I have mentioned my aunt exactly once in my life to my mother on a telephone while asking for 500 million. Do whatever you like, I said, and went to find a drink. 8 days later, I walked back into the Chen family courtyard with a lacquer box. Zhao Qianru took one look at my face, which had spent 4 days going gray on purpose because I had stopped eating, and started shouting, "Have you been out robbing houses at night? What have you been doing instead of sleeping?" Then she opened the box, and the smell of the snow lotus went through that entire building and took the smell of boiled herbs with it. You have 1,000-year snow lotus. Her hands were not steady. Where did you get it? I got it out of the family, with considerable difficulty. And Chen Shuying, lying perfectly still, took my story apart in her own head inside a minute. If the Li family owned one of those, why did they call in physicians from 4 countries when the old man was ill? Why did they come to her? Therefore the Li family did not have it. And bodyguards do not pick snow lotus. Therefore he picked it himself, which is why he looks like that. I could watch her arrive at it, and there was nothing whatsoever I could have said that would have got her there faster. Is that how you use it? I said when Zhao Qianru tore off a petal. Are you the doctor, or am I? The more precious the medicine, the simpler the method. It grows where there isn't a single impurity. Process it and you destroy it. Qianru, said Chen Shuying. Do you know who brought this? If he hadn't given it up, you would never have seen one, which was the first time she had taken my side against anybody. If Qing Yu survives this, she said to me, she will repay it. Repay what? You're my fiancé. Saving you is simply correct. She opened her mouth and did not find anything to put in it. The lotus worked and did not finish the job, which surprised nobody except Zhao Qianru, and the reason is that I gave them about 2/3 of one. If a problem is solved by a single object, it makes no impression. What could be done in one go, I did in 4. The diagnosis I fed her came back word for word the next day. The residual dark energy in the organs was blocking the medicine, and the only thing that dissolves it is genuine pure yang qi, and only a man with a pure yang body has it. At which point Wu Jing, who had never once interrupted a medical conversation in his life, interrupted. Pure yang body? Is that the thing where if a girl's got a cold constitution, a man with a pure yang body only has to be with her once? There was a girl from the Lin family in Tianhai. A doctor called Zhou Ming said exactly that. Liu scratched his head. Anyway, our young master has a pure yang body. Liu just doesn't advertise it. Perfectly delivered. Liu had been rehearsing for 2 days, and Zhao Qianru, to her enormous credit, immediately removed the drama from it. That's not necessary. Blood will do. A pure yang body carries it in the blood. If there isn't enough, we take more. Then take it. Wu Jing seized my arm on cue. Young master, no. You are the only direct heir of the Li family. If the family finds out, enough. If those lines had not been written out and memorized by a man with the dramatic range of a filing cabinet, I might have believed I was a good person. Chen Shuying ended it herself. I will not harm another person to stay alive. There are no buts, young Master Li. Thank you. You can go home now. Wu Jing, on the way out, at a volume precisely calculated to carry back through a paper screen. Even if the family wouldn't blame you, your uncles and aunts would take it out on the Chen household. Liu got a second slap on the back of the head for that, which he had also rehearsed. So I went back to the hotel and cut a rabbit's paw. I am not bleeding myself. Do you know how much that hurts? I ground the root of the lotus into powder and bled the rabbit into it, and the rabbit, having lost approximately a teaspoon, died on the spot, apparently of fright. Lin Xiaotong was inconsolable for 3 hours and then ate most of it at dinner under the impression that it was a different rabbit, which it was, because I had sent Wu Jing out to buy a replacement that matched the photograph. I went to the Chen house at midnight with a small bottle. And I want to be extremely clear about what happened, because it is the only part of that fortnight I am not comfortable telling badly. Zhao Qianru had got into her sister's bed that night. Both of them were awake when I came through the courtyard. Both of them stayed awake for the whole of it, and both of them knew exactly who I was. Chen Shuying had refused the blood in daylight in front of witnesses because accepting it would have made her a debtor she could never clear. So she lay still and let me get away with it, which is a completely different thing. And she knew that too. I fed the medicine to the wrong sister in the dark because Zhao Qianru had put herself on the outside of that bed specifically to intercept anyone coming for it, and had then declined to intercept me for reasons she spent the next week refusing to examine. Then I turned the light on, said, "Wrong one," fetched a bowl, and slapped her between the shoulder blades to get it back, on the grounds that the material was expensive and there might not be enough. She lay there with her face in a pillow having what I can only describe as a religious crisis, and her sister scratched her wrist under the mattress. "Don't move." Then I fed the right one, slowly, and she swallowed slowly, having learned from her sister, and at the end I leaned in and gave her the lightest possible kiss, like a dragonfly touching water. Then I went out, came back with a second quilt, and put it over Zhao Qianru's head. The second night was not brief. She had spent the whole day catching herself listening for footsteps in the courtyard and noticing that when they were not her sister's, the corners of her mouth went up, and from the doorway on the way out I said, "I've never brought anything into this room except medicine. You weren't asleep. We both know that." She put it together in about 90 seconds. Liu knew on the first night. Everything he did to Qianru was a test, and tonight she had allowed all of it while entirely awake and in possession of her faculties. She spent the night constructing an explanation to deliver in the morning. I did not give her the morning. I gave her a fortnight to explain it to herself, and by the end of it the explanation was considerably warmer than anything I would have provided. In the car back to Tianhai, I put it to Wu Jing as a question. What's the easiest way to move a woman? Money? Vulgar? A good physique? Vulgar? Meticulous care? That's a simp. Liu gave up. Herself, I said. However well you do, if it's taken for granted you finish with nothing. Leave a deep enough impression and her own mind does all the remaining work. I reached for a cigarette and found 3 in the packet because Lin Meng Yao empties it every morning and leaves exactly 3, and I have never mentioned it and I have never restocked it from the system. Then we went to the food street, and it had gone wrong while I was away. The old noodle shop was shut and the new one had never opened. Chen Rong had gone yellow and lost a decade. Xu Shenran was in the chair by the door watching a street that had turned black and white on her, crying without making any sound at all so that her mother would not hear. Her father had a tumor in his head. 10 days of scans. Inoperable, they said. And she had not told me because I was busy and because she takes up too much room already. Xu Bao had gone completely bald in 5 weeks and put a hat on the second I came up the stairs. There's no point. It's a bottomless pit. Better the money goes to them. Do you understand, said his wife, what it does to your daughter and me, watching you sit here getting weaker? Dad, I don't want the money. I want you. I took his pulse and said the necessary lie. It's bad. With what I know, I can't solve it. Divine rank medical skills would have had that man walking within the hour, but if I fixed it in an afternoon there would be nothing left of it, and I had a use for it, and I want that written down plainly because I've been honest about everything else. You've misunderstood me, I said. I said I can't. I didn't say the big hospitals can't. I know somebody with a private clinic and the right specialists. And then, pinching Shushinran's cheek and not looking at her parents. And don't worry about money. We'll take it out of the dowry I'll be paying for you later. The clinic is the Black Dragon Societies, and they assembled everything they had. The verdict came with one finger held up, and Shushinran said, in a voice with a crack right through it, 10%? You've misunderstood, said the director. It isn't 10%. It's 1 month. I put my hand flat on the table and stood up. A month? I brought a man here to be treated, not to be given a date. If anything happens to my uncle, not one of you will work again. Not in this city, not anywhere in this country. The director had done nothing wrong and had been humane about it, and my demands were unreasonable and barbaric and were being made in front of a girl in a wheelchair, and everybody in that room understood the reason for the rage inside 4 seconds, which is the entire point of doing it in front of her. When her father tried to defend the doctors, I turned round and shouted at him instead. You don't care about yourself, fine. Have you thought about Shushinran? Other people have fathers. She'll have a photograph. Do you think I care whether you live? I don't want her to lose the man who loves her. Liu sat there and could not find anywhere to put it, and he told me this months later. Perhaps if she ends up beside a man who cares that much, that's the last regret closed. Then Shushinran said, Brother Li, and the whole thing went out of me like a switch. Sorry, I lost my composure. I'll go and wash my face. I came back smelling of cigarettes with my hair deliberately wrecked and asked about the antibody drug that stops the growth. $200,000 a tablet. Buy it, as much as you can get. Send me the bill. And I made sure the bill was mentioned out loud, in front of the family, which is the part that separates me from the men in these stories who suffer nobly in silence. If you don't say it, nobody knows what you spent. While you are quietly out buying medicine, in her mind, you have simply disappeared. The room full of experts who had signed a death certificate an hour earlier began competing to find channels, and the director offered to fetch his own professor from abroad by force if necessary, and I offered a place at the Zhongshan Sanatorium, which every doctor in that room understood perfectly. Chen Rong asked me to take her daughter out for some air. We walked for a while, and I let myself stumble and nearly tipped her out of the chair, and she twisted round terrified, not for herself. There was one hotel on that road, room 52, at the end of the 5th floor. She boiled the kettle out twice before she would use it, and then found me lying on the bed with my eyes open. I can't sleep. I don't know how much I can do for your father. She hauled herself up onto the bed with her arms, put my head against her, and worked her thumbs into my temples, explaining so I wouldn't doubt her. I used to do this for my mother when the shop had been busy, and a while later she said, with her face somewhere above my hair, Brother Li, I don't want you to be in this much pain. If you want, I'll give myself to you. Anytime. Her whole life she has believed that a girl who cannot walk has no right to be wanted by anybody, and her father's diagnosis had made every one of those considerations look like nothing at all. Afterwards, she kept her arm under me for 2 hours after it went numb, so as not to wake me, and only pulled it out when I sneezed. You silly girl. Why didn't you say? Because then I couldn't have held on to you as tightly. Then she offered me the other arm and claimed that one had gone numb as well, and got caught immediately, and was given a demonstration of Li family discipline that involved a great deal of undignified shrieking. So tell me, do you like it or not? She turned her face away from me and said, at approximately the volume of a fly, I like it. Echo went to Tianyu City that week and asked the great Master Chen for help, and instead received a public examination of her junior brother's conduct, because it came out under questioning that when Zhou Yu brought the mine down on his enemy, he also brought it down on a bystander, and that Li Kai had called that bystander his brother. 4th sister, aren't you rather biased towards Xiao Yu? His revenge is his own business, right or wrong, that's his karma. Liu dragged an unconnected man into it and killed him, and instead of blaming him, you're standing here accusing Li Kai of faking his grief. How well do you know Li Kai? Did you grow up with him? Chen Shuying closed the book. Before we came down the mountain, Master told us never to bully the weak. That man Hao had parents. Put yourself in Li Kai's place. Great Master Chen, said Echo. You've become a different person. She turned to Zhao Qianru for numbers and got, Sister, are you slow? The Li Kai you want to charge is your brother-in-law. The ruling was that it ended there, and that if she incited the other sisters, she should not blame Chen Shuying for what happened next. Echo left with a sentence she said to nobody. Fine. Alone then. Zhao Qianru asked whether the 4th sister might simply lose her temper and kill him. Then I'd be a widow, wouldn't I? Said Chen Shuying in a voice like the inside of a freezer, and Zhao Qianru noticed with enormous satisfaction that it had been Xiao Yu all evening and was now Zhou Yu. Echo broke the unwritten rule and came back for a second attempt at my villa from the rear at 1 in the morning. She never reached the garden. A knife came out of the dark fast enough that she only saw the reflection, and Scarlet Shadow came off the first-floor balcony in a black dress. I've been waiting days, she said. I was starting to think you'd given up. How are you still alive? The answer is 40 bottles. She was over 450 by then, and Echo is not 400. It took under 10 minutes. Both shoulders dislocated, dragged into my bedroom by the collar and tied. And then Scarlet Shadow did the only thing that would actually register on a woman like that, which was nothing at all. She did not hurt her. She took her weapons, disarmed her completely, left her conscious, and went to sleep 4 feet away with her back turned. For a professional whose entire existence is built on never being seen and always being feared, being kept alive in a lit room as an item of furniture by a woman who considers the situation restful is the end of a career. Keep it down, said Scarlet Shadow, pulling the quilt up. The reigning #1 can't take this much? I don't understand how you got the title. In the morning, she put both shoulders back in and let her go so that the news would be carried across the country by the only person who could confirm it. The first position on the killer ranking changed hands on a Tuesday, and nobody had to die for it. Shubao's consultation ended a week later with a foreign neurosurgeon, the director's own teacher, giving the family the arithmetic, under a month untreated, 3 months on the drugs before resistance, surgery at under 20%, and at best a year if it worked. I have spent tens of millions bringing you here, I said, and you can offer me a year. The old man went purple and told me, through a translator, that billionaires wait to find out whether he has time for them. And Chen Rong gave up first. Maybe we shouldn't treat it. Under 20% isn't worth it. Old Liu says he'd be content with a few more months. Let us just be with him. So I pointed at Xu Xinran's legs, and the second specialist smiled and said her legs were an interesting case, that the imaging showed nothing at all, that in fact it was abnormal how perfectly they had grown, and that there was nothing they could do. Nothing you can do. Nothing you can do. I stood up. Then I'll find someone who can. And I walked out of the building and vanished for 3 days. I put the mask on in a lay-by outside Yanjing, divine oracle master, who died on a side street in Tianyu with his ribcage caved in, and whose face I still had. I walked into that ward on the 3rd day and asked which of them was Shubao, and said I was there at the request of that youngster from the Li family. Wu Jing went white, because he had personally reduced the original to ash and could not tell the difference. Master Zhou, he said, blinking hard at me. You've come. I kicked him across the room. I come and go as I please. What is it to you? The foreign experts who had spent 3 days being unable to leave tried to block a scruffy old man from a treatment room, and I told them they were a collection of useless rubbish who could not save a patient and pushed each of them over on my way past. Then I put the needles in, and the hollow one went into the top of his skull, and dark red fluid came down it, and 4 internationally published specialists stood around a bed asking each other how a tumor could liquefy. 8 minutes. Done. They ran every scan in the building twice, and the director came out with the expression of a man whose professional worldview has been revoked and said the tumor was gone. Chen Rong went down on the tiles and hit her forehead against them so hard and so often that I became genuinely concerned for the tiles, and I could not lift her up without breaking character. Don't kneel to me. Thanks, Xiaoli. Liu's the one who asked. The director tried to hire me on the spot. Wu Jing killed it with 1 sentence. The young master traveled 3 days to Yanjing for him. Is that a doctor you put on a payroll? Then I did the legs in a bright ward instead of a theater, and I did not touch her once. 2 silver threads came out of my sleeve and wrapped her wrist so I could read the pulse without laying a finger on her, which is the most ridiculous precaution I have ever taken, and which I stand by, because a man has to draw a line somewhere, and I was not going to be unfaithful to myself. Hundreds of needles through her clothes joined by 1 continuous thread. Nothing. Then numbness. Then, it hurts. It hurts. Then, 1 pull, and every needle came out at once and landed in the box in rows, and Xu Xinran, who has never seen a stage magician, applauded. Wu Jing tapped her shin with a stethoscope and she yelped and pulled the leg away. No courses of treatment, he announced. Miss Liu is cured. She simply hasn't used them in 20 years. When she was small, said her mother to nobody, a chair fell on that leg and she didn't cry, and now it hurts her. Then Wu Jing murmured that nobody had heard from the young master in 3 days, and Xu Xinran asked the old man where brother Li was. No need to worry about him. Liu knelt outside my hut for 3 days. Liu passed out when I arrived. Liu will have woken up in a hospital by now. 3 days without food or water. Anyone else would have died. And then, with total indifference. The weather was reasonable. It only rained the once. Liu'll live. She stood up off the bed and walked. She did not know she was doing it. She got 2 steps towards the door saying she was going to find Brother Li before her mother caught her, because the nerves were fine and the balance was 20 years out of practice, and she went straight down. The whole room was silent. Shu Shinran was standing. The body is a precise instrument, I said. It was broken. Now it's repaired. It needs calibration. You can't rush it. Any lasting effects? None. Liu's recovered. Then she started crying properly and demanded to be taken to Yanjing that night, and said the sentence that closed the whole thread for me. I'd rather never have stood up than have Brother Li suffer like that. They talked her out of it 3 ways. Wu Jing said a man in that condition would be in a facility that even his own bodyguard couldn't enter. The director said nobody knew where he was, and that if the wrong people used her as leverage, it would be worse. And her mother said this: "Wait a little. Your legs have only just healed and you can't walk properly yet. Get yourself right, and when he comes back, you can run to him and jump into his arms." She smoothed her daughter's hair. I think that's the thing he'd most like to see. Somebody at the back of the room said out loud, "Imagine, a man like that, 3 days on his knees." The director hissed at him, too late, and Shu Shinran's shoulders started to go. I took the mask off in a car park and stood there for a minute working out where to go. The Queen Bar, where I had been holed up for 4 days, and where Zhao Yun would be asleep. Lin Yi, who is Shu Shinran's closest friend and therefore a live wire, the Zhou sisters in Tianyu, Shu Qingyao and Chen Hua, both flat out building a plant overseas, where turning up now would be taking advantage. So I went home. There was fresh paint in my bedroom. "Somebody's been here." "Echo," said Scarlet Shadow from the bed. She came back 3 nights running. I waited for her. She had also been busy, and she laid out what she had learned, and then made a suggestion that told me exactly how dark that woman is underneath. Zhou Yu and Echo are in love, and neither of them will say it. So we take Zhou Yu, and you take his place. With your disguise, she'd never know. And I turned it down, flatly, and with genuine disgust. Don't say things like that in front of me again. Because I would enjoy it, and she would be thinking about Zhou Yu, and there is a bottom to this, and that is it. If I wanted her, I'd take her as herself. Why would I want a costume? Scarlet Shadow looked at me for a while, and then smiled. "You do have some self-control," she said. "All right, whatever you say from now on." Zhou Mingxia came home 2 days later, and I discovered that she and Scarlet Shadow had already met and become close, which is one of the very few things that year that happened entirely without my involvement. I found the #1 assassin in the world being disarmed in my own kitchen. Sister Lan, how many times? A pinch of salt. A pinch. "These hands," said Scarlet Shadow, being removed from the stove, "are for killing, not for cooking." Her cover story was that she was adapting to her new physique through everyday tasks. "Sister Lan," said Zhou Mingxia, coming in with the soup, "you told me the young master likes my cooking best and asked me to teach you." And Scarlet Shadow, who has ended more people than I have met, said, "You talk too much," and did not retaliate. Over dinner, I asked her about an organization called Hidden Kill, whose head is the second of the 7 sisters. "Has somebody there offended you? Give me the code name and I'll fly out tonight. It isn't personal. It's that this country is too safe. You cannot grow anything here that the state doesn't already own a piece of." I turned the bowl round. "There's a region overseas with no functioning government, armed groups, deserters, complete chaos. That's where you build something that belongs only to you." Then the part I had not said out loud before. "There aren't enough people around me, and Wu Jing's men have stopped being staff. I can't spend them anymore. I'm the villain. That doesn't mean I don't have feelings. What happens the day somebody kills Wu Jing, which is the entire reason I needed a foreign country with a supply of people who are not mine? The second sister can keep her chair for now. Once Tianhai is finished, that chair changes owner." Then I told Zhou Mingxia there were no goji berries in the soup, and that with 2 of them in the house, I now required double the restoration, which made her go the color of the tablecloth, and said I would be out that evening. Because in a small flat above a food street there is a young woman who can now lever herself upright out of a wheelchair, and I had it on good authority that the waiting had become unbearable. The Liu family were discharged that week. Xu Bao was in his own kitchen making dumpling wrappers from scratch with flour up to his elbows, refusing to buy them, on the grounds that shop wrappers are shop wrappers, and young Master Li was coming. "What do you know about it, woman?" Chen Rong detonated on a 1-second fuse. "Oh, I'm a woman now, am I? 4 days ago, you were dying quietly upstairs, and you weren't shouting then. I'll have you know I was the best-looking girl in this district, and there was a queue. If I'd known you thought like that, I'd have taken Shu Shinran and remarried." And behind her, on the stairs, holding the rail with both hands, in a white dress, 1 step at a time, came Shu Shinran. Her mother wanted to know what she thought she was doing coming downstairs in this weather. "But I want Brother Li to see my legs." "Oh, you do? And would you also like him to spend another 3 days and nights kneeling outside a hut in the mountains?" Xu Xinran went straight back up to change and came down in something warmer and, I am reliably informed, white stockings. Did you teach her that? Said her father. If he doesn't like white, said Chen Rong, I'll buy her 3 sets of black. I arrived at 7, and I was gray and unsteady on my feet because the last fortnight had actually cost me something. She came out of that doorway and across the street towards me, 20 meters. It took her about 30 seconds. She had to think about every single one of them, and about a third of the way over she started laughing at herself, and by the time she got to me she was going too fast to stop and hit my chest with both arms round my neck like something falling out of a tree. Half the street came out to watch. Old Shu from the fruit stall, Auntie Liu Li, Shu from the hardware shop. 20 years she suffered, Auntie Liu Li announced to the whole road, and now she's running so fast an old woman can't catch her. I crouched down and put both hands round her calves, which was a medical examination and which everybody present chose to interpret otherwise. Not here, she said, going scarlet. Come inside. You can check them properly inside. Her father shouted from the kitchen that the dumplings needed folding, and I went in, and I said, stop calling me young Master Li, it's Xiao Li. Chen Rong nearly dropped a bowl of fruit. Xu Xinran dragged me upstairs first, shut the door, tripped over nothing in particular, and landed us both on the bed with her mouth somewhere near my ear. Xu Xinran, I said, looking at the door. If your parents find out what's happening up here, they'll come through that wall. An hour later, the 4 of us were around a table full of dumplings, and her father had made every wrapper himself because the shop ones are shop ones, and her mother said so about 6 times, and he eventually silenced his wife by putting a dumpling in her mouth, which was the high point of his authority for the evening, and lasted about 4 seconds. I left late and I did not push anything. The duck is already cooked. It isn't going to fly away. Wu Jing was waiting at the villa after midnight. Old Zhao had been in Colon for 3 days with a forward team and had taken a small district. Colon is one of those places with a government that only functions for people too weak to ignore it, where men shoot other men on the pavement in the afternoon. And then he said the part that got me out of the chair. Young master, it looks like President Chen and Miss Liu are in Colon as well, which is a violent breach of a plot that was supposed to belong to Xu Guang. Change one man's fate and apparently the whole downstream slides. Book the flight. We go tomorrow. Chen Hua and Xu Qingyao were sharing a bed in a hotel with a generator, and Xu Qingyao wanted soy milk. This is Colon. Chen Hua admitted she had overheard me on the phone and knew I intended to build something out here. Right then, said Xu Qingyao immediately. Even days for you, odd days for me. 2, 4, and 6 are yours. 1, 3, 5, and 7 are mine. Why is it not the other way round? And you've helped yourself to Sunday. They went to see the local armed forces and got nothing, and on the road back there was a checkpoint that had not been there in the morning. A burst went across the bonnet. 2 of the bodyguards took rounds. A man came to the window with an interpreter and explained that his superior would like to invite Miss Chen to dinner. Just dinner. Chen Hua took a pistol out of the door pocket and put it against her own head. I don't know if I can hit any of you, she said, but I'm fairly confident about my own head. Xu Qingyao got hold of her wrist because she had recognized somebody in town 2 days earlier. 30 seconds later, there were buggies coming up the road behind them and 30 of old Zhao's men on them, and a burst went into the dirt half a meter in front of the checkpoint, and old Zhao stood up in the lead vehicle and shouted a word in Japanese. Liu shouted it because it would frighten them and because it would put the blame somewhere else, and I have never been prouder of a man's initiative. I came in the next afternoon with under 20 people, which was everything I had brought. Xu Qingyao got to me first, up and onto my neck, and gave me a complete account of the checkpoint in which she was the protagonist. They nearly did something to your woman. I stayed pure. In the old days, they'd have built me an arch. Funny. I heard they were after Hua. I put her down and smacked her. Claiming another soldier's merit on a battlefield is a capital offense. I'll let it go this once. Then I took Chen Hua's hand and turned her round and looked at all of her, and only after that did I shout. There is nothing wrong with you, and there is a great deal wrong with me. You came to a place like this, and you didn't tell me. Wu Jing mentioned the minefield on the eastern approach. Colon, I said, not looking at anything in particular, is about to change. It'll start with blood. Ben is number 3 in the local armed forces. Liu studied in Dragon Country and he speaks the language, which is why they sent him to apologize. Liu offered me the industrial parcel at 800 acres instead of 300 at the original price plus protection. I did not look up. I was stroking the arm of the chair. You made a mistake and you think you can pay for it with a sweet. Then I told him what I wanted and I said it slowly. Every one of the 20 men on that checkpoint, dead. The one who gave the order, brought out, beheaded, and the head hung in front of this building for 3 days and 3 nights, by his own hand. You are not in Dragon Country, said Ben. I walked around the desk and patted his cheek. If you touch me, I don't know whether you personally survive, but your militia will be finished in this region forever. In the corridor, Xu Qingyao said I had gone too far, and then, thoughtfully, Did you see how far his eyes came out? Is that a racial thing? Chen Hua poked her in the forehead. Ben, being a sensible man, ordered his people not to kill us immediately, but to follow us back and find the base. 11 minutes after we left, the tallest building in the local armed forces compound came apart from the 4th floor upwards. In the car, Wu Jing turned the radio on and something cheerful came out of it. I yawned. They searched me at the door, you know. There must be something wrong inside. Somebody's been bought. Later, I told Ben the truth to his face, because there is no point in a threat nobody can attribute. Yes, who else? Advanced composition. Do you seriously think Colon develops explosives like that? We got back to base and found a black bag in the empty barracks next door, which meant somebody had come through the minefield in the dark. Old Zhao volunteered to go and deal with it. Sit down. Wu Jing, give me a tool. Liu handed me a heavy pistol and I threw it in the dirt. Shoot it? Do I look like a man who solves things with a pistol? All of it. Liu went to the truck and came back with a howitzer and put it on my shoulder. The barracks stopped existing. Leave the satellite radios out where they were, I said. Have 3 men talk rubbish on them all night. Let the minefield do the rest. The kit on the dead man was Japanese, and it belonged to an outfit called Dark Blade. Their bar in Colon is done out in pink neon, and I walked in and sat down on the couch reserved for the head of the organization, and the room went completely silent. I ordered a drink, then broke the bottle over the forehead of the woman who brought it. This is the headquarters of Dark Blade, and you serve this to a guest? Bring me Dragon Country liquor. Wu Jing put her escort through a table. Scarlet Shadow's knife came across the room and took 5 fingers off the big man by the bar, cleanly between the joints. Are you Hidden Kill? He said. I'm from Dragon Country, but sadly no. Some background on that question. A year ago, Hidden Kill walked into this building alone and killed 3 of their upper ninja because one of them had killed a Dragon Country national, and every man in that organization has been studying our language ever since. Then I shouted at the ceiling, Aoi Hana, my name is Li Kai. I lead the Sea Emperor Gang, which is her real name, and about 9 people on Earth know it. She came down the stairs in a kimono with the face of a girl of 19 and the bearing of somebody's exiled royalty, which is what she is. She also has a compulsive horror of contamination, and I was sitting on her furniture. Come here and pour for me, you have a minute. She declined, so I shot the carved plaque above the stairs, and an upper ninja came out of the ceiling void with most of his head gone. Look at that, old men hanging off the beams at night. I put the pistol down. If I hadn't taken the top off first, he'd have landed badly and been paralyzed for life. The second one avoided a bullet and lost his head to Scarlet Shadow instead. Is that an upper ninja of the Koga school? She said, wiping the blade on a curtain. I'll kill 10. 40 bottles of that potion does something to a person's manners. Then I recited Hana's private history to a room of 80 people. The royal house, the exile, the 12 upper ninja accumulating strength for a return. What else do you know? You're wearing a kimono. Bring it to me on your knees, in the traditional style of your country. The room detonated. I shot 2. Scarlet Shadow took a 3rd, and Hana knelt and raised the cup above her head in perfect form and looked at me the way an animal looks at a vet. Then she tried to split us. Perhaps the elder sister might apologize to me first. Scarlet Shadow came over, humiliated, and I pulled her against me and threw the wine into Hana's face and broke the glass on her forehead. Who do you think you are? You're nothing in my eyes. If my Hongmei took your face off 10 times over, you would swallow it. 3 upper ninja came at once and she took all 3 on one pass. My man, she said. Touch him and die. 9 left out of 12. I took Hana's chin in my hand. From today, this region belongs to the Sea Emperor Gang, and Dark Blade belongs to the Sea Emperor Gang. She went up onto her toes to reduce the strain on her jaw. To follow the strong, she said, has always been Yamamoto Hiroshi's wish. Then she asked me to help her get her country back. You're not in a position to ask for anything. Perhaps one day, when I'm in a good mood, I'll take a walk under your cherry trees. We went back to Ben's office with 50 of his men dead, and Jake, one of his field commanders, arguing loudly that Dragon Country is a long way away and who would ever know if 1 or 2 people died. 20. Armed men did not get their pistols out. Kunai and darts came in over my shoulders from both sides. Hana and Scarlet Shadow conducted an argument about seniority in the middle of it. Why did you kick me? Because I am second here after him, and you are nothing. I told both of them off, which is a decision I want credit for, because telling off only the new one would have made the new one hate the old one, and telling off only the old one would have lost me the old one. Personal business at home, not at work. Ben offered to let the whole thing end there. I repeated my requirement in colon so that every soldier in the room understood it and pointed at Jake. Liu refused. You cannot hand over your own man in front of your own people. Jake came at me and took 2 throwing blades in the thighs and went face down in the dirt. Everybody in this room, I said, remember exactly how you are behaving right now. I am assessing you. Then I clapped my hands, and the ninja came in with 9 heads in a canvas sheet, and 2 of those heads belonged to the first and second men of the entire country, who are the most heavily protected people in Colon. Ben cut Jake's head off himself and went down on one knee and asked to serve. Everybody left standing put their forehead on the concrete. I restructured the whole thing in an afternoon. Ben became the public face because he speaks the language and looks reassuring on camera, and the soldiers went to junior commanders who owed their new positions to me personally. Their standing order was to find the bases of hidden kill using colonies personnel on the principle that if one dies, you push the next one forward. Hana's contribution was a supply of black pills requiring a monthly antidote that only she holds, and we fed one to every commander in the structure. She offered me the recipe, and I declined on the grounds that it was hers, and she thought she had won something. She is a puppet who has been handed a second set of strings and told they are hers, and I am not going to be the one to explain it. The intelligence came out of a divine ninja who survived a siege long enough to talk. The Lord of Hidden Kill is the second of the 7 sisters. They call her the Goddess of Blades. She has a technique that burns her own blood at the edge of death, which is structurally the same thing as my 9 revolutions, and she has never once been photographed. 2 days of searching produced nothing, and then Hidden Kill found us. A local boy of about 11 handed Wu Jing an envelope with one word in it, in bad handwriting: reciprocity. Wu Jing sat up half the night with it and came to me at 4 in the morning, having read 3 words between the lines: kill Li Kai. Hana identified the banding on the envelope immediately. A divine ability kill order. Dark Blade has received 3 in its history, and all 3 of the men named are dead. My advice is that we run. The War Council was held in a private room at the Dark Blade bar, and Scarlet Shadow opened it by physically removing Hana from the seat on my left. Hana proposed evacuation. Scarlet Shadow proposed that I teach her camouflage so that she could impersonate me and be killed instead, which she said in the tone of somebody suggesting a picnic. Wu Jing proposed that while the Green Hills remain, there will be firewood. I brought 3 of you in here hoping one would produce an idea, I said, and you have given me a suicide, a runaway, and a proverb. Then I picked up my phone and dialed a number I had never dialed. It rang for a long time. Is that Li Kai? I was extremely polite to Chen Shuying, and I was cold, which is the opposite of how I had been in her bedroom in Tianyu, and I could hear her trying to work out what had changed. I put all of it on the family. I was going to ask my family for help, and they told me that one phone call from you would settle it. Miss Chen, do you know the Lord of Hidden Kill? Perhaps you could ring them and smooth it over. I'm sure it's a misunderstanding. Behind her, a voice went up like a kettle. A divine ability order? We don't see 3 of those in 5 years. What did you do? Loot their headquarters? Don't worry, said Chen Shuying. I'll be there tomorrow. I hung up, and Scarlet Shadow said, without inflection, do you have any of that potion left? I'd like another 10 bottles. Wu Jing met me in the corridor the next morning in a state. Young master, Miss Chen is coming and President Chen is here. A king cannot meet another king. A queen cannot meet another queen. I asked you about the potion for Hana, and you've come back to me about Chen Shuying again. Hiding it was never an option. The only clean way through a room like that is to put everything on the table at once and let them sort out the seating. They met on the staircase anyway, 4 of them, 2 on each side. Chen Shuying introduced herself first, correctly, as of the Chen family of Tianyu, and the 2 junior members of each delegation leaned in and whispered into their principal's ear at the same moment, and both of them said exactly the same sentence. That woman standing next to her is clearly not a good person. They sat opposite each other in a booth like 2 boards of directors. Chen Hua opened with the rumor that the Chen family had been signing agreements off the back of the Li name. Chen Shuying absorbed it and returned it. Human nature is to flatter the strong. It's true of the Chen family, and it's true of yours. If your mother hadn't held on to a marriage contract with the Li family, how would she have survived that period? Shu Qingyao changed the register by pulling at her own collar and complaining about the heat. Li Kai won't even let me wear a vest out here. Liu worries about the locals staring. Zhao Qianru played over the top of it without hesitating. The first time Li Kai and I met, he went straight for me below the waist. I still have problems. Shu Qingyao's internal reaction, reported to me later with real feeling. I am playing pairs and threes, and this woman has laid down a straight flush. And the last exchange was the one that mattered. 20 years without a word, and suddenly there's a marriage contract. What century is this? And why does President Chen care so much about my engagement? If I'm not mistaken, yours has already been dissolved. I sent Wu Jing away when he came to fetch me because I had found something in the intelligence summaries. The Bloodwolf mercenary group, which was Xu Guang's, is in Colon. 3 days, I told Hana. Every organization and every mercenary outfit in this country under us, including them. Anyone who objects, kill them and promote whoever is standing behind them. Because Xu Guang is dead, and I arranged it, and it would be inhuman not to look after his business and his women. I gave Wu Jing 10 bottles of Constitution Potion, 5 for him and 5 for old Zhao, on the grounds that he had started falling behind his own subordinates. Liu carried them out in a bright red shopping bag. That evening, old Zhao and 4 veterans got drunk in the barracks and told Wu Jing what they thought of the last year, a few thousand a month before. A 300,000 operation for a wife would have finished a family. Now every man who has been with me 6 months owns property. Wu Jing could see on his phone the camera covering the corridor outside and could see 2 women standing in it and adjusted his material accordingly. You know why the young master came to Colon? So that one day he can destroy the expert who nearly killed Miss Chen. Liu could be living like an emperor at home. Instead, he's in this dump with a hidden kill order on his head. Outside the door, Chen Shuying's eyes were not steady. Zhao Qianru's reaction was, that womanizer should have been mine. Chen Shuying knocked on my door after midnight and I made tea, and I told her. There was something in her hair, and my hand went from her hair to the back of her neck, and it was about 10 seconds before either of us moved. Then I stepped back and told her the truth without dressing it. There's Hua, there's Ruolin, there are others. If that disgusts you, go home. I'll find a way to end the engagement that doesn't cost the Chen family anything. She was still catching up with the 10 seconds. I came here to resolve the hidden kill problem. What have they got to do with it? I went to the window. From the very beginning, I didn't want your gratitude and I didn't want to be repaid. Do you understand that? She went out of the room without answering. Here is the calculation, since I have promised to show you all of them. I would not have risked either the kiss or the sentence without Wu Jing's report on who was standing in that corridor, and the objective of both was to strip off the mask she had arrived in, which was the mask of a woman discharging an obligation, because a woman discharging an obligation does not generate one single point. Also, Chen Shuying is about 5 times stronger than Scarlet Shadow, and I would rather she was not standing on the other side of the table when this ends. Scarlet Shadow and Zhao Qianru fought each other outside the bar the following evening. Scarlet Shadow is at 500 physique and started well, and then, slowly and inexplicably, began to lose. She hasn't got stronger, I said from the doorway. Hong Mei is getting weaker. They were also, both of them, striking each other flat-handed in the chest. Are the two of you attempting to destroy each other's secondary sexual characteristics? I separated them by the wrists, at which point they took handfuls of each other's hair and braced their foreheads against my shoulders, so I let go of the wrists and took hold of something else, and they came apart instantly. The explanation was a cartilage powder, colorless, odorless, transmissible through the air, and Zhao Qianru holds the only antidote. I asked for a bottle of it, enough for a few hundred people. She gave it to me with a handful of black preventative pills and a warning, and Scarlet Shadow said out loud, which cost her something, that the girl was genuinely dangerous and that I should be careful. Then Scarlet Shadow said, there are people here. I looked over my shoulder into the dark end of the alley. Is there anyone there? I have checked for you, young master, said Wu Jing, from about 4 meters away, with his back turned. There is nobody here, not one single person, and left at a jog. Scarlet Shadow informed me that he had promised Xu Qingyao he would report the moment I came back, and that his first act on arrival had been to instruct old Zhao to tell nobody anything and await her orders instead. Like master, like bodyguard, she said. Both of you speak human to humans and ghost to ghosts. Zhao Qianru was eating grapes with both cheeks full when she explained to her senior sister what she had done. She had already dosed me. Colorless, odorless, delayed action. She had a name for it, which was the name of a famously unfaithful woman from an old novel, and there was an entire product line. There's no antidote, she said cheerfully. Either he finds the one method or it burns him out. Chen Shuying twisted her ear 180 degrees. Then she did it to the other one. So they're symmetrical, she said. Zhao Qianru, rubbing both sides of her head, suggested that the great master Chen might like to put on something in matching colors and go and collect. Chen Xiuying said the word nonsense and went to find me immediately. She checked the office, my bedroom, Chen Hua's room, where she was told that perhaps this afternoon's phrasing had been unfortunate, and Xu Qingyao's room, where the door was opened wide with an invitation to search it. Wu Jing said honestly and stupidly that he had no idea where I was, and Scarlet Shadow called down from the landing that I had gone out on business and had not gone out with her, so there was no need to search her room either. At which point Zhao Qianru went cold, because if I had been in that building, 5 women could have absorbed it between them. I was at a hotel in the north of Colon with the entire leadership of the Blood Wolf mercenary group on their knees in front of me. Hana gave me her chair, knelt down and started working on my leg in front of the prisoners, which broke 2 of them more thoroughly than anything else in that room. I named the 4 of them by their internal codenames, which are not written anywhere. Blood Fiend, Blood Eagle, Blood Demon, Blood Drop, Xu Guang's 4 guardians. Your commander is dead. I killed him and I scattered him, and you know it. Because how long has it been since any of you had a reply to a message? 2 shots. The first 2 went backwards off their knees. The principle, in case it is useful, a man who is too loyal has no value while he still has somebody to be loyal to, and a man who is too clever has no value even before he has picked a master. Which left Blooddrop, who is a woman with a mask that has grown into her face, whose family was destroyed by Bloodwolf itself, and who in the original text spends 400 chapters being talked out of her revenge by Shu Guang. I gave her a pill, and the burn scarring on her hands closed while she was looking at it. 3 days, I said. Then take the mask off. She went down on one knee, and the Bloodwolf mercenary group has a new commander, and she is extremely motivated. Zhou Yu was in a guest house 40 kilometers away, being eaten alive by the fact that his great master Chen had chosen a stranger's man over the bonds of the sect, and Echo, who moves through a room without displacing air, told him that Li Kai was alone in the Bloodwolf camp. If Scarlet Shadow is there, I'll withdraw. If she isn't, then this date next year is the anniversary of his death. After she left, Zhou Yu reached a decision, which was that years of standing beside someone outweigh love at first sight, and that he would tell her. Hana was working on my shoulders when the effects of Zhao Qianru's powder arrived. I could have cleared it in 4 minutes and chose not to, because the alternative was to let it run, blame Zhao Qianru entirely, and then magnanimously protect her from the consequences, at which point the girl folds like a deck chair. Ding! The host has won over the daughter of destiny, Aoi Hana. Plus 100,000. A knock. Scarlet Shadow wanted to see me. Hana told her I was asleep. 4 minutes later, a woman in black came in through the 3rd floor window and did not say a word, and stood in the middle of the room and smiled coldly, and did not speak because the one thing camouflage cannot rebuild is a voice. I knew inside 2 seconds because advanced danger perception does not fire on my own people, and it was screaming. Do you find me repulsive now? I said, in the voice of a wronged man. Am I not good enough anymore? If I'd known, I'd never have given myself to you that time. Her hand went for the knife about half a second too late. Ding. The host has won over the daughter of destiny Echo, plus 350,000, almost half what a son of destiny is worth. I decided against exposing her and against killing her because there are things you can only do to a person once, and I had done mine. She walked home through the outskirts like something out of a story, and 2 men who approached her on that road with concern in their voices did not finish their sentences, and then she stood under a cold shower for a long time. And Zhou Yu knocked on the door and chose that specific evening to tell her that from today he would be not only her junior brother, but a man she could lean on. Get out, get away from the door. Liu read that as shyness, and then he made the error that ended it, which was to start on Chen Shuying, and to wonder aloud whether the great master Chen had not already got herself tangled up with Li Kai. Echo, at that moment, knew precisely how tangled up everybody was. Liu reached for her hand, and she hit him across the face and told him to leave. Ding. Zhou Yu luck value decreased. Plus 10,000. Ding. Plus 20,000. Ding. Plus 20,000. I sat at the bar the next morning with an expression of profound sorrow and did not laugh once. Scarlet Shadow was incandescent, and she went for Zhao Qianru rather than me. You can poison me. Poisoning him is beyond anything. Shu Qingyao joined in with real feeling about how she had assumed the girl was merely sweet and had turned out to be something else entirely, while privately comparing recipes with her own mother's and concluding that hers was probably stronger, and Chen Shuying did not defend her. Qianru's fault is a fact, and as Great Master Chen I am also responsible. She stood up. She will be punished by the rules of the sect, and once the hidden kill problem is resolved I will leave : bring me a rod. Zhao Qianru went down on her knees on cold tile. I went to the bar and started going through the bottles out loud. This one's light, might break too easily. I put it back. Now this one's good, nice and solid. Then I came back with an entire crate of long-necked bottles and set it down on the tiles. There are no rods in : I said. Use these, hit her on the head. If one isn't enough, there's a whole crate. Zhao Qianru, who had faced the rod without much anxiety, went a color I have not seen on a human being. Chen Shuying held a bottle for about 3 minutes, then she brought it round hard against her own forehead, and I caught her wrist about 4 centimeters out, and I only caught it because of 500 physique. The rules of your sect are your business, I said. But I'm the one who was harmed, and I am not interested in being avenged. If my word means nothing here, I'll go and find you a rod myself, and the hidden kill situation is no longer your concern. Wu Jing, get the car. After the beating, I'll drive them to the airport. Then I went and sat on Hana's couch. Wu Jing, who is not a good man, encouraged a dark blade samurai to bring me a bottle of Dragon Country liquor. I broke it over his head. Drink? Drink your mother. Get out. Liu went across the room with a hairline fracture in his skull, looked at Wu Jing on the way past, and said something in his own language that I am told means idiot. Chen Hua, of all people, gave Chen Shuying the exit. She said something bland about how these things happen in families, and Chen Shuying sniffed once and put the bottle down very carefully at the bottom of the stairs as though it had never been in her hand. Zhao Qianru said to Chen Hua on the way past, "I owe you. If you ever need anything at all, a pill that saves a life or a poison that doesn't, I'll get it." 2 quiet days followed, in which the women of my organization played cards. I came in to find Shu Qingyao with a paper turtle stuck on each cheek, Zhao Qianru with 3 on each, and the #1 assassin in the world with 3 turtles per cheek, a black rabbit on her back, and a row of black ducks across her forehead. Somebody proposed raising the stakes so that the winner got a night in my room, and the losers were obliged not merely to stay out of the way, but to assist. And Scarlet Shadow, counting the room, arrived at the correct conclusion. This is not a game. This is an arms race, and I am about to be crushed. Chen Shuying came in and said, "Outside, something's happened." The hidden kill bases had all moved, and the second sister herself had gone dark and had not responded to a kill order issued in her own name, which meant she had gone to meet a siege on her own. "Ben," I said, "every unusual death of a non-national in this country in the last 2 weeks. Now." Chen Shuying looked at me. "You're helping. You don't know her. There's bad blood between you. Because she's your second sister." She walked out of that office without her feet touching much of the floor, and in the corridor she found Zhao Qianru caught red-handed with an ear against the wall, and instead of shouting at her, she put a hand on her head. "I'm sorry. I was too hard on you. I frightened you." "Your great master Chen's in trouble," Shu Qingyao announced to the room. "Your great master Chen's in love." We went north the following morning, and I made Scarlet Shadow stay. Her job was the bar. If Echo came anywhere near those women, she was to use her own judgment. She wanted to argue. I said something to her that nobody else heard, and she went red and stopped arguing. Snipers went up on the high ground with upper ninja covering them. Wu Jing told the assembled Colonese that any delay in an engagement would be punished severely, and privately mourned the fact that Colon has no rocket artillery. I was ambushed in the hills by a ghost. 3 silver needles, almost invisible, went into a tree where my throat had been. Then a blade at the neck and a blade at the heart. I broke several of her ribs at about 80%, caught an ankle and put her into the ground. She got away, so I turned my back on purpose, and when she came for it, I met her with an open palm, which is how Chen Shuying and Zhao Qianru came over the ridge and found me sitting on the back of a masked assassin with both her arms bent up behind her and her face in the mud. "Desperate criminal," I said. "Put 3 silver needles in me, nearly to the bone." Zhao Qianru looked at the woman with her arms folded the wrong way, and then at me, spotless. "Who exactly is murdering whom here?" Then the mask came off, and it was Echo. She came off the ground screaming that she would kill me, and Chen Shuying put 2 fingers into a point on her neck and dropped her, and then apologized. To me. "When she wakes, I'll make her apologize and pay for it." And Zhou Yu arrived. Liu wanted blood, and Wu Jing stepped in front of me. "Mr. Zhou broke both my arms. The young master has been carrying a grudge on my account. If he hasn't let it go, then kill me." And he closed his eyes and did not raise a hand. Zhou Yu swung, and Chen Shuying got between them. "Enough. Can you not even leave a bodyguard alone?" "So a junior brother of more than 10 years, said Zhou Yu, "is worth less than your fiancé's dog." Zhao Qianru took him apart verbally for about 40 seconds. I offered Echo a beauty pill, and Zhou Yu knocked it out of my hand into the dirt. So Wu Jing opened his own forearm to the bone with a knife, picked the pill up out of the mud, swallowed it, and held the arm out to the assembled company while it closed in about 10 breaths. Ding. Zhou Yu luck value decreased. Plus 10,000. Ding. Plus 10,000. Ding. Plus 20,000. Ding. Son of Destiny emotional state critically unstable. Plus 6,666. Then I gave Chen Shuying a jade bottle with a dozen of them in it and gave Zhao Qianru a handful as well, and Zhao Qianru immediately emptied her entire supply of ointment out onto her sister's arm in a heap so that the bottle would be free for pills. "And next time," she told Zhou Yu, "don't hit her in the chest. You've broken 3 ribs. Now the sides are uneven." The killing ground was 2 kilometers further north, and it had about 90 bodies on it, not local ones. Russian Special Forces contractors, a man called Chris, a man called Sam, and a man called Brad, who had been in the top 10 of the killer ranking and had at one point been considered a candidate for the top spot. Something came out of the pile of them covered head to foot in other people's blood and attached itself to Wu Jing like a koala. "Those ninja are idiots," said Zhou Qiang. "They ran off. And left me." Brad had been shot through the head at 400 meters. "I can't fight," Zhou Qiang explained, apologetically. "But with a rifle I could take the top off a man with my eyes shut." We tried to pull him out, and he refused and started climbing back into the bodies. This is the junction. Everything coming south goes past me. I'll get one or two more. And when Wu Jing swore at him, he gave the reason, in the flat voice of a man reciting a shopping list. A few years ago, he took an injury of a kind that men do not discuss, and he has no children coming. A month ago, they found a tumor in his son's head. Without the bonuses from this last year, that boy would already have a date on him. If I can't even help with this, said Zhou Qiang, I might as well be dead. Then he pulled a dead man's arm back over himself and stopped talking. Chen Shuying watched me watching him. That, she said afterwards, was the moment she stopped being able to file me under Yanjing Waster. Why does a waster have men who will lie down in a heap of corpses for him? She went into the encirclement in a white dress with nothing in her hands. An open palm folded a man's ribcage inwards. A wrist the thickness of my calf broke with a sound like a dry stick. A three-edged knife went through a throat and stuck in a tree behind it. A pebble flicked up on the toe of her shoe and hit with a whipping kick took a runner in the back of the skull at 10 meters. 12 men, under 2 minutes, and from what was left of them, we learned who had come. 4 guardians of the Shadow Alliance and a High Inquisitor of the Western Society for the extermination of demons. Both organizations had been burned out of this country by Hidden Kill personally because both had put a hand across the border into Dragon Country. If I ever meet those animals, said Zhao Qianru, rolling her sleeves, I'll beat them so hard I'll take their surname. We found the goddess of blades in a bowl of ground with about 100 men in a ring around her. I had expected a monster. Xu Ling is not 20, she has a fringe she cannot see through, and a black robe several sizes too big, and every offer they made her, a seat in the Shadow Alliance, a High Inquisitor's post inside 3 years, got the same answer, which was one word in a voice she clearly does not use often: kill. And then she went straight at the strongest one in the circle. Titanium blades came apart in the middle, along with the men holding them. The High Inquisitor blocked her with a staff of red gold, and her whipping kick moved him 3 paces, which he later described as being hit by a truck, so he stopped fighting her and started feeding her people instead. By the time we came over the lip of that bowl, there were under 20 of them left, and her right leg was broken, and she had 4 wounds that should have finished her, and every one of them had gone in while she was occupied with somebody else. The man standing over her lost his head to a round from the ridge. 2 more followed him. A guardian of the Shadow Alliance jumped for the muzzle flash and met my fist coming the other way, and I put what was left of him face down in the mud. At your age, I called up to the tree line, still playing at ambushes? Maybe it's time to change organizations. The Sea Emperor gang is accepting applications. And here is the truth of that siege, which I had worked out 2 days earlier. None of it was about Hidden Kill. Hidden Kill was the appetizer. They had come for the Sea Emperor gang because in 11 days I had taken roughly 90% of this country and somebody with a map had noticed. Zhao Qianru got to Xu Ling first and found bone through the skin of the right leg with the muscle holding on by about half. She offered her a rolled bandage to bite. Xu Ling looked at her own leg and did not take it. So Zhao Qianru hit her on the side of the neck to knock her out. It did not work. She did it again. It did not work. Second senior sister, she said on the 3rd attempt. Why are you not following the script? You are supposed to be unconscious. Xu Ling blinked at her twice and then obediently shut her eyes. She did not make a sound when the bone went back. Only her shoulders moved. Then the second echelon came out of the tree line because I had been shouting at Chen Shuying not to chase anybody into it. Let me give you my classification of that day. The weakest man on that hillside was worth 1 Shu Guang. Most of them were worth 1.5 or 2. 2 of them were worth 4 or 5, and one of them was worth 5.5. The vice president of the Shadow Alliance came out with a black staff and a cloak with a 2-headed dragon on it, and beside him was an advanced Gene warrior of the beautiful country in silver plate, holding a curved blade that cut a boulder in half from 9 meters away with something nobody in that clearing could see. If we hadn't brought him, said the vice president reasonably, what would we have done if the Dragon Kingdom took an interest? Fine, I said. Take half of Colon. Liu looked at his colleague. Liu genuinely did not know what to do with that. Although, I said, I do prefer things done politely. Why bring an elite soldier of the beautiful country to a negotiation? Were you threatening me? Then I ran the first revolution, and my physique went to 750, and I wrapped both hands in armament, and I misquoted a very old line about friends arriving from distant places, except that in my version, you punish them, and I hit him before he finished blinking. The Gene warrior went about 11 meters. I ate beauty pills by the handful for the next 2 minutes because that technique cooks you from the inside and does not care whose side you are on. Then I let his blade go past me into the vice president's staff, and the invisible edge came off it across the old man's shoulders and forearms, and he turned and looked at his own ally with an expression I would frame if I could. Would you like to learn how to do that? I asked him. I'll teach you. In exchange, lend me 200 or 300 sets of that armor, or send me a battalion. Because the armor and the blade are the entire Gene Warrior. Put that suit on Wu Jing and you have the same thing with better manners. Then I walked the Gene Warrior, who by that point was not thinking clearly, into the part of the hillside where Zhou Yu and Echo were fighting each other. The invisible edge went through 5 men who had no idea what had happened to them and took a strip off Zhou Yu's arm. Echo flinched away from me on reflex, which put her directly in front of it, so I got hold of her from behind and moved her, and the rock she had been standing against came apart into dust. She hit me in the chest at about 10%, and I went backwards and coughed up something dark, and I said quietly enough that only she heard it. "It's you." "It's you?" Which is to say, I have only just recognized you, and I have recognized you by touch. For that woman, that is worse than the edge. She would have preferred the edge. Zhou Yu came to finish me, and Chen Shuying put her blade across his and opened his forearm and put the point in his face. Li Kai saved Echo. She repaid him with a strike. That's one thing. Her voice did not rise at all. And you were going to kill him. Do you imagine I won't clean my own house? One more step. Then she turned round and told Echo off as well. I lay in her arms and breathed her in and let the back of my hand go somewhere it had no business and simultaneously defended Echo with great generosity. It wasn't her, it was that invisible beam. Nobody in that clearing had the perception to contradict me. The vice president then made the last decision of his professional life, which was to throw the guardians and every man still standing at the wounded ringleader, Zhao. Qianru went out alone to meet 3 guardians. "You dare touch my man?" and put a hand in her sleeve on the way, and there was a little more colorless powder in the air after that than there had been before. Zhou Yu declined to participate. Liu announced that he had come to rescue his second sister and that Li Kai's situation was not his concern, and that sentence buried him with every person present, including his own. Ding! Zhou Yu's bond with Chen Shuying has ruptured, plus 50,000. Ding! Fracture with Echo, plus 20,000. Ding! Extreme rage, plus 20,000. I sat down next to Shu Ling while it was going on. The divine ability order. Was that to erase me? She looked at the ground and shook her head. Her interest had only ever been Dark Blade. If I get out of here alive, are you still going to kill me? She shook her head again. So I started on Zhou Yu, since I had an audience whose opinion mattered. Everybody here is fighting, and he's standing there like a coat rack. I hear he used to chase my Qingyu around your sect. Shu Ling, for whom 1 sentence is a month's output, gave me the facts. Yes, many times. Liu was refused many times. Ding. Plus 10,000. Zhou Yu heard about half of it and went at the High Inquisitor in a state that his sect calls breakthrough, and it was genuinely impressive. Hundreds of blade shadows, a row of trees coming down together, the Inquisitor giving ground and calling for help. And Zhao Qianru, frightened that a man in breakthrough would come for me next, put powder into his back and shouted, "Dog Zhou Yu, you'll get yours," which cut his strength in half at the exact moment the Gene Warrior got up. One meeting blow. Zhou Yu's sword broke at the hilt, the breakthrough collapsed inward, and he went into a tree upside down, coughing black. The irony being that Zhao Qianru's sabotage is the only reason that man is alive today. At full strength, he would have taken that blow squarely. Then the Gene Warrior looked around the clearing and made an observation about the women of Dragon Country being attractive, and started towards Echo. Then he looked at Chen Shuying and said something about preferring the cold ones. I had spent that morning telling Shu Ling that I had less than 1/10 of my strength available. I swallowed the petals I had left and ran the 3rd revolution. 1,687. I came up behind him like weather. "How dare you insult my woman?" Liu put the red blade through the space where my head was, and I caught it between 2 fingers and threw it back at him. "Is that all? You thought that would kill me?" Liu broke a seal on the armor and it went red, and the invisible edges started opening trenches in the ground 30 meters out, and I said, "Fond of chopping, aren't you?" and was not standing there anymore. I put a whipping kick into him from about 4 inches, and he went into the ground like a meteorite, and his own blade discharged on impact and scythed down about a dozen of the men who were charging me. Somebody screamed that I was a demon with no warrior's honor. I am the villain, not the protagonist. Was I supposed to stand still while he charged up? The Inquisitor and the Vice President ran. It took me 10 breaths to bring both of them back and put them down next to the Gene Warrior. They offered ransoms. They offered service. The Gene Warrior, who was the only man in his country to have passed the compatibility trial for that armor, tried to negotiate. "You want to live," I said. "Get up. Kneel. Bow 3 times. Liu got up, and he knelt, and he coughed blood onto the dirt, and he bowed once. Liu bowed twice. And on the way down to the 3rd, my boot arrived on the back of his neck. "I keep my word," I said. "I said 3. It's a shame you only managed 2. The 2 old men were fed one of Hana's pills each, And when they asked politely for the antidote schedule, I told them we were family now and there was no need to be stingy, and put a second and a third one in and clapped them on the throat until they went down. They are, as of that afternoon, my agents inside the Shadow Alliance and inside the Western Society for the Extermination of Demons, and neither organization has any idea. Everybody we released got one too, and then, when the last outsider was over the ridge, I fell over and started coughing blood in a manner that was not acting at all. Coming off the third revolution feels like being fried alive at the cellular level. Zhao Qianru took my pulse and went white in a completely new way. There are 3 currents in there. 1 is destroying him and 2 are repairing him. One of them is Snow Lotus. I know that one. She looked up. I have never seen the second one in any book that exists. Chen Shuying, who does not raise her voice, raised her voice at her, so I said it to her face. What was I supposed to do? Stand there while a foreign soldier said that to you? I will not have my woman insulted. Not at that price. Not at any price. And she could not look at me. I gave her a petal of the lotus. For your second sister. Zhou Yu crawled into the tree line and hid in a heap of the fallen, which was tactically sound, and then overheard 2 black market contractors discussing whether to hand him to Li Kai in exchange for an antidote. Then Zhao Qianru's powder caught up with him, and about 9 meters away, buried in the same heap and aiming entirely by ear, was Zhou Qiang, who had been lying still for 6 hours waiting for one more sound to orient on. What he got was a long, thin, extremely piercing note. Liu put a round into it. At the cellular level, Zhao Qianru reported later, having examined him, Zhou Yu is alive. At the level of a life, Zhou Yu is dead. Socially, he is deceased. Ding. Zhou Yu luck value decreased by 1,000, plus 20,000. Ding. Extreme rage, plus 10,000. Ding. The Son of Destiny has become a lone warrior, plus 100,000. We lost 3 upper ninja of Dark Blade. The snipers lost nobody and took 30-odd black market heavyweights on the way home. Hana sat in the car with a face like a shut door because those 3 had been her seniors from the Koga school. I comforted her. Wu Jing stopped the car, got out, walked around it, and announced to the windscreen, "The vehicle's gone into a ditch. I'll go and find some rocks," and disappeared into the trees for 11 minutes. Back at the bar, Scarlet Shadow went straight at Chen Shuying and Zhao Qianru. You went to rescue your own sister. There isn't a drop of blood on either of you and he's in this condition. What do you call that? Chen Shuying took all of it. From today, she said, I will never refuse him anything. Shu Qingyao, meanwhile, identified from the way Aoi Hana was walking exactly what had happened in the car on the way back, announced loudly that the only thing that mattered was his health, and removed me from the room in front of everybody. Echo spent that night on her own working through a spiral. Why is he cold and then not cold? Why did he move her out of the beam? And then the conclusion I had planted 3 days earlier. Perhaps he has wanted me since the first time, and perhaps Scarlet Shadow did not finish me because he told her not to. Underneath that, the actual thing. She feels filthy and unworthy of being trusted by anybody, and the only warmth that has reached her in 14 years came from the man responsible. She sat up and said out loud that it was impossible, that he is a liar and a villain. Ding, ding, ding. Shu Ling went back to the Hidden Kill headquarters as soon as she could stand, and Chen Shuying started working on her about handing the organization over. Scarlet Shadow surprised me by taking my side. Go. Hidden Kill is worth everything you've already built, and if Chen Shuying helps you get it, I will grudgingly admit that she has been of some use. She held up finger and thumb about a millimeter apart. This much. The Hidden Kill headquarters is a bunker under a very bad hotel, and every wall in it is covered in edged weapons. Shu Ling was lying on a camp bed with her legs splinted, and she said, without any preamble at all, Great Master Chen won't agree. Fifth sister told me not to. I want to fight you anyway. On what terms? Beat me, and all of Hidden Kill is yours. It would be a lie, I said, to tell you I don't want Hidden Kill. All right. Zhao Qianru had warned me about that in the corridor. Second sister Shu has barely spoken to a man in her life. Most of the men she has been in a room with were assignments. Do not accept her challenge. We fought every day for a week, and the women in that bunker asked the same question every evening when she came back. Day 1. Did not win. Did not lose. Again tomorrow. Day 2, covered in dirt and without a scratch. Liu is strong. Liu is genuinely strong, but I will not lose. Day 3, in a voice with something wrong in it, pupils blown out. We did not lose. We did not lose. He he he. We did not lose. Day 4. I won. He he he. I beat him. Liu is no match for me. Day 5. Kill him. Kill Li Kai. Day 6, she managed only laughter. On day 7, Shu Qingyao proposed, seriously, that they tie her up and fly her to Dragon Country, where the Liu family owns a private hospital with excellent neurologists. Chen Hua felt a sense of inescapable responsibility and wanted to atone on my behalf. Scarlet Shadow pointed out that she had said nothing since day 5 and was not involved. Somebody floated the idea of buying a life-size mannequin of me so that Shuling could kill it and settle down. On day 8, she did not come out for the fight. She spent the entire day carrying flour. Late that afternoon, 4 women walked straight past a girl on the stairs in a white dress with 2 long tails of hair and white shoes with peonies on them, and not one of them recognized her. "Were you looking for me?" said Shuling. "I have to take a cake to Li Kai." Zhao Qianru, who is a professional, put a finger in the icing and tasted it for poison, and the icing was fine, and that was the catastrophe. The goddess of blades, who has never held a ladle, had spent 9 hours baking an actual cake. "You touched it," said Shuling, looking at the fingerprint. "It's dirty now. I'll make another." Some hours later, there was a second cake in a clear box with flowers cut into the top, and she could not make herself carry it. "Liu's in there. I daren't. You take it. Don't say it was me." The office door opens outward. It caught Zhao Qianru across the wrist as she reached for the handle, and she got both hands under the box, and everybody in that corridor exhaled, and then the bottom came away, and the cake landed on the carpet in a shape. "It's late," I said, not looking up from the desk. "There's better food than that. Since it's broken, put it in the bin. It's making a mess of the carpet." The ribbon on her hair came apart. What came out of Shuling then took Chen Shuying on the throat and one arm, and Scarlet Shadow on the other, and the 2 strongest women in that building could barely hold it, and Zhao Qianru hung off one leg and was swung around like a bell rope and thrown across the corridor twice, the second time I am fairly sure, on purpose, so that I would have to catch her. Shu Qingyao from the stairs. "Are we exploiting bugs to get picked up now?" I walked into it. She hit me. Then she hit me again, less far. Then her arms stopped coming all the way out and her knees went. "Let her go," I said, and put my hand flat on top of her head. "Did you bake that cake?" The demon left her face between one breath and the next. She looked at the carpet and started folding the hem of her dress into a rope. "Yes, You didn't eat it. It looked excellent. But I've told you what you are. You're a prodigy, and you will be the strongest person alive, and that hand is for a blade, not for kitchen equipment. Every scrap of strength you spend on anything else is a mark on the gift." I took my hand off her head. The cake was very well made. "Don't make another one." She stood there with her chin down. "I'll listen to you," she said. "I don't want hidden kill. I only want to get stronger." Chen Shuying heard her own second sister say that and went the color of paper, because she has spent 9 years being the fixed point in that girl's life and had just been replaced by a man Shu Ling met 8 days earlier. Here is how it was done, and it is the only honest thing in the entire arrangement. I beat her every day for a week until the one thing she had ever been certain about came apart in her hands, and then, every evening, at the bottom of it, I sat down with her with affinity at level 10 and a divine rank tea ceremony, and told her she was going to be the strongest person alive. There is also a side effect, which I did not plan and cannot undo, which is that the goddess of blades has developed a heart and it is now walking around loose. So, hidden kill came to me for free, on a Thursday, from a girl in a white dress with flower on her sleeve. Hana took over the coordination of Colon and the hidden kill network. Ben runs the country in public and has a pill in him. The Shadow Alliance and the Society for the Extermination of Demons both have an old man on the inside who reports to me monthly and thinks he is buying his life. Bloodwolf answers to a woman who took her mask off after 3 days. Darkblade, the Red Tiger Hall, the militias, the mines, the ports. 3 weeks, 90% of a country. We flew home on a Tuesday. Shuling came with us in the white dress, holding on to the back of her sister's clothing at every doorway because she has been outdoors approximately 6 times as a civilian, and airports frighten her. Chen Hua went straight to the new plant from the runway. Shu Qingyao went with her, complaining. Scarlet Shadow sniffed at all of it and walked off alone across the apron, which is her way of saying she will be at the villa by evening. And somewhere over the water I did the thing I had been avoiding for 3 weeks, which was open the plot file and look at what came next, because that is the whole system. That is the entire cheat. Somebody hands you a book with the ending in it, and you spend a year standing in doorways you already know the location of, taking things off a man who has not arrived yet. I paid the 200,000. Nothing happened. I paid it again, in case it was a transaction error, which cost me another 200,000 and produced the same result, and the system, when pressed, explained itself in one line. There is no further script available. Let me put the accounts on the table, since we are at the end. I woke up 11 months ago in a body that came with a death sentence attached, in a story where I had already been convicted in the first chapter. The man whose face I am wearing was scheduled to be taken apart by the hero as a warm-up act before the real plot began. Shuguang is ash on a ridge outside this city. Zhou Ming is a patch of ground behind a water treatment works, and his master is in an urn, and the last thing that man understood was that he had been beaten by a boy he taught to walk. Minbo's entire life's work is in my head, and his name is on the first page of it because I paid for a funeral. Zhou Yu is alive, which is a decision I made on commercial grounds, and he has lost his master, his sect, his first love, his childhood friend, both his legs for 4 months, and the woman who spent 10 years standing behind him. Liu generates 500 points an hour by hating me. Liu is the most reliable asset I own. And every woman that book gave to those men is in my house or in my company or running an organization for me in a country with no functioning government. The villain of that story is the only person in it still standing. I sat in a leather seat at 11,000 meters with a drink I hadn't touched and waited to feel something about that. What I felt was the other thing. Because for 11 months, every single day, I have known what was coming. Not guessed. Known. I have known which alley, which Tuesday, which woman would be crying in which stairwell, and I have been there first every single time, and the reason I am alive is not that I am strong. 231 people on that hillside were stronger than me at some point this year. The reason I am alive is that I had read to the end. And this morning, over the sea, I turned the page and there was nothing on it. Wu Jing leaned over from the seat across the aisle. "Young master, are you all right? You've gone very pale." "I'm fine. You've been looking at that window for 20 minutes. Wu Jing," I put the glass down. "Do you know what I was most afraid of when I first woke up in this life? That someone would kill you? That the hero of the book would kill me. Every day for 11 months. That was the whole fear. One man, one page, one chapter with my name on it." I looked at the cloud. "It turns out that was never the thing to be afraid of." Liu waited. "The thing to be afraid of," I said, "is the book running out." The wheels came down over Tianhai an hour later. Down there is a noodle shop 2 streets from where the old one was, with my name on the paperwork as an investor, and a girl who can walk 20 meters in about 11 seconds now and is extremely proud of it, and who has been sending me a photograph of her feet every morning for 3 weeks. Down there is an orphanage with a new roof, and a woman in it who believes she used up all the luck of her life on the day she broke a vase. Down there is a woman who runs the underside of this city and cannot cook, and a professor who can find any building in this province by looking at a tree. And there is my phone, which came back online as we cleared the runway with a message on it from Wu Jing's people in Tianhai. "Young master. Trouble at the Zhao house. Somebody has hit the Zhao family, fast and hard, and we have never heard of them." I read it twice, not because of the Zhao family. Because in 11 months, that is the first sentence anybody has said to me that was not already written down somewhere. I could look it up. I put the phone face down on the armrest and looked out at a city I have spent a year quietly taking to pieces. And for the first time since I opened my eyes on somebody else's sofa, I had absolutely no idea what happens on the next page. I sat with that for about 4 seconds. Then I turned the phone back over and started typing because there is one thing I know about a blank page that nobody in that book ever worked out. Somebody has to write it. It may as well be the villain.